Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the American Antiquarian Society's Historic Children's Voices Symposium. This symposium takes place on the ancestral homelands of the Nipmuc tribal community, who remain a vibrant presence here in central Massachusetts. I'm Scott Casper. I'm the president of the American Antiquarian Society, and today's symposium is the culmination of more than 2 years of planning, and it's one of the culminations of our 2-year National Endowment for the Humanities grant, Historic Children's Voices, 1799 to 1899. We're grateful to the NEH for making both the project and this symposium possible. You'll hear more about the project later today from curators Ashley Cataldo, Laura Wazowitz, and Lauren Hughes. But I begin with this thought, which animated our grant application in 2021 and has underpinned this work since September 2022. In 19th century America, between 1/3 and 1/2 of the US population were under the age of 20. Come on. If we are not hearing the voices of children, defined as age when they start having voices to age 19, we are missing the voices and the experiences of 1/3 to 1/2 of the American population. And that's not acceptable. So our goal at AAS throughout this project has been to make those voices accessible and to provide some models of how to make such voices audible and visible through cataloging, digitizing, programming, and supplementary materials. The AAS's collections include and have long included many of those voices: young people's diaries, the handwritten newspapers they produced in schools and at home, the books and newspapers and periodicals they printed on small presses in their parlors, visual as well as verbal texts. And our first panel this morning is about the processes of making those things. But these materials have often been hard to find, as they are at many archives and repositories. Manuscripts housed within a collection of family papers under somebody else's name. We have aimed to remedy that and render the children visible. And as Karen Sanchez-Eppler explained in her wonderful keynote address last night, this is always work in progress. There are always things to keep working out, always things to keep figuring out. Throughout this project, we have been aware of the limits of this work, which are the subject of our second panel this morning on archival silences, and which I hope will be a theme all day long. Which children do not appear in those archival records that have been preserved over 2 centuries, and why not? How can we find and make available those children's voices? Perhaps by asking different questions, perhaps by scrutinizing the sources in different ways, perhaps by looking at other kinds of sources entirely. Many people have contributed to making this day possible, and it's a pleasure to thank them. I want to start with the person who has single-handedly introduced more researchers to children's voices than anyone else at AAS. Yes, we're looking at you, Laura Wazowitz, who has been at AAS for 37 years and who has not just worked with everybody who comes here to study children's voices, but who has worked with everybody who comes to study anybody's voices, because no matter what topic you are working on, children's literature is connected to it. So thank you, Laura, for the work first of cataloging this and then of making it accessible. Ashley Cataldo, who is our curator of manuscripts, is endlessly thoughtful about the voices lurking in the archives, the ones whose names may not be on the historic finding aids or the collection names. Like Laura, Ashley has pointed hundreds of researchers toward voices they would not otherwise find, doing so through cataloging as well as through one-on-one discussions. So thank you so much, Ashley. Many, many more AAS staff have been involved in this grant project, which has been led by Vice President for Collections and Mellon Curator of Graphic Arts, Lauren Hughes. This group includes our head conservator, Babette Genrich, catalogers, Carol Fisher-Crosby and Alan Mendieta Rivadeneira, our extraordinary photographer, Nate Fisk, who is responsible for most, if not all, of the digitization. This is 15,000 pages of digitized material. It also includes online services librarian Caroline Stoffel, who built the Historic Children's Voices website, which you will be seeing later today, and which is quite a marvel. On the program side, Nan Wolverton has done heroic work to organize today's symposium, as well as the events this summer, a public program, Chat with a Curator program, and a K-12 Teacher Institute this summer. Thank you so much, Nan. And Nan has been assisted by Stephanie Corrigan throughout. We're grateful, Stephanie. Thank you. And Stephanie today is at the Zoom, minding the Zoom. I want to mention, in addition to the support of the National Endowment for the Humanities, I want to mention the support of our member, Dorothy Hurt, whose funding is making possible bringing 24 teachers from across the United States for the week-long Teacher Institute here in early August. That's an opportunity to make this project accessible, not just to scholars, but also to teachers and students in K-12 classrooms across the country. And in that work, we have been partnering with the National Council for Teachers of English, as well as a wonderful focus group of language arts and social studies teachers from around the region and more broadly. So we're very grateful to all the organizations that have helped us make this work possible and make these voices more accessible. The American Antiquarian Society is honored to welcome all of you here today, whether you are here in the room with us or here on Zoom. We are delighted that so many people are joining us virtually for this symposium. And all of us look forward to what we will learn from this day's presentations, as well as, for those in the room, during meals and breaks in conversation with one another. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the Historic Children's Voices Symposium. And now I'm delighted to introduce my colleague, Nan Wolverton, who has planned this entire symposium and will give us a sense of the day. Nan.
Thank you, Scott. Welcome, everyone. Second welcome. And I also certainly want to echo Scott's thanks to the staff who were involved in this project. And I particularly want to recognize Lauren Hughes, who is the person who put together this grant and who has been keeping us on task for the past 2 years. No one can do that better than Lauren. So we thank. And I also want to particularly thank Ashley Cataldo and Laura Wazowitz for helping to put together this symposium. They really helped come up with the roster of fine speakers and reached out to many of you. So I really thank both of you for helping to make this happen. It was not just me alone by any means. I also want to recognize the staff who are helping with the logistics today. Nick Conti over here on the computer helping to advance people's slides today. Nate Fisk, who has already been mentioned as the person who digitized all those 15,000 pages, but also is our media producer and photographer and is here making sure that everything runs smoothly as always. And Stephanie Corrigan, who is in the back operating the Zoom room. I just wanted to say a few words about logistics for today before we get started. So each of the presenters today will be presenting for about 15 minutes. And I'm going to ask the panel chairs to help make sure that we stay on time. We will have 30 minutes after each of the panelists present for conversation and Q&A. So this is really an opportunity for you all to engage with the speakers. And that is true for those who are in the room here and also those who are in the Zoom room. So we'll see how this goes. We're hoping that that this will run smoothly, that everyone has an opportunity to participate. We will have lunch across the street at 12:45, the Goddard Daniel House, for those of you who are here in person. We will start back here after lunch at 2:15. And for those of you who are on Zoom, this will be the same Zoom link for the entire day. We will just leave it on so you can come and go, and just know that after lunch, we'll be starting promptly at 2:15. And again, for those in the room, we will have a reception across the street at 5:30. For those of you in the room, please silence your phones so that we don't have any interruptions or distractions for the presenters. And for those of you on Zoom, please mute your audio. You will have an opportunity to unmute and share your questions and engage in conversation during the Q&A portion of each panel. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our panel chairs, and I'm going to introduce each of them now so that we can kind of seamlessly move through the day as we move forward. So panel one, Valuing Children's Voices, will be chaired by Karen Sanchez-Eppler. We all heard Karen's wonderful talk last night, or at least I hope everyone did, but I'm going to do just a brief truncated version of her introduction now. Karen Sanchez-Eppler is the L. Stanton Williams 1941 Professor of American Studies and English at Amherst College, and she was a 2020 Distinguished Scholar in Residence here at the Society. She was elected to AAS membership in 2005. Dr. Sanchez-Eppler is the author of Touching Liberty, Abolition, Feminism, and the Politics of the Body. She is also the author of Dependent States, The Child's Part in 19th-Century American Culture. She is co-editor with Kristan Miller of the Oxford Handbook of Emily Dickinson, and she is one of the founding co-editors of the Journal of the History of Childhood and Youth. She serves as the president of the board of the Porter Phelps Huntington Museum in Hadley, Massachusetts. Our second panel, Archival Silences, will be chaired by Caretha Mitchell, who is a literary historian, cultural critic, and professor of English at Ohio State University and visiting professor for the 2023 at Boston University. She is the feminist scholar who coined the term know your place aggression to emphasize that marginalized groups are attacked for succeeding, not because they have done something wrong. Mitchell is author of the award-winning book Living with Lynching and author of the 2020 book From Slave Cabins to the White House. She is also editor of the Francis E.W. Harper's 1892 novel, Eola Leroy, and the first book-length autobiography of a formerly enslaved African-American woman, Harriet Jacobs' Incidents of the Life of a Slave Girl. In October 2023, she was recognized as a champion of women in the public sphere with the Progressive Women's Voices Impact Award from the Women's Media Center. And she's president of the Society of Senior Ford Fellows, and she has been elected to AAS membership this year. Panel 3 is entitled The Visual Culture of Children's Production. This panel was to have been chaired by Andrea Emmel, who many of you know, but unfortunately, Andrea was unable to travel to us today. She is joining us virtually, but because she can't be with us here in the room, I will chair that panel, but I do want to just call out Andrea as the curator at the Coates Children's Library at Princeton University Library, where she organizes academic programs and exhibitions, acquires new materials, and assists scholars doing research in the Coates collection. So thank you, Andrea, for being with us today, and we hope that you'll join in during that panel discussion. Panel 4, our final panel today, is Hearing the Child's Voice, and that will be chaired by Laura Wazowitz, who is a curator of children's literature here at the AAS. In that capacity, she oversees the growth, description, and use of the AAS Children's Literature Collection, comprised of some 30,000 American children's books issued between 1650 and 1899. She's written on various aspects of 19th century American children's book publishing, picture book iconography, and child reading habits, including essays published in Radiant with Color and Art, McLaughlin Brothers, and the Business of Picture Books, Who Writes for Black Children, African-American Children's Literature Before 1900, and most recently, she has this essay From Michaelmas Day to Thanksgiving, the Transatlantic Transformation of Michaelmas Day in Transnational Books for Children, 1790 to 1900. Now I will turn things over to Karen Sanchez-Eppler, who will introduce our first group of panelists. Karen.
So I'm just going to tell my panelists that they get to sit there so we can all look at them during this panel. But when you are talking, you have to come up here so that you have a microphone. And so I think on that structure, I'll do the introductions for each person rather than try to do them all at once and then you have to try to remember. So our first speaker is going to be Emily Bruce, and her talk is called The Boundaries of Children's Writing and Reading. So we start by setting up the walls. And she's Associate Professor of History and Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies at the University of Minnesota, Morris. Her first book, Revolutions at Home, The Origins of Modern Childhood and the German Middle Class, came out in 2021 with the University of Massachusetts Press in the Interdisciplinary Childhood Studies, interdisciplinary series titled Childhoods. And I'm one of the editors of this series. And I will just say to this room full of people doing this work, I think we make beautiful books and give people good support and send us your manuscripts. Recent essays have addressed an 18th century German board game, a survey of European children's literature before the First World War, and the historian's emotions in the archives of childhood and youth. She was last year's Justin D. Schiller Fellow at the American Antiquarian Society. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for chairing this session, and of course, for the marvelous keynote last night. Scott predicted after that address that there would be plenty of echoes throughout today, and I think you'll definitely hear that in my paper. Thank you so much as well to all the symposium organizers for allowing me to join in on this exciting conversation. I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the presentations today and to celebrating this milestone digitization and cataloging project. So questions of voice overlap with, even if they don't duplicate, questions of children's agency, perspectives, and experience. How do we apprehend children's attitudes within texts often mediated or at least preserved by adults? Why does their agency matter? Who gets left out of the story with a hyper-focus on children's ability to be heard and influence the world? Taking children's voices seriously requires new methods and attention to practice. The Historic Children's Voices Project has now made this much more possible for early American milieus. In the rest of my comments, I'll briefly explore some theoretical considerations concerning agency and the value of children's writing. After drawing on examples from my earlier work on domestic writing by Central European youth in the early 19th century, I'll then say a bit about a few texts in the AAS collection. The longstanding structure agency debate of the social sciences has touched our field, with agency constituting a critical framework for the history of childhood and youth for some decades now. A brief chronology might point to it as the focus of multiple articles in the very first issue of the Journal of the History of Childhood and Youth in 2008. While we're thinking about early American children's voices, I will point out that Karen Sanchez-Eppler's marvelous excavation of the Hale Manuscript Library appeared in just the second issue of that publication. But more recently, challenges to the preoccupation of childhood studies with autonomy and power have emerged. Some of this work has produced what I find to be welcome questions, such as Mona Gleason's identification of particular interpretive traps associated with an all-consuming quest to uncover children's agency. I'd argue, however, that this general interrogation of children's agency reached a climax in Sarah Mazza's claim in a controversial 2020 American Historical Review article that, quote, "Children obviously don't make history." Responses to Mazza from scholars of childhood have been generative. My particular position is that I'm not ready to give up on historicizing the choices, power, and voices of children. We haven't yet coalesced around a persuasive alternative to agency. And some of the proposed substitutions both seem to be abandoning subalternity and to be swinging the pendulum too far away from looking for children's perspectives. Still, I found these calls for theoretical precision useful, given the dichotomies sometimes offered by discussions of agency and voice. On one side, there's a desire to discover or even celebrate agency in the historical record, especially resistance to disciplinary power. Thus, we see the inclination of many historians to seek out examples of children struggling against the dictates of their education with defiance and parity. On the other side, there's a desire to reveal and critique the propagandistic mechanisms of authorities and institutions. Thus, we see the emphasis on the governance of children through top-down disciplinary practices. Even though these two approaches stem often, I think, from a similar shared political impulse, they're in conflict. So either we understand children as agents with the capacity to reinterpret and dismiss their socialization, or we accept that adults successfully impose a tyrannical worldview on young people. In retaining my interest in agency, I'm not looking for middle ground between these poles. Instead, I'm investigating how agency and discipline worked together inseparably to shape the experiences of children and in turn their imprint on history. Children are forces of socialization at the same time, and indeed because they are objects of socialization. Witnessing the constraints on children's agency helps us question ideas taken for granted about adults as historical actors. And even though she's not here in person, I did want to acknowledge that the note in my written paper credits a piece by Andrea Immel for that insight. Children exerted agency of the past when they made choices, exercised power, complied with adult expectations, and resisted authority. Individual children also influence the perspectives and actions of individual adults, shaping their ideas about childhood and how children learn. And as we're learning from the riches presented in the digital project and at this symposium, they might do all of this through their own expression as well, putting their voices on paper. We historians, literary critics, and teachers today are not the only ones who have valued the children's voices documented in the collection here. Before the curators evaluated these amateur books and manuscripts, before antiquarians and auctioneers collected them, before someone decided to pass them down through generations or neglected to throw them out, there was an initial impulse to preserve the results of children's industry and imagination. There's a relationship between 18th century pedagogy's celebration of the child and the archival preservation of children's texts. In fact, I've been encountering this as a challenge in my new research project, where youth in diaspora were less likely to produce or save similar documents. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. This first set of examples are drawn from a project which examined German children's reading and writing practices during the years around 1800. In German-speaking Central Europe, Enlightenment pedagogic philosophy came to life in the families of an educated middle class distinct enough to earn its own name, the Bildungsbürgertum, which is a term that itself highlights the key role of education and self-development. One of the greatest pleasures of that study was encountering the voices of children and youth in dozens of archives across Germany. Yet, even the prized find of a manuscript penned by a child sometimes failed to offer me much insight into that individual's perspective. This 1801 letter of birthday congratulations was written in French by an 8-year-old Saxon girl to her father before her brother wrote exactly the same letter. So, these are both probably based on a letter writing manual. It doesn't tell us much about these particular children's inner feelings or opinions, although there are some errors of handwriting that I feel like maybe Mark could give some insight into later. So, but it does evidence adult expectations of their education. And I think that it opens up other possibilities for analysis. The fact that many artifacts of children's voices were mediated by adult supervision or crafted to meet the expectations of teachers or parents doesn't render them useless for thinking about the boundaries and contradictions of children's agency. One of my favorite examples of this comes from an 1830 diary of a 10-year-old girl, Marie Seibert, in which she wrote on March 9th, "Today, it was such beautiful weather that we went walking until it was almost 3 o'clock. On the 10th, I know nothing to write about today other than it always rained. On the 11th, today, it rained again the whole day." At that point, another hand appears in the manuscript, rebuking her. This should not be a weather almanac. On the 12th, Marie wrote about the garden. But on the 13th, back to recording lightning and thunder after dinner. Despite the adult intervention, Marie continued to write very similar short entries, often still preoccupied with the weather. At the same time, she kept track of her days in this form because adults required it of her. She made choices and expressed herself within clear constraints, which even included a contradictory requirement to be more independently creative. This encapsulates the tension between governance and agency that colored children's education. Older youth particularly had other methods of responding to the intrusions of parents and teachers. I've been particularly intrigued by instances of linguistic code switching in youth diaries, sometimes used as a literal code. For one example, from 1847, 17-year-old Anna Hasenfratz, the daughter of a court bureaucrat, wrote in her diary, mostly in German, about attending the celebration of a princess's birthday, describing at length the gifts everyone else brought. Then she followed in French with this complaint. My mother didn't let me bring a gift. It's possible she was worried about her mother reading the implied criticism and sought to conceal her frustration, although it's also possible that her mother in this social milieu would have had some command of French too. Alternatively, it may simply be that this was a moment when she wanted to write with the elegance that French afforded her, maybe because of the aristocratic context of her report. And I think I have to skip the next example for the sake of time about intertextuality, but I might come back to it in the discussion. So the next one, supposedly authentic expressions of children, signaled often by error or excess, were increasingly valued by middle-class German families and pedagogues into the 19th century. The childish mistakes, which marked a letter as in some sense more natural, were indulged in notes intended to display a young person's accomplished self-development. In 1823, for example, young Jakob Burckhardt wrote greetings to his grandmother, which his mother originally commented on by noting that 5-year-old Jakob had made, quote, this beautiful letter, unquote, with the help of his tutor. But she was disabused of this and added a corrective. And I'm sorry that the text is smaller than I wanted it to be, but I hope you can read that she was charmed by his precision and expected the grandmother to be charmed by this scrupulousness of acknowledging his own faults in the letter. The reason that families treasured this style, which adults determined to be childlike, demonstrates changing definitions of how a middle-class child should naturally behave and feel during the years around 1800. Letters constituted a useful tool for educating the emotions of young writers, teaching children how they should feel and how to articulate feeling in a socially useful way. As Wilhelmine Ruberg observes, quote, a child was free to write as he or she wished, confidingly, naturally, individually, as long as this remained within the bounds of what was deemed proper, unquote. In the archive, being attracted to what 19th century observers also believed to be the child's natural style is a strong but perhaps misleading temptation for the historian, I think. Juxtaposing the analysis of texts published by adults alongside the study of children's manuscript or published writing is a useful approach for untangling some of these archival challenges. In 1772, for example, the periodical Leipzig Weekly for Children used a diary format in which little Karl was instructed by his teacher each evening to write down everything remarkable that happened to him. The magazine made a point of the diary being kept very secret, except that his parents and his tutor had full access to it. And his mischievous sister, Carolina, took over the diary at one point for her own observations. While attempting to ventriloquize child writers, the entries themselves didn't much resemble what real German children did with their diaries, being unsurprisingly longer, more literary, more polished, and more priggish. Examining this pedagogical approach, Ariana Baggerman has argued that, quote, children's diaries had an entirely different impact than the liberating effect they were thought to have. On the contrary, such diaries led parents to exercise coercion, unquote. I suspect Baggerman would agree, however, having published one of the most important accounts of an Enlightenment era child's diary, that there remains a great deal to learn about children's daily lives, adult expectations, and even youth perspectives and agency by looking at these sources. So in my remaining time, I'll sketch just a few examples from my new ongoing project tracking the effects of childhood sibling relationships on later life by looking at families in migration from Central Europe, Ireland, and Quebec to the United States between the mid-19th and mid-20th century. And it's this foray into US history which has happily brought me to the AAS. In addition to archival material, I'm also looking at idealized representations of siblinghood presented to children as prescriptive models in literature for young readers. As Ashley Cataldo and Laura Wazowitz explain on the Historic Children's Voices website, there are material reasons why the collection tilts toward wealthier and white young authors. Among that group, they unsurprisingly tend to be Protestant and Anglo-American, or at least not recent immigrants. So this certainly isn't the end of the story when it comes to locating marginalized voices of children. And I know there's a lot more to learn on that front today from other symposium participants, but these are just a few relevant items for my project. Just as in American children's literature published by adults in the 19th century, German language texts provided grist for youth publications. One example here was translated by a 17-year-old in Michigan from a possibly fictional text, a Gothic case of mistaken identity for a German American in New York City. The work of youth translators is actually an area I hope to see developed in future research. Germantown, today a neighborhood in Quincy, Massachusetts, was a planned community for glassblowers and weavers from Central Europe in the 18th century. Although it was no longer solely German by the era of this 1898 manuscript newspaper, Mr. Henry Neumann is featured, Newman, I don't know, and as the victim of 8 boys who broke some of his windows. The young authors of the paper write that this, along with, quote, the robbing of apple trees, is the preliminary work of criminals, the kind that fill our jails and state prisons. Again, I'm afraid I'm going to pass over the next example for the sake of time, but I will end with another fictional attempt by adult writers to ventriloquize youth, showing, maybe I guess we could speak of it as writing in drag as children, showing an appetite by the 1860s for the sayings and doings of real children. In this tale of kids sharing an anti-gossip oath they carve into a cellar door, a footnote cautions, quote, the pledge is very well, but the cutting of letters or otherwise marking or defacing the woodwork of buildings should be avoided. Unquote. By this point, in the transformation of modern childhood, children's minor transgressions had become not only a source of amusement in children's literature, but even welcome markers of their natural difference from adults. How striking to see this indulgent condescension alongside amateur publications in which youth authors sought quite earnestly to participate equally in the genre conventions of adult discourse. Such a contradiction is just one example of what makes this project of historic children's voices so valuable for investigating and teaching the history of childhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and for modeling that keeping in the discipline of time, even as there's so much more fruitfulness to share. So our next speaker, also an Emily Gowen, lecturer of, her lecture is titled Children as Bookmakers. She's a lecturer on history and literature at Harvard University. Her book in progress was awarded the 2023 Scheer Dissertation Prize and will be published by the University of Pennsylvania Press. But prior to beginning at Harvard, she was the 2022-23 John B. Hinch Post-Dissertation Fellow at the American Antiquarian Society. She's also held research fellowships at the McNeil Center for Early American Studies, the Library of Company of Philadelphia, and the BU Center for the Humanities. And she has an essay forthcoming in ELH, and she's published things in J19, Early American Literature, and several other online outlets. Her work explores the intersections of the rise of the novel, the history of print, and the problem of social inequality in the 19th century United States. Welcome, Emily.
Karen, and thanks, Nan and Scott and Lauren and Laura and everyone and Ashley for inviting me here and for putting together this wonderful event. It's such a happy thing to be back here. I was so struck last night listening to Karen talk about children as archivists, children as self-archiving and also as collectors. So this presentation I'm going to give today is about a child who took it upon himself to make a kind of literary collection and to preserve it in a little book. But just sort of by way of anecdote, as I was leaving my house this morning, I took a pile of papers and put them in the trash. And they were my daughter's like very special little archive of drawings and pieces of paper and little crumpled things that she had decided were really special and that she wanted to save, but that unfortunately looked like trash to me, which is to say that in our efforts to recover children in the archive, you know, we really do. It's so important to remember that the things we think are important are not always the things that they think are important. And it's wonderful to be in a room full of people who acknowledge and understand that and are working towards trying to make sense of that within the collections that we have and to expand those collections. So yeah, thank you. So in 1765, the 12-year-old Solomon Drown kept a notebook, but rather than having a diary where he reported his daily activities, he copied long passages of prose, drama, and poetry into the pages of this little book. Drown's notebook is not a commonplace book as I read it. It's an attempt to create an illustrated literary anthology of the sort that would have started to populate nursery bookshelves toward the end of the 18th century. We know that Drown was not the only child to imagine himself as a bookmaker. Sprinkled throughout early American archives are examples of children imagining themselves as writers, printers, illustrators, and binders of books. We find children fiddling with toy printing presses, sewing scrap fabric over wrappers of ephemeral books, binding them, hand coloring illustrations, and penning their own stories and poems. In particular, archives from the 19th century are filled with examples of children inventing their own literary forms, making newspapers, writing stories, creating literary societies, and otherwise imitating and troubling adult attempts to control the way knowledge circulated among juvenile readers. And recent scholarship has followed suit, uncovering vast records of children's active participation in the literary scene and revealing the depth and complexity of their engagements with the expectations and ambitions of the genre. I'm thinking of most of the people here today: Karen, Nazira, Robin Bernstein, Laura Langer Cohen, Sarah Danger, and all the rest of you who are here whose names are not in my sentence. But as Solomon Drown's notebook demonstrates, 18th century children were doing this too, often in ways that anticipate the kinds of material, editorial, and didactic choices publishers would start to make as children's literature became a mass market cultural form in the 19th century. A close look at something like Solomon Drown's notebook opens up the possibility that 18th century children were participants in, rather than passive consumers, of the formation, negotiation, and contestation of literary genres for juvenile readers. So I just want to walk us through this wonderful little notebook. As you'll see in these images here, he pulls passages from famous works, introducing them with titles and interspersing them with carefully captioned drawings and drawn imitations of common typographical flourishes. The book was filled in what appear to be one or two sittings, and is paginated to offer readers, whether real or imaginary, points of reference as they work their way through it. The excerpts that Drown chooses are not random. They're carefully selected and reflect what I understand to be his sense of the most urgent issues of the day: temperance, the moral dilemmas of slavery, the problem of material greed, and his interest in presenting literature as a conversation between genres and forms. Like the printers and publishers who would abridge and adapt famous works for children, Drown is particularly interested in how subtle changes to context and narrative point of view can radically shift the didactic stakes of a work of literature. There is, for example, an excerpt from Shakespeare's Twelfth Night that, when taken out of context, reads like a temperance lesson. Only someone intimately familiar with the play would immediately recognize the character of the drunk Sir Toby Belch as he staggers backward across the pages of Drown's little anthology, draining his wineskin. I think it might be on the next slide, this image. Maybe not. No, it's not, but keep that there. Thank you. An abridged version of the story of Inkle and Yariko follows, but rather than selecting the popular satirical version from The Spectator, Drown selects a poetic adaptation, likely copied from an American reprint of a 1734 piece that originally appeared in London Magazine. Drown transcribes the entire poem, recording in painstakingly even letters the story of a shipwrecked English trader who falls in love with a woman he impregnates and eventually sells into slavery. This version of the story is the first to depict Yariko as an African woman rather than an Indigenous American woman, and is thus a contribution to an emerging abolitionist literature calling attention to the perverse racial and economic logics used to justify the trade in enslaved persons. Drown introduces the poem with a loosely drawn image of a white gentleman romancing a vaguely human black splotch in a grove of trees. Interested as he may be in troubling the false binaries of racial capitalism, he has clearly been raised in a print culture that uses its own representative limitations to justify the visual reassertion of the opposition between black and white. And his interest in mimicking the conventions of print persists throughout the volume. He concludes with a drawing imitating the kinds of typographical flourishes he might have seen surrounding the word fin in his own reading life. Yeah, can we do the next one? Nope. Okay, I was wrong about what I had in here. In his own reading life, and writes, thus ends the story of Inkle and Yarko between two careful lines. That someone would choose material gain over moral obligation continues to be of concern to Drown as he transcribes an English proverb about a wretched miser who strives to heap up riches, store, and in the midst of plenty still is poor. He draws this miser in a well-appointed study, counting bags of coins alone at his table beneath a tellingly cage-like window. Next, he offers a poem about a witless hen who mistakenly attempts to adopt a clutch of duck eggs and is disturbed by the hatchling's proclivity for water, alongside an image of a rotting corpse of one of the many foolish princes who died in vain fighting for, quote, pompous names or wide dominance. Drown, like many later publishers of children's books, is deeply invested in the didactic power of the cautionary tale and the ways in which illustrations can help to punctuate and emphasize its lessons. From here, he turns to pastoral poems about the song of the lark, the joys of walking along the shore of country lakes, and other poetic explorations of nature's beauty, resolving the volume's many anxieties and injunctions into an implicit argument about the salutary effects of living a simple and nature-filled life. He even tries his own hand at writing. He illustrates an original poem about a cat and a mouse who share a fragrant loaf of bread, and draws a 5-page comic strip, which you see here, about a dog's daring adventures. What Drown is, oh, okay, and this is just like such a funny thing. So we have a dog who pretends to be a cow, pretends to be a goose, chases after the carriage, and then some kind of like moral devil figure intervenes. So who knows really what Drown wanted us to make of this, but this is, I think, a pet store, because there's like a sign up there with a dog on it. So this person is purchasing the dog, and then it runs off and has all of these adventures. You tell me what you think about it. So what Drown assembles here is not the random eclectic record of an 18th century child's reading life. Instead, it's a carefully curated literary response to such a reading life, an eloquently staged conversation in which Drown's nascent ethical concerns about the violence of slavery, the rituals of courtship, the question of personal moral responsibility, and the trap of material greed are mapped onto a budding interest in the interplay of different literary genres, voices, and forms. Materially, too, the volume resembles an 18th century chapbook bound in paper wrappers small enough to fit in a child's pocket and containing about 30 pages, which is pretty much the length of every chapbook I've ever seen. Yeah. Whereas commonplace books are discontinuous compendia of musings and quotations, Drown's notebook reads like a printer's dummy, the first draft of a chapbook anthology of instructive and useful literature. He would go on to become a renowned surgeon, botanist, and public official. But as Karen reminded us last night, we shouldn't really care about that. He also nurtured his literary talents, publishing a travel journal, a farming and gardening manual, and a number of his orations. His career and public life were defined by a lifelong ability to traverse genres and bodies of knowledge. But the seeds of this capacity are present in the notebook he kept at 12. And more importantly, Drown's book gestures to an understudied past for children's literature, in which the genre's antecedents were produced not just for, but in the confines of nurseries. Though Drown's notebook is a rare example of a child assembling a literary anthology of his own, it's an example that provokes, at least for me, a desire to recover others like it. It is in its unusually painstaking construction, its completeness, its nuanced relationship to the genres with which it is in conversation, Drown's book offers us an important provocation, an inducement to attend, as the title of this symposium would put it, to historic children's voices in all their range and dimensionality. It troubles narratives of both the inventiveness and agency of children. After all, most of the text included in the volume is not, in fact, Brown's own writing, and narratives about their vulnerability to the epistemological dominance of adult gatekeepers of literary knowledge. So yeah, I'm copying off of it. Like there's no new ideas. We're all here together with the same set of commitments, which is so wonderful. The texts included in this volume are not necessarily the texts an anthologist would choose. They're assembled in a way that seems unique to Brown's own sense of the resonances between excerpts and genres, and they're recorded largely without citations or reference to the authors or sources from which they're pulled. Right. Brown's historic voice is, as a result, one poised between the impulses of ventriloquism, imitation, editorializing, and elaboration. He's a curator of information, ideas, genres, and material forms, as captive to the emerging conventions of children's literature as he is capable of transgressing and renovating them. And after priming his reader with the voices of his literary antecedents, he ends with his own amazing words and images, which both hew to and depart from the broader stakes of the volume in fascinating and age-specific ways. In attending to historic children's voices like Brown's and the fascinating literary materials they produce, we gain a clearer picture of the role children played in shaping the future of the genre of children's literature and a truer sense of the complexity of that history. Thank you.
Karen, do you want us to come up?
No, we have two. You can see there to see pictures. Aren't you going to want to see pictures? And then you'll all come up for. So, Mark Ellen Mattis, you would think I would have learned how to say it. Mark Ellen Mattis is an assistant professor of English at the University of Louisville. He's the editor of Handwriting in Early America, a Media History. And his recent article, Trees and Texts, Indigenous History, Material Media, and the Logan Elm, published in Criticism, won the 2024 BIPOC Scholars Prize from the 19th Century Studies Association. Come on, Mark.
Oh, yeah. Can I get the next slide, please? It still has some history stuff in it, but not as much. Handwritten newspapers appeared in a variety of social contexts in the 19th century, but the largest extant portion, of course, were written by children in home and school settings. Recent scholarship on children's newspapers and books by Joe Radner, Patricia Roylance, Karen Sanchez-Eppler, and others, including fellow panelists, attend to what Kirsty Salmi Niklander, in her introduction to the edited collection Handwritten Newspapers, from which a portion of this talk is drawn, just a small part, describes as the intense interaction between manuscript, print, and oral communication and performance. Sanchez-Eppler's sensitivity to the interrelation of media has been particularly helpful to my thinking. Slide, please. Disregard the larger font name. The smaller one, it packs a punch. Especially in her approach to the study of scribal culture as a means of historicizing how child writers and readers articulate relations between media practices and how these media interrelations intersect with, as she puts it in her recent essay, Copybooks and the Rescripting of Cultural Values, the acts of, quote, self-formation and social replication that, quote, situate children between the adults who instruct and the adults they inspire to become. Extending earlier work on children's manuscript practices is the kind of training for the later navigation, reproduction, and expansion of a 19th century documentary culture that helped underwrite the social order of adult life, a process she calls, quote, practicing for print in that wonderful Hale Children's Library article. She also helps us think through the signifying possibilities of 19th century children's, quote, scripted, rescripted, and unscripted uses of manuscript, print, and allied media. Building on her interest in the recursive relations among media, among cultural values pertaining to childhood and adulthood, and how children's voices enunciate the intersection of those relations. Today, I want to share some revised and new work on 19th century handwritten newspapers, including some rethinking of Elizabeth Waterhouse Allen and Lucy Allen Powers' The Gleaner from 1846 to 1850, held here in the collections and on display in one of the vitrines flanking the entrance to the reading room. The latter, from 1849 to 1853, written by four brothers of the Whiteman family in Philadelphia and held by the Historical Society of Pennsylvania. and William H. Bryan's The Weekly Press, 1866 to 1873, held in the Missouri Historical Society's holdings over in St. Louis, and is still unprocessed even after 8 years from having taken the photographs, but they were pretty good pixelation, so we're working with them. These newspapers tell us a great deal about how children understood their manuscripts in relation to 19th century mediascapes as they scripted and rescripted the publics and the selves that handwritten works themselves could forge. The Gleaner was a handwritten newspaper published in Massachusetts by Elizabeth Waterhouse Allen and Lucy Allen Powers. Lucy Allen, not Powers yet, sorry. The Allen sisters came from, quote, a Congregationalist Unitarian family of good education, excellent character, and moderate means, end quote. Citation from, of course, the collection guide here. The sisters' interest in producing this periodical was likely encouraged by their mother, Lucy Clark Ware Allen, who, quote, acted as the manager and taskmaster necessary to the production of two early student newspapers, The Meteor and The Nosegay, printed in 1835 to 36. As young adults, Elizabeth and Lucy published The Gleaner, and they were young adults according to Scott's definition, as the younger was 20 when the paper started. So sorry, I'm already out of the bounds of our brief today. Published The Gleaner, again from 46 to 50. The newspaper comprises a running correspondence between the Allen young women, complete with personas and rules for their creation, short fiction, letters and dispatches, poems, riddles, articles, obituaries, the works. The Gleaner's mode of publication and circulation involved the passing of a book between the two sisters, who met and read the issues aloud after reading each edition writing each edition in the columns of a bound, pre-ruled, commercially available octavo. The production schedule started with small intervals of 1 to 2 weeks. These intervals gradually lengthened until it soon took 1 or 2 months to put out an issue. And I'm sorry I don't have pictures of them here today. The ones that I took 15 years ago were just truly terrible. But again, you can go take a look at the vitrine outside. These intervals gradually lengthened until it soon took 1 or 2 months to put out an issue. One particularly interesting article from the recurring column, quote, extracts from a correspondence, advocates for the penny post. Written under the pseudonym Dragonfly, Lucy offered a nationalist theology of communications. Quote, only establish the 1-cent postage and every man, woman, and child would become a scribbler. Paper mills would become as numerous as cotton and pens would run as spindles do now. Dragonfly's fantasy entailed the near infinite production of communications by pen and ink and transported by steam, wherein, quote, feeling, thought, sentiment, and narrative will be flying across the country in every imaginable shape and garb, end quote. According to Dragonfly, then, postal reform would animate vast structural changes in writing culture as people took advantage of the chance to send inexpensive letters to one another, again, the penny post. Much like Lucy and Elizabeth were doing in miniature, Dragonfly imagined that the nation itself would engage in the, quote, self-culture and self-education afforded by participation in written correspondence. And moreover, the amplification of writing's pedagogical register, according to Dragonfly, would, quote, be in proportion to the pleasure men and women received in sending and receiving communications. All this would bind together the different parts of the land by 1,000 different bonds of affection and goodwill, crossing and interlacing each other till in a short time, through the multiplication thus of the individual ties and sympathies, the whole country would become woven into one solid compact body that no power could tear asunder, and that is just what we ought and must be. Railroads, electric telegraphs, and cheap postage will do it. End quote. The Gleaner's Dragonfly articulates the nationalist-inflected cultural value of practicing for print within the rhetorical registers of sentimental culture that existed in the decades preceding the U.S. Civil War. Slide, please. Similar is the case of the Whiteman brothers, The Ladder, published in or near Philadelphia, held in the collections of HSP, where the main editor and publisher John G. Whiteman produced the newspaper along with his brothers, William, James, and Horace. The brothers range in age from 11 to 20 at the beginning of the publication's run. They produced an assortment of articles on natural history, museum exhibitions, past and current technology, and recent events. They also wrote poetry, satire, stories, puzzles, riddles, reflections on holiday festivities. Many issues included sketches, watercolors, or colored pencil illustrations. Often multiple issues were bound together into a single volume or multi-volume books. Go check them out, Emily. Sometimes these books probably already have. Sometimes these books contain works written and inserted at later dates. These handmade books measure approximately 3 inches by 4 inches. They have paper covers and hand-stitched bindings. They are great. The latter, as a kind of practicing for print, involves a scribal culturing of the social order. The religiously inflected improvement that the Whiteman brothers wished to establish in themselves as the producers and the main readers of the newspaper is succinctly articulated by the title and masthead of the inaugural edition shown here, in which a ladder ascends to the heavens. Slide. Many of the Whiteman's articles and illustrations offer readers a temperance reformist vision of their potential futures, especially in the early years. In the first book, in which are bound volumes 1 and 2 of the newspaper, the brothers illustrate what awaits those who are open to the moral outlook of the latter, salvation. Here represented as the suit and top hat wearing print newspaper come reading figure of socioeconomic respectability. For those close to such a vision, because they do not read the latter, the Whitemans offer a warning: you court self-destruction. Here represented as the scraggly inebriate fond of gin, running away. Shame. In volume 10, there appears another image which depicts the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The image suggests what awaits those who persist in drinking, hellfire. A man stands in the middle of the illustration, surrounding by flaming thunderbolts while holding a bottle of liquor. In moments such as these, the Whitemans articulate a very clear social politics with regard to newspapers. One must make a choice in this world: read to improve oneself or die. Slide, please. The final newspaper I want to share with you was published in Washington, Missouri, not far from my hometown of St. Charles, which sits about an hour west of St. Louis. From age 7 to age 13, William H. Bryan wrote, edited, and published the weekly press, and later the monthly press. He was looking to cut down on the writing load. He actually says so. A home-based, pencil-written newspaper with an active list of paying subscribers, friends and family, of course, originally at rates of $1 for 2 copies per issue per year, 50 cents for 1 copy per issue per year, and 25 cents if 50 cents is out of reach. William records producing at least 6 copies per issue in 1 year. He offered a range of content, reporting on local weather, agriculture, business, school, public lectures, events, sold advertising space. He diligently reported on the river news. Washington sits on the Missouri, brought to town by packet on that river from Augusta, my hometown of St. Charles, in St. Louis. He wrote up advice columns and humor columns, commented on, perhaps fomented religious strife between the Catholics and the Protestant students in town, reported on elections. He was a solid Democrat, not in a good way, but you know. He also noted the comings and goings of family and friends, especially when they served as sometime contributors to the paper's contents, mourning the loss of prior contributors and celebrating the replacements, especially when they constituted a quote upgrade in orthography, end quote. He was especially interested in the news ecosystem of his community, giving over ample column inches to reporting on local printers' businesses and reprinting the news in his manuscript. He also contributed to other handwritten newspapers being produced alongside Washington's children and exchanged papers with them, including his brother, Charles. I believe it's Charles, C. Bryan. Again, unprocessed collection. I had no finding aid. I couldn't just quote. I had to actually do the work in the future. All right. William even began a capital improvement campaign to buy a tabletop printing press and convert his paper to a printed affair, much like so many of the amateur newspapers here held at AAS. William reports having raised $40 at one point, needing 50, he said, to buy all the stock and supply needed to enter the print public sphere of Washington, Missouri. That's not a direct quote, but little Habermasian child. In part, as the Allen sisters Gleaner and the Whiteman brothers latter suggests, the work on the weekly press is an act of moral self-instruction. What strikes me about William's newspaper is the generic recursivity of the public and private textual mediations entailed by such instruction. Consider, for example, the recurring column Advice, or the contents of a copybook by the author of Christmas Will Come. William's advice column, and you can see, you know, it's kind of hard to read in these images here. It took them so many years ago, and they were like in like the Mylar, and you couldn't take them out, the whole thing, right? You can see the column here on the right of the first image, and it extends to page 2 of the issue. In this recurring column, he draws upon the genre of, well, of course, all sorts of moral instruction guides of the day, but also the copybook, as he notes in his subtitle. Of course, copybooks, with their pedagogical expectations, the written repetition of often moralizing chestnuts, can be quite intimate in scope, but they're never wholly private, as a child writer's expectation of adult supervision or surveillance was an important threshold, as we've learned in earlier talks today alone. William doubled downs on this self-consciousness, though, of understanding such writing as a kind of public writing for public consumption. His paper, of course, is a public performance of virtue, a handwritten copybook entry of a kind that is, quote, imbricated in the circuits of printed things, end quote, to quote Heron's essay. The repetitions are not only of authoritative moralizing quotations, the column itself, though ostensibly new material in each installment, is itself a repetition on the order of the serial publication. The earliest extant column from the series, described here in the July 2nd, 1870 issue as, quote, writing number 3, was explicitly written for the press, end quote. Each subsequent column, of course, that could be a fiction, and I haven't located necessarily the source material. This is very early days of the project. But for the press, end quote. And each subsequent column and the issue at large, the paper's readers, again, friends and family, are offered the opportunity to witness William's Christian middle-class striving as concomitant with the improvement in his own hand. Tracking the columns over a couple years, one can see William's actual improvement. And I'm sorry I didn't provide those in the slides. But I do have another slide. William could see the improvement too. And he was feeling particularly ambitious about the prospect of future readers' appetite for witnessing his own growing prospects for becoming the young man his childhood self imagined in these columns. In later issues, William describes his entries as chapters now, not writings. And by 1872, he advertises that the complete series, seen here in the middle of the first image, in the bottom left, almost incomprehensible in the second image. He advertises that the complete series, again copied by hand once more, is available in his printing office in book form for only 15 cents. I have no idea if he sold any of those copies. William's public reinscriptions of his advice column and the copybook genre itself wonderfully illustrate how the intermedial conditions of communication inflected 19th century children's understandings of cultural values and their self-understandings in relation to those values. The weekly press, the Gleaner, the Ladder, all more generally illustrate how children's handwritten newspapers illuminate how the social meanings of communicative forms and practices exist in relation to their material mediation. In sketching cartoons, young men made class-inflected claims about the moral utility of writing and reading the news. Young women advocated for reforms in postal communication that might enable nationalist utopias of sentiment. And publishing an advice column modeled in part on the generic and material practice of the copybook. The editor of the weekly press asked readers to bear witness to and support a child's self-conscious performance of self-making. In all these cases, then, children articulated social logics about handwriting and about media more generally by incorporating a wide range of communicative forms and practices and technologies, interweaving these shifting elements of their environments to make their newspapers, actively producing the cultural value of the handwritten in the making. Thank you.
So wonderful. All these different things. We have another newspaper coming up with Alyssa Myers. She's an independent scholar researching children's creative work in the 19th century, including amateur journalism and embroidery. She graduated from the CUNY Graduate Center in 2020. Crafting childhood? Is that your crafting girlhoods? Crafting girlhoods, crafting good things. Her day job is in marketing at the Newton Grimshaw Library at Sam Houston State University in Huntsville, Texas. And her talk is called Consuelo's Corner, the space making of young Black women amateur journalists.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Yeah, I'm just super excited and I'm just going to get into it. Okay. So this is a picture of Consuelo. I have several pictures of her, but this is the one that was on, I think, the program. So I wanted to put that up here first, just so you associated it with her. I got my first glimpse into the lives and work of Consuelo and her sister Ernestine Clark. And I want to say also, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Ernestine because since I wrote this title, I've had the chance to do a bit more work on her. So I got my first glimpse into their work from the amateur journal Ink Drops, which I saw originally at the University of Wisconsin back in 2018. In this issue of Ink Drops, prominent African-American amateur journalist Herbert Clark, then 46 years old, reminisces about his youth as the first African-American officer of the North American Printers Association. And could you give me the next slide, please? Thank you. And that's him. And that's his picture in Ink Drops, which I also saw in Wisconsin. and advocates for the work of his forgotten sisters, Ernestine and Consuelo Clark. More recently, at the American Antiquarian Society, I was able to see the final issues of Le Bijou, which I had not seen before, and read all of Consuelo and Ernestine's work that is still extant. It was the first piece of Ernestine's I had ever seen, which was awesome. And I want to say really quick that my pictures say Wisconsin, but that's because I went there in person and took the pictures. Yeah. But for the AAS, I saw everything online. So just want to say that. Throughout my dissertation research on amateur journals, I had come to understand amateur journalism as a virulently misogynistic and racist organization, as it was, as an institution, and had never found any evidence of young Black women participating before this. I was therefore extremely interested to learn more about these young women's experiences. So first, I want to say a bit about what amateur journalism as an institution was. Amateur journalism as a cohesive phenomenon existed from roughly the 1850s through the beginning of the 20th century, but its heyday was in the 70s and 80s. The invention of a cheap novelty printing press, along with changes in postage, made it easy for young amateur printers to exchange bundles of papers more cheaply through the mail, resulting in the development of national networks that allowed young people to create a cohesive community called amateurdom, or the DUM for short. Though people of all ages were involved, this was predominantly a children's and young people's movement, with writers ranging from 8 to 25, at which point they were often called fossils. The organization was very homogenous, and young women and people of color, when they participated, were usually tokenized and or patronized, but rarely taken very seriously. Occasionally, their presence was out and out protested, as in the case of Herbert Clark, whose election to the position of third vice president in 1879 was hotly debated in what was called the Civil Rights Controversy. In contrast, however, Clark's sisters were neither patronized nor protested. Rather, the women seem to have been largely ignored. Moreover, their erasure by their amateur journalist peers has resulted in their subsequent invisibility within scholarship about amateur journalism. In this presentation, I want to begin to think about how these women made space for themselves in the NAPA and more broadly in the rest of their lives. I hope that this will just be a starting point, increasing conversations about them and allowing us to sustain hope that there might have been other amateur journalists of color whose work and lives we can learn about and to keep looking for them. In analyzing the print culture endeavors of the Clarks, I follow in the footsteps of scholarship that explores the intersection of African-American children's literature and African-American book history. Nazira Sadiq Wright's work is pioneering in this area, as her work draws on often overlooked genres such as periodicals, advice columns, conduct books, and scrapbooks. In addition, Kate Capshaw Smith and Anna Mae Duane's recent edited collection, Who Writes for Black Children, attempts to fill in gaps in African-American children's literature in the 19th century. What this scholarship and a lot of other scholarship like it has in common is a speculative thread that strives to imagine history as something other than what has been received, and a desire to share these imaginings so that others can follow in their footsteps. Herbert Clark himself, I argue, partakes of this speculative tendency in his piece, not only showing that his sisters were amateur journalists, they really were, but reminding amateurdom as a whole that African-American women could be writers and editors, and that their experiences in the amateur movement were specific and worth attending to and recording, and sort of prompting us to imagine their presence, even if we don't know that they were there for sure. I won't be able to dig into Clark's work here, Herbert Clark's, because of the limited time we have, but I want to mention him because he's how I found their work, and his care for his sister's legacy is the only reason that we know of their amateur journalism. Like, I don't know how I ever would have found it otherwise. Now, I want to say a little bit about Le Bijou as a periodical. Could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Well, this is a picture of Ernestine and her family, and that's Consuelo. Sorry, can I have the next one? Thank you. That's Le Bijou. Was initially an 8-page periodical published every other month from 1878 to 1880. Consuelo's most active time with the journal lasted over a year, from the journal's second issue in September 1878 to the second issue of its third volume in July 1879. During this time, Consuelo contributed heavily to her brother's paper, at times writing almost all of the content, except for Herbert Clark's editorial column. In addition to short fictional pieces and poetry, Consuelo consistently produced a column called Consuelo's Corner, or Our Views. Could I have the next one? So there's Our Views. And can I have the next one? There's Consuelo's Corner. So it's essentially the same content, but she kind of changed what she called it occasionally. Additionally, there's a line above her column that requests that exchanges will please send an extra copy to Consuelo, 54 Sherman Avenue, Cincinnati, O, We will reciprocate. This request for 2 papers in exchange for 1 is relatively unorthodox and suggests that Consuelo was next door to an editor during her time. Ernestine's active period, as far as we know from the journal issues that are extant, was shorter, just 2 issues. Ernestine's contributions in 1879 marked the beginning of Le Bijou's time, as Herbert Clark calls it, a family journal. The beginning of the journal's time as a family journal. The journal also enlarged to 12 pages in January of 1879, and it seems that the periodical thrived the most when all 3 of them were working on it together. During this time, in addition to amateur criticism, the periodical included humorous short fiction, poetry, nonfiction pieces, and essays on abstract themes like faith. It is this earlier period that I will focus on, the period when they were all writing together, as this was the period during which the Clark sisters contributed, and the later issues detailing the civil rights controversy that Herbert Clark endured and navigated were written almost entirely by him and have been extensively examined by other amateur journalism researchers, such as Paula Petrick. Now, I want to show just a little bit of Consuelo's amateur work. In her column, Consuelo reviews amateur journals and books. While many young women ran corners or girls' departments toward the end of amateur papers, they were mostly focused on controversy around women's participation in the organization, rather than literary criticism. In contrast, Consuelo focuses equally on amateur politics and literary criticism and largely ignores the issue of women's participation. She just skirts it entirely. Consuelo's work suggests a desire to navigate amateur journalism through maintaining an ambiguously gendered and racialized identity in her corner, and by avoiding amateur journalism's yearly conferences and occasional regional ones, which she seems to have done. I can't see any evidence that she went to them. While one can see this as a necessary evil because the Clark sisters may have been socially excluded from amateur society as Black women, I think this also may be, at least in part, a deliberate strategy that allowed her to avoid the controversies of amateur journalism, which she saw firsthand with her brother, who was lambasted over and over. One example of this is in one piece in her corner. Consuelo demonstrates a desire to be seen as masculine in her overt display of cultural capital and her knowledge of love. Consuelo contrasts a piece called Sprays of Thought favorably with most amateur love poems. Somehow or other, she writes, amateur poets seem to write love poems with such ease. In fact, they write as if they know little about lovemaking. However, Consuelo argues that no one but an experienced lover could have written kissing in 2GS. This claim to knowledge about the process of lovemaking seems a kind of grasping to be identified as male, as knowledge of wooing women functioned as a kind of male cultural capital in amateur journalism. In positioning herself as an arbiter of poetry about lovemaking, Consuelo aligns herself with the young men of amateurdom insofar as she professes knowledge of and claims to be good at this. More importantly, her anonymity allows her to make this comment about the verisimilitude of the scene that she might have found much more difficult to make if other amateurs knew that she was a woman and a Black woman. Consuelo maintained this ambiguous identity seemingly by not attending conferences, a large part of amateur journalism as an institution. In 1878, Consuelo claimed to have received an invitation to the NAPA, but did not attend because she received it on the very day of the meeting. Though, of course, this could be true. This seems to me like kind of an excuse not to go. And now I'm going to transition a little bit and talk about the work of the other Clark sister, Ernestine. So Ernestine wrote just one piece for Le Bijou called Early British History, and it was serialized in 2 parts. In this piece, I argue, Ernestine Clark uses another strategy to navigate the racism and sexism of her institution. Namely, she interrogates ideas about the constructed nature of history and the role of the historian in creating categories of identity. In this way, she sets up a powerful role for herself as this kind of historian who can do that sort of thing. In this piece, she begins by meditating on the nature of history, noting that the early history of all countries is involved in great obscurity. And she notes that history is often prone to exaggerations that are the natural outcome of a simple and uncultivated mind acting in an age of superstition. And that's all a quote. She goes on to say that the general populace, whom she characterizes as credulous and superstitious, often accepted these accounts willingly and without inquiry. Here, Ernestine attempts to make sense of what is essentially bad history, attributing blame to the tellers of tales as well as the hearers. She also characterizes the British people themselves as kind of primitive in the language that she uses to talk about them. In characterizing the early Britons as speaking from a simple and uncultivated mind, she takes it upon herself to analyze them in almost an anthropological way, presuming a higher position from which to dissect what she sees as an earlier and less sophisticated culture. In contrast, she continually characterizes Rome as cultivated and sophisticated. The Roman British queen, Cardus Mandua, is the particular target of this contrast between the 2 cultures, showing us the meaning that she's trying to draw from it. When Cartus-Mandua arrives in Ludstown, Ernestine writes that she was escorted to her castle by rude, half-naked barbarians, and notes that this change was sufficient to have blighted far less tender flowers than Cartus-Mandua. This language she uses imagines Cartus-Mandua as a flower, a gendered metaphor. However, she doesn't imagine her as a passive victim, but rather a flower who could have been wilted but wasn't. In this narrative, Ernestine positions herself as a historian of a more evolved time and place, and one who can not only untangle fact from fiction, but discern heroines from those who they serve. And so she's the one putting all the values on here. Beginning with amateur journalism as a starting point for research about the lives of Consuelo and Ernestine Clark allows us a unique view of the lives of Black women who are now not very well known, though they were lauded in their own community and their own time. The young writers and editors whom white amateur journalism didn't include or invite into their conferences or exchange lists were active in many other physical and virtual spaces. Learning about Consuelo and Ernestine's work in these other spaces shows that they were immensely respected in the local Black community of Cincinnati and deeply involved in local Black social life, including charitable efforts and literary clubs. Consuelo Clark was a founding member of the Whittier Club, a society for mutual self-improvement and literary society created by Cincinnati's young Black elites. Subjects the group addressed included the Black Regiment, a regiment from Massachusetts in the Civil War, and Toussaint Louverture, leader of the Haitian Revolution. The many mentions of Consuelo's name in connection with the society in the column Our Colored Citizens in the Cincinnati Commercial Gazette shows that she spoke at their meetings a few times a year for at least 3 years. So she had a lot of participation there. Additionally, this column attests to her vibrant social life, from going down south to quote unquote attend the Mardi Gras to frequent meetings and events such as the Gaines High School alumni gathering, where she delivered a well-prepared and spicy welcome address. Consuelo Clark was both physically mobile and rooted in her community. She is also noted in this column as frequently entertaining seemingly important guests from far away, including Miss Fannie Harding of Galveston, Texas, and a Miss Hallie S. Brown, elocutionist. Even more impressive, however, is the tone of awe and admiration in which she and her sister are continually spoken of. So just one example of that is one column notes that by their efforts at this event, they gave special interest. And that kind of thing is very typical when people talk about them. Not only were Consuelo and Ernestine prominent and involved, they were the Black elite of Cincinnati, they were also, like the women that Ernestine writes about, women who endured harrowing circumstances, but navigated them with great courage and strategy. As Consuelo and Ernestine grew up, they began to make space for themselves in even more racist and misogynistic institutions, in particular the medical establishment. Through the medical training that Consuelo pursued was integrated in terms of race and sex, her letters to her mentor, Elmira Howard, show the extent of what she faced. For instance, Clark was nearly denied the position she won as resident at the hospital affiliated with her university. Though the examiners claimed they didn't have the funds for the position that year, Clark confronted them, saying it was a dodge, and this is her quote, to get out of confirming a colored woman physician. During the position itself, she reported to her mentor being, quote, continually driven and criticized and hagged at. She also, however, reported her determination to, quote, stand it, as she knew she was, quote, on trial with reference to race and sex. Once she began practicing in Cincinnati, she also had to navigate the difficulties of gaining and retaining patients, many of whom were white. Undoubtedly, one of the greatest trials of Consuelo's life, however, was her imprisonment in a mental hospital against her will for several years. Sources differ on whether Clark's imprisonment was connected to actual distress. She does seem to have had like depression symptoms, or was largely due to her protestations of being abused by her husband. However, Consuelo herself was vocal about the fact that she didn't belong here. Despite the distress she endured, and the treatment available there seemed not merely dubious, but violent. And this is a pretty intense quote, just saying. Consuelo writes of her time in the asylum that it was, quote, not a paradise. And this is a letter to her mentor, and reports being choked and gagged and beaten and dragged along the floor by the hair of my head. So pretty harrowing stuff. During this trying time in their lives, the sisters used all of their resources, including print, as a means of advocating for themselves. Consuelo asked that Dr. Howard, her mentor, kindly let me have the letter I wrote you the first week I was at Massillon, arguing that it is of value to me. It shows conclusively that the writer possessed a sound mind. Here, Consuelo views her personal correspondence as evidence to be used to prove her sanity. Her sister Ernestine also sued for her removal from the hospital based on the opinions of multiple physicians that she collected. and Consuelo was released for a time. Taken together, these many written documents testify to a prolonged struggle on the part of the sisters with a legal system that allowed and even enabled abuse of women, particularly women of color. Consuelo also used print culture as a venue for advocating for legal change to treatment of mental illness. She advocated against Ohio's lunacy trials, which she argued were not fair to freeborn citizens, as they were conducted by medical rather than legal personnel, and she argued were often unfairly enforced upon women. In using the press to build momentum against healthcare practices that she deemed to inhibit the civil rights of the mentally ill, Clark shows that she's committed in using the press as a venue for extending care to the disenfranchised, of whom she was one. She was actually in the hospital, as well as fighting a deeply personal battle here. I find the case of Herbert, Consuelo, and Ernestine to be interesting because it was so utterly hidden in plain sight in the archives of amateur journalism. Unlike other groups of famous literary siblings, the Clarks didn't go on to produce well-known creative work as adults. Additionally, though their father is well-known, he's Peter Clark, the socialist from Cincinnati, and he's also principal of Gaines High School. His work was not the avenue through which I found the siblings' work. There are only a couple mentions of them in his biography. As Karen Sanchez-Eppler argues, children's productions are often the residue associated with the lives of prominent adults. In this case, Peter Clark's status as a well-known activist and teacher was not what caused his children's work to be valued or saved. Instead, it was sort of inadvertently saved, I think, by the amateur journalism establishment, and I was able to find it because of the intervention of their brother, Herbert, who amplified their voices over 20 years after they completed their writing, which I just think is wild. I am struck by Herbert's care for his sisters and by the degree to which this care can be a model for our own scholarly practices of care. I hope that my work on amateur journalism increases interest in this archive and that future work will uncover more young women of color within this institution so that we can better understand the particular ways that they survived and thrived in this hostile environment.
Now we have these wonderful papers and questions. Laura.
I have comments, just a couple comments. First of all, Emily, first of all, that notebook, 1765, we got it from Benny Tye. Benny Tye, we got some of our best children's print culture from him. He was a self-trained bookman. He didn't go to college. He went all over Worcester. He was from the Worcester County area, and he would go to barn sales. Okay, so we didn't get it from some fancy, we didn't get it from Justin Schiller. We didn't get it from, sorry, Justin. We didn't get it. I mean, we got it from this guy who rolled up his sleeves and went to people's houses and bought things. So that, so thanks for to him. The image of the miser counting his money, and maybe you know this already, that's also a big image in Benjamin Sand's Metamorphosis, which goes back to the 18th century, which it eventually was deemed a children's book, but it is of universal appeal about, it's sort of like this commentary on life, and it's a metamorphic picture book. So you might want to look at our copies of Metamorphosis. And Elisa, oh my gosh, a couple things. I mean, I've done research. I mean, I did find out like Ernestine and I found Consuelo's death certificate, and she died of pernicious anemia, as did Ernestine. So it ran in the family. And they're, again, eminently treatable now, but it would have mental side effects. Okay, and also the other thing is that Consuelo married a lawyer. And I think he probably did everything he could to keep her in that asylum. So, I mean, it's a very, very sad story. Ernestine was also a gifted musician, and she wrote the Bijou Polka, which is available on the Internet Archive.
Yes, I saw it.
Yeah, we should have somebody record it. We really should. And Theodore Thomas, who was in Cincinnati, I guess at the time, but it later became like, I think, the founding conductor of the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, praised Ernestine as a musician and a composer. So those are some other things. I didn't find out about Herbert Clark It's really hideous. I mean, Truman Spencer's History of Amateur Journalism that writes nothing about the succession, you know, that when the Southern amateur journalists threatened to secede from the National Amateur Press Association because of Herbert Clark's election as third vice president. You don't find it in there. How I found it was through a guy named Zerby, his history. It was a kind of a contemporary history, came out, I guess, in the 1890s or so, and that's where he mentioned Herbert Clark. And that's when I realized we had LaBijou, and it wasn't even recorded by us as being a product of an African-American person. I put that in there. So that's, and I talked it up with Vince Golden, talked it up with Laura Langer Cohen, and this gives you a sense of the ecosystem of how things become known in the archive. But if I relied on what was the gold standard, so to speak, secondary source on amateur journalism, we'd be in the Stone Age. So that's my 2 cents.
Can you do a little guest spot at Missouri Historical and just get that?
Oh, I'll be out there protesting on their front lawn. I'll mention that. And
God
I'm
bless them.
really
Seriously, God
offended.
bless. I mean, just so strapped. I mean, Scotch tape and toothpicks holding it together there, right? It's the
I
budgetary stuff. I mean,
I know, and that is AAS does. I mean, we're an independent research library, so we're standalone. So we're not a vast bureaucracy,
right.
which we're one. You know, dean has to talk to another. I mean, no, it's not. But we don't have a whole lot of money, but we're very targeted about what we do. But state historical societies, God bless them. I mean, I think it would be very hard. They're probably struggling to keep the lights on.
oh, absolutely.
So sadly, that's why there are these silences.
I don't have dates on compulsory education at my fingertips, but I'm wondering whether, how and where these children learned to read and write is significant in your work.
I think one way to think, at least the objects I've been looking at, the newspapers, is that they're part of learning to read and write. Like that is the act of reading,
Yeah, of
learning
course.
to read and write.
Yes.
In fact, many of the newspapers that children produced were school assignments. Obviously on an order higher than just learning your characters on a slate or something like that. But you'll find reference in their columns to being taught their letter forms and being taught to read and write, and then make that like the content of their own pedagogical instruction to their readers. So they are subconsciously also thinking of these objects as things to teach reading and writing to their audience.
But by whom? Their parents?
Oh, their parents, their school teachers. Some of these newspapers are literally like a running yearly volume in a particular teacher's classroom. It just depends on the particular instance.
I think it's a good question, though, that we sometimes take for granted. And it's interesting to think about it in the context of the 21st century new reading wars that are happening in US classrooms, K-12 classrooms. Because I'm thinking about, this swinging the pendulum back to decoding, this real fascination with decoding. And then I think about our really creative young people who saw, in this case, yes, reading and writing could be really coercive, but in this case, many of them were using it as a path to independent creation in a very different way.
The paper I didn't write, or I kind of researched and then decided I want to do this instead. Sorry. It had all this stuff about like technology in the columns, and it was like the ultimate, let's use the arts to like integrate the disciplines at a kind of pre-siloed moment. Not to integrate, they were already integrated. Exactly. Right? It's kind of that's anachronistic to say, but yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I think for the Clark siblings, it was pretty important because they went to Gaines High School, so they went to the school that their father was the principal of. So that in itself was pretty important. And then also Herbert Clark in his piece that I was talking about, he talks about newspapers that they got at their house delivered. And I was like, yeah, that is a really nice connection. I wish I could have put that on there, but yeah, they got a whole bunch of newspapers delivered to their house. So they were like reading all kinds of stuff all the time.
Elisa, that's the other thing. Edwin Swift, who was the guy who, this is a point about amateur papers. that there were papers that were actually written, edited, and physically printed by the publisher. But in the case of Le Bijou, it was not printed by Herbert Clark. It was printed by Edwin B. Swift, who was Herbert Clark's age. He was white, and he was in Cincinnati, and eventually he became a dentist. But the whole thing is this relationship. I'd love to know more about the relationship between Herbert Clark and Edwin Swift.
Also, they're sisters.
Right.
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
his wife and Herbert Clark's sisters. I'm like, did they know each other? How could they not have? I mean, they're Herbert and Edwin being best friends, and then Edwin's wife, Viola Swift, being like a very prominent amateur journalist herself.
Lady journalist, yeah.
How could she not have known the Clark sisters? But she never mentions them. And I've been through her paper, like that was my first kind of entree into amateur journalism. And I've been through it, with a fine-tooth comb. I never saw their names. So I'm like, was she just like deliberately excluding them? Like that's kind of what I have to conclude. But it's so weird because they're, Edwin and Herbert
They're
were
really
such good
connected.
friends.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's fascinating.
So I think there's some questions on the Zoom world. And maybe the way to do that is we saw Laura. Sarah Lampert. So if you could unmute yourself and ask rather than have us read it, that would be awesome.
No problem. Thanks. I was interested in hearing from Emily Bruce about the intertextuality in children's artifacts. It seems to be evident in some of the examples presented by other panelists. So maybe you could share some of your thoughts on that. Thanks.
That's great. And I don't know where I'm looking, but I'll just look at the in-person audience. That's such a terrific question. Thank you. In the case of the German middle class children that I spoke about, the big deal was the French novel. And so especially for girl readers, of course. And it appears in their diaries as a sense, so there's direct, here's what I'm reading and here's what I think about it. There's the example that I didn't have time to speak about is a young woman whose diary was preserved because her descendants found it to be an endearing portrait of her love affair with the man who became her husband, a cousin. But in this particular moment, what happens is he was older and he sent a letter to her sister saying that she needed to back off, basically, that she obviously was trying to act like she was in a novel and trying to play at love. And the young woman goes to her diary and writes very heartbrokenly about this letter. And so I just love that moment because there are all these genres colliding. And again, in print culture being so connected to that sense of self, to the trajectory of her life, to the relationships in her family. So I think I've seen such extraordinary examples of work in the AAS collection with people tracking down things. I think, Emily's is a really good example of this, of trying to figure out sources and then what we saw too in Karen's talk last night of how children are remediating other texts that they're bringing into their writing. And I think this is one reason why some of this stuff has been neglected before, because it's been seen as derivative, but the acts of derivation turn out to be pretty compelling when you look at them this way.
Yes. Oh, this question is for Emily Gowen, and I just loved all of your papers, first of all. But Emily, I'm just thinking about your putting together your just hits so close to home, that story of throwing away.
Oh gosh, right.
But then I'm also thinking of this amazing collection, and so I don't know if you, I thought I heard you say that he composed these things, or you think they were written over 2 days. So that's one question.
Oh yeah.
But the second question is even more related to the heart-wrenching story, and that is the positive side of it, and that how the book works as a container for children's collections, so that they're not. So thinking about the work of the book that he's making as a container of the collection, and the kind of archival work books do in that sense.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll put the questions together. I always try to give my daughter books to fill because it's like so much easier to but she'll sit down and she'll fill the whole thing because they at least my daughter doesn't have the concept of like filling something slowly and amassing memories and experiences over a long duration doesn't make any sense to her at this stage of her development as a human being. And so she sees a book and she's like, all right, using this thing up the way I would use up a single piece of paper, which is such an interest, like for a children, the longue durée is like not an idea that makes any sense to them. I think the reason that why I think Solomon Brown filled the notebook in 2 days is because there's a pretty significant change in handwriting halfway through. So like he has a little book, he sits down and he's like, I'm making my anthology. This is my imagination. I'm making my anthology. And he has his library in front of him. He chooses his excerpts and he diligently copies them and he illustrates them. And then he takes a break and comes back to it whenever the next time it is. And that's the time when he does some composing of his own. But yeah, I really, my daughter was too little when I was working on this material for me to like have that context to read it with, but now that's how I would read it, is like a kid faced with a book can only just fill it.
Did he make the book, or did he see, so he was self-consciously making the container?
That's a good question. I can't remember how I would answer that question. I think that the book existed. I think it was like a little blank check book.
I found with the Whiteman papers that the newspaper starts off as like issues, and then pretty quickly they realize they're going to bind this volume into a book. And there was print examples of the binding of periodicals into books already in their lives, and so that was like kind of an obvious move. And by the time you get to volume 2, 3, 4, like they know they're writing a book even as they're also writing a newspaper. They have a sensibility of the volume in hand.
I just have to jump in really quickly on Sarah's question, that there was an article in the Times a few years ago about a professional organizer who went into an elite New York City family's apartment and made them throw out all of the kids' drawings. And she says, everyone's going to learn to read and write. You don't need to keep the evidence.
Oh no!
Am I the only one who just like had sheer joy when the boxes just went into the dumpster? We kept like 100 things, but like 10,000 was like eliminated, ironically, so I could set up a printing press on my like, writing is a balance between freedom and constraint.
We have a question from Debbie online.
Hi, what percentage of works are a result of student assignments by teachers versus the children's own creation?
A bit of a feedback loop, in that they might have like a class assignment on the order of, in my case, newspapers, right? But some kind of a handwritten, imagine public penning as printing assignment, but then they'll go home and make their own. And so you'll see, like, it may not be that the ones that I'm working with are from the school origin, but then you find out pretty quickly in reading the ones of home origin that actually they were inspired by something learned in school. So it's more of a kind of interaction between the two environments as being in concert pedagogically. But in terms of percentage, I have no idea. I just know it's extant here at AAS and a few other places. So admittedly, scant knowledge in terms of the quantitative dimension of your question. So I'm so sorry.
Alan, since you cataloged our newspapers, what would you say roughly from ones that you could tell were school? Is it half? Is it more than half?
Yeah, it will be about half. Yeah, they have like these school assignments that they are trying to fulfill, but they also have this idea of emulating adult newspapers. So it's you can see the joy that they have in writing these articles and creating these characters and anecdotes. So it's, like I said, it's a feedback loop of how to emulate, but also continue that instruction.
We should have our break now. Okay. All right, Alex Berenger, you're the last question.
Oh, okay. No pressure. I was wondering if Emily Gowen and Mark Mattis could talk a little bit more about the background and the origins of the comics that they showed. And just a quick comment on these. I work on sequential comics especially, and they struck me as very sophisticated by 18th and 19th centuries. In some cases, stripping what you like adult journals. And so, where do these seem to be coming from? What are the models they're looking at? What course do you have?
I'll let you take it.
I've been talking too much. Thank you for your question. And the Whitemans are rarefied air, right? Talk about top hat wearing families. And the kids, they're going to lyceums, they're going to museums, they're going to traveling exhibitions, they're recounting all this in their newspaper. They're literally going to an art exhibition, and then this is later on in the run, volume, I don't know, 20. It goes on forever. And they're much older now, and they've clearly taken classes, they've had tutors. These images are very, very reflective of a upper class kind of finishing education almost. Really impressive drawings and watercolors and sketches in later issues. What you saw was from literally volume 1 when they're all at their youngest. So they only get better from there, and they really get quite stunning. And you'll also see them replicating draft work out of engineering manuals and stuff. And you get all these interesting things about locomotives in the later issues. And so a range of different aesthetic regimes that they're interpolating into the work. Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks for this question, Alex. I'm gonna sort of reveal that my sense of 18th century comic drawings is fairly poor. To me, when I found this book, I was like, I haven't seen anything like this from this period. And I'm really much more of a 19th century person in my normal academic life. But yeah, so for me, it felt very much like Solomon Brown doing something new or doing something unusually sophisticated for a reader of his social standing, of his age, of his level, whatever. But it sounds like you actually know the answer. Maybe you could share.
No, I don't. But they're extraordinary drawings, and I was really glad to see them.
Yeah, they're awesome.
So we should have a little bit of a break. I'm just going to also just throw out the word siblings, because one of the things that was really just so clear to me as we talk about adults' formations on children, how much of the work really, except for the Draper, everybody was talking about things that were made in that horizontal sibling communal construction thing. And so that's another little strand on this wonderful panel. Thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We have already learned so much this morning, and we're about to learn even more. I am absolutely honored and delighted to be learning from everyone today. So we're going to keep this party going with archival silences, and I will proceed similar to the previous panel. I'll introduce each speaker right before they are speaking. So we will begin this journey of archival silences with Dr. Cabria Baumgartner, who writes about the histories of African descended people in New England and the Atlantic world. At Northeastern University, she is Dean's Associate Professor of History and Africana Studies. An award-winning historian, she is the author of In Pursuit of Knowledge, Black Women and Educational Activism in Antebellum America, which won 4 prizes, including the Outstanding Book Award from the American Educational Research Association. Baumgartner has also published scholarly articles and book chapters. Her popular writing has been featured in the Washington Post and Historic New England Magazine, and her research has been supported with grants and fellowships from the Spencer Foundation, the National Academy of Education, the Massachusetts Historical Society, the American Antiquarian Society, and the National Park Service. As a community engaged public historian, she co-founded the Newburyport Black History Initiative, and she has consulted and appeared in historical documentaries, including Legacy of Courage, Black Change Makers in Massachusetts, Past, Present, and Future, as well as Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, and all kinds of other things that I won't read because it'll be too long, and you really should be hearing from Dr. Baumgartner. Help me welcome her.
All right, good morning. Thank you for that introduction, Professor Mitchell. I am delighted to be here in conversation with all of you, exploring the histories of childhood in the United States, as well as recognizing the launch of the American Antiquarian Society's Historic Children's Voices Project. This is absolutely amazing work, and I really appreciate how reflective AAS staff and advisors have been as they've been working on this project. The manuscript materials in this project, as Ashley Cataldo notes, were created largely by white children in the Northeast. Black and Indigenous children's voices are virtually absent, but there are some materials available in other libraries and archives. And so along those lines, I share a snippet of an article that I'm currently working on about Black children and Election Day celebrations in 18th and 19th century New England. And I don't really have a PowerPoint, so this slide will be up for 14 minutes. But I'll explain it a little bit later. A small Black girl filled William Bentley's home with excitement. With Election Day in Salem fast approaching in June 1817, the girl's apparent excitement, which Bentley recorded as restlessness, had distracted her from her pressing domestic duties. Bentley was a white minister from Salem, and he noted in his diary that he had, quote, reclaimed this girl from extreme ignorance and poverty, though he neglected to mention her name or her age. But her feelings that week were clear, and maybe some people could relate to her, since Election Day festivities often grabbed hold of people for the week in late May or sometimes early June, beginning Monday morning, peaking on Wednesday, and then concluding Saturday night. To Bentley, however, the holiday was just a convenient excuse for amusement, which had a positively bewitching influence, those were his words, on African Americans who delighted in, quote, the long walk and absence from home, the most fatiguing dances, and the never ceasing sound of the violin. As Election Day events drew to a close, he noticed that revelers returned home exhausted, dirty, ragged, and often hungry and emaciated. But if the African American girl was bewitched, then so too was Bentley. Her restlessness in anticipation of Election Day caught hold of him too, provoking his acquiescence to let her attend. A passing observation like William Bentley's is thrilling, yet frustrating, because it's all historians have to explore the experiences of enslaved and free Black children during this holiday in 18th and 19th century New England. Now, historians have mined other sources in addition to diaries. They've looked at travel journals, state and regional newspapers, illustrations, poetry, and even town and county histories. And in the Historic Children's Voices Project, there are diaries from children who are also writing and thinking about Election Day, but those reflections are from white children. no document about Election Day, written or dictated by a Black person, let alone a Black child, and unmediated by a white person's perception, has been found. And so it goes in early African American history. In recent decades, scholars have been theorizing about these archival silences. We have Sadia Hartman's idea of critical fabulation, Marissa Fuentes' idea of reading along the bias grain, and even Alexis Pauline Gumbs, who gave a great talk at Harvard a couple days ago, talked about listening in the archive. As Leslie Harris argues, there's no perfect archive, only more or less difficult archives. So facing difficult archives, scholars have stitched together compelling narratives about Black Election Day and a broader African-American commemorative tradition. Continuity exists across Black cultural festivals. So the very first Election Day celebrations in the 18th century to West India Emancipation Day events, right, marking the abolition of slavery in the British West Indies in the 19th century, and then even Juneteenth parades today, right, which we'll start celebrating next month. For some scholars, Black Election Day in particular proved that African cultural retentions survived in North America, specifically in New England. These celebrations, they argued, resembled Ashanti ceremonial traditions with the preeminent African king, the so-called ritual patriarch. He was elected and crowned as women and children largely stood on the sidelines in the background out of view. So a few questions immediately spring to mind. For a celebration that meant so much and had roots in a West African past, is it the case that children were really just onlookers? And if they were, what did they see? What did Election Day mean to them? So using well-mined sources, in addition to a fascinating set of documents specific to Essex County, Massachusetts, and I can talk more about those documents during the Q&A, I offer an alternative interpretation that brings children into focus during this annual week-long festival, which operated for at least 90 years, from 1741, which is the first recorded reference that we have in Salem, to 1831, when the Massachusetts legislature shifted elections from May to January. And that was deliberate because there was too much fun that was being had in May. The inner thoughts and reflections of Black children remain elusive when it comes to this holiday. But I think we can glean more from Bentley's words and perhaps think and feel with this small Black girl, right? That's his description. So consider the excitement that filled her body and in turn filled Bentley's home. Consider the Bentley home in Salem that couldn't and didn't contain this Black girl, especially as Election Day was on the horizon. And consider how her excitement became a way to deny Bentley her labor. He wrote, "She was too restless at home to be of any use till these days were over." So what excited her? The crowning of the king, the community, the moment of escape, which even Bentley himself admitted in his diary, right? This opportunity for enslaved and free Africans to be away from home, to enjoy a long walk. In the 18th and early 19th century, many Black children in New England experienced both isolation and intimacy. That is, being isolated from other African Americans and being intimately tethered to white households. So Black Election Day celebrations brought something different, something new. Following scholar Tara Bynum's guidance to think about good feelings, that is any matter of loving and enjoyment, I see Black children's embodiment and expression of good feelings on Election Day. So here's a brief description of Election Day events. This is from the late 18th century. There are some differences in celebrations in the 18th century and in the 19th century. And of course, as Massachusetts gradually abolished slavery, there are some differences there. So this is from the late 18th century. As part of a parade, Africans carrying swords marched along, perhaps to the town center in Salem, which was filled with shops and taverns, and they made their way to the outskirts of town. The sound of beating drums and fiddles and violins filled the air, sometimes punctuated with the firing of guns. A spark of vitality abounded with a medley of languages, voices, music, and dancing. The main event was the coronation of the king, who was feted with speeches, singing, and more drumming. So what if Election Day promised a chance for this restless Black girl, not only to see the crowning of an African king and to hear the beating drums, but also to reunite with her mother or her father or her siblings? What if it served as a communication network where she might learn from a friend how her family was faring? Because Election Day was a site for family and kin reunification, even if only for one day, even if only for a week. As scholar Melvin Wade has shown, these festivities linked communities of Black people, not just in Essex County, but really throughout Massachusetts, through networks, which stressed interpersonal communication, disseminating information word of mouth. So while these questions go unanswered in William Bentley's diary, there is little doubt that this holiday was a welcome respite from the prying eyes and sometimes abusive hands of white ministers who had broken apart families. In his 1829 book about the history of Lynn, Massachusetts, Alonzo Lewis talked about Black Election Day celebrations in Lynn, which is about 5 miles away from Salem. In Lynn, these celebrations were held in the late 18th century and we think continued into the 1820s and 1830s. And they were held on the land of King Pompey, who claimed royal African ancestry. And so this map here is a map from Alonzo Lewis's book where he identifies King Pompey's land, and that's what the arrows are pointing to. If you go to Saugus Ironworks, if you're familiar with that area, King Pompey's land is right nearby. And so this map is really interesting to imagine not just Election Day revelers, but also to think about children in this space. And Alonzo Lewis was one of the first early writers, writing in the 19th century, to think about what this day meant to Black children. And so I'll read this very short excerpt from his book. He said, "The youths and the maidens wandered along the riverside, or strayed through the forest, and exchanged smiles and formed dreams of happiness, which the future did not fulfill." So Lewis envisioned Black children on Election Day having time and space to wander, to stray, to smile, to dream, skipping along the riverbanks. Black children's joy was on public display, but it was all too fleeting. Bentley's disapproving comments about the tired Black revelers, I think, confused the matter. What if these revelers were awash in delight and wonder, perhaps wishing for the week to never end? But they knew it would. And so despite the holiday's impermanence, Black Election Day strikes me as a reflective, restorative, and prospective celebration, especially for children. And by reflective, I mean what other scholars have said about this celebration, namely remembering an African past and thinking about West African traditions that unfolded in North America in the 18th and early 19th century. And we do have accounts of Indigenous people also celebrating this holiday. As Karen Sanchez-Eppler said in her talk last night, Children are never just passive receptors of culture. And by restorative, I mean that feeling that one gets when somebody brings you joy, makes you feel at peace and at ease, when you can bring your whole self to them. And by perspective, I mean, even for only one day, and sometimes a week, I imagine Black revelers and Black children hoping, praying, and even plotting for the day when the values, customs, and practices of Election Day in New England would be truly democratic. Thank you.
Such richness in the allotted time, right?
Yeah.
Just impressive. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Jacqueline Emery. Jacqueline Emery is Department Chair and Associate Professor of English at SUNY Old Westbury on Long Island. She specializes in Native American literature, multi-ethnic American women's literature, and periodical studies. Her book, Recovering Native American Writings in the Boarding School Press, won the 2018 Popular Culture Association Ray and Pat Brown Award for Best Edited Collection in Popular Culture and American Culture, and it was named a Choice Outstanding Academic Title for 2018. The collection features Native authored texts in a variety of genres, from letters, editorials, and essays to short stories, and offers readers insight into the boarding school legacy and its influence on Native American literary production. She has also published essays in American periodicals, Legacy, and Melis. Please help me welcome Dr. Emery.
Thank you, Caritha, for that introduction. And I'd like to thank the AAS for organizing this symposium and acknowledge that we gathered today on Nipmuc land. In December 1879, Ida Johnson, Lula Walker, and Arizona Jackson launched the first, next slide, please, sorry, the first issue of the Holoquah at the Seneca Indian School. Consisting of 4 pages with 2 columns on each page, the Holoquah featured updates on congressional appropriations and other news pertaining to the school and local Seneca and Wyandot tribes, letters from students, essays, editorials, and editorial commentary. Next slide, please. The 3 young Native women editors founded and printed the small newspaper on a model printing press. Over the course of its short run, lasting just under 2 years, the schoolgirl editors published 10 issues and reached a circulation of nearly 400. Next slide, please. This is notable, considering that unlike their male counterparts at other boarding schools who received formal training in printing, they were largely self-taught at setting type and writing copy. It is even more remarkable that the editors announced their intention to make the Holoquah serve their own interests and those of local tribal communities, and not strictly those of school authorities. Next slide, please. We desire and intend that the Holoquah shall represent the spirit of our school and always speak on behalf of its interest. Wright, Johnson, Walker, and Jackson. Supported directly by the Holoquah Society, it yet is intended to be a true exponent of the Seneca, Shawnee, and Wyandot Industrial Boarding School, and a newsletter to the neighboring people as well as for the pupils. Their intention to make the Holoquah a community building tool for Native Americans reflects a commitment to using their school newspaper in ways that school authorities did not anticipate. One of the most distinctive features of the Holoquah that makes it unique among boarding school newspapers is that its editors use the editorial we to create a collaborative space and render visible the often hidden editorial practices of newspaper making in the context of the boarding school. Employing the editorial we in their editorials enabled the young women who edited and printed the newspaper to reflect, sometimes critically, on a boarding school education designed to train young Native women to become domestics and housewives, not professional printers, writers, and editors. The Holoquah thus serves as an excellent case study for better understanding the gender dimensions of editorial work and what that meant for young Native women in the context of the boarding school. In the pages of the Holoquah, the schoolgirl editors assumed an editorial we similar to the sisterly editorial voice that Patricia Oker associates with women-edited periodicals in the 19th century. This voice, according to Oker, quote, is characterized by a relative informality and an assumed equal and personal relationship between editor and reader, unquote. Like women editors who adopted a sisterly editorial voice in order to present readers, writers, and editors as equally important participants in a periodical conversation, the editors of the Holoquah sought to establish an equal and personal relationship with their readers. Significantly, the editorial voice in the Holoquah is markedly different than the editorial voice we hear, for example, in one of the Holoquah's better-known contemporaries, the Carlisle Indian Industrial School's Indian Helper. Oker's discussion of the difference between 19th century women's periodicals that were edited by men and those that were edited by women is useful for understanding the difference between boarding school newspapers edited by students and those edited by school authorities. As Oker explains, in women's periodicals that were edited by men, quote, the editorial voice reinforced the authority of men over women. Men speak, women listen, unquote. In the Indian Helper, white adults speak, Native American girls listen. For example, in the October 2nd, 1891 issue of the Indian Helper, the editorial voice of the man on the bandstand, a white male persona who claimed editorship of the newspaper, acts as a kind of cultural broker between his female students and their white counterparts who are eager to learn more about reservation life. He emphasizes the superiority of Euro-American civilization through his references to a dark Indian past and a lighter present and future. Quote, we feel proud because we have come out of the darkness of those days into the light of a better understanding of things, but we are not ashamed of a past we could not help, unquote. The voice we hear is not that of Native American girls, but rather the voice of the man on the bandstand. His use of the editorial we creates a sense of cohesion between himself and his female students. By speaking for his students, he gives the impression that they share his worldview and eagerly accept his denigration of Native American cultural traditions. Furthermore, the title, Not As Our Girls Are Now, suggests that girls at Carlisle no longer wear moccasins and cook Indian food as girls growing up on the reservations do. By insisting on the difference between Carlisle students and their female counterparts on the reservations, the man on the bandstand reaffirms the school's promise to students that if they sever ties with their Indian pasts and transform themselves to be more like whites, they can enjoy the fruits of civilization, education, happiness, and freedom. The editorial we in the Holoquah, however, challenges the notion that to speak English and be a boarding school student meant they were no longer Indian. When Johnson, Walker, and Jackson use the editorial we, they do so to create a collaborative and conversational space for themselves and their readers. In their first editorial, they reveal their insecurities about being judged in this new public forum and ask their readers to, overlook their imperfections. In this way, their initial editorial resembles those by women editors who, especially in first issues, ask readers for indulgence while the magazine finds its legs, as it were. Next slide, please. They strike a somewhat less apologetic tone in their February 1880 editorial as they remind readers that they are new to newspaper making. With the matron's help, we have set up all the type for this issue, and we now hope to be able before long to do all the work ourselves. Newspaper making isn't play, and then it is not at all pleasant after we have done the best we can and the type are all distributed to find someone who tells us, why didn't you do it this way or that way? It would have been so much better. These early editorials lend insight into the schoolgirl editor's attempts to write copy and set type without formal training and with limited help from their teacher. Their remark that newspaper making isn't play suggests not only that they took their roles as printers and editors of the newspaper seriously, but just as significantly, that they wanted their work to be taken seriously by readers. Such appeals also suggest their awareness of and interest in engaging with 19th century editorial conventions. Next slide, please. In our new type, which appeared on the cover of the March and April 1880 issue, the editors reported receiving a new supply of type paper and ink, as well as a new improved model hand press. Thanking their very kind friend and benefactress, Susan Longstreth of Philadelphia, for these materials, they write, "Sometimes when we would have failed from the multiplied sources of discouragement incident to those who undertake to do something they know but little about, we are stimulated to renewed diligence in the effort to use in printing our little paper what has thus been so generously given us." In double number, they explain that various delays, quote, "too tedious to mention," unquote, caused them to postpone the March issue until April, and they express disappointment with the issue and vow, "we may never try it again." They printed an impressive 300 copies of the double number, which consisted of 8 pages with 2 columns each, twice the length of a regular issue. Yet they repeatedly emphasized their disappointment with the results. "We would be willing to write a long apology for the imperfect printing of our paper if that would make it any better." They also frequently apologize for delays, as they do in their editorial for the double number. "Our little star is still shining in its corner, as bright as ever, though it was a little late making its appearance before the public this month. The reason it is so late is that 2 of the editors were absent. Also, we were late getting moved into our new office, and now we are moved a little further from the matron. We will have more of the work to do ourselves, which of course will do us more good than harm. We are getting along so well without very much help this month that we expect to try to do all of the work alone for the next issue." Their repeated emphasis on how hard they worked to perfect their craft without the influence of teachers reflects their growing confidence and pride in their accomplishments as editors and printers. Their editorials also reveal that collaboration does not always translate into sharing the labor of newspaper making. As they explain, the absence of the 2 editors meant that one editor had to do the bulk of the work, resulting in a late issue. Even as they gained more experience with newspaper making, they faced other challenges resulting from the demands of the domestic labor they were required to perform at the school. At the Seneca Indian School and similar boarding schools, where the aim of female education was to train students to become housewives and domestic workers, young women were expected to cook, clean, wash laundry, sew, and nurse sick classmates and teachers. Within this context, editorials appealing to readers to forgive them for late issues resulting from their domestic duties, along with their critical commentary, pose a challenge, however subtle, to a domestic education. Next slide, please. Editorials like editorials like the one that appeared in the May 1880 issue of the Holocaust provide insight into how the schoolgirl editors responded to the demands of the domestic labor they were required to perform and its impact on their newspaper making. After this issue of the Holocaust, there will be but one more number of this volume. We had thought that every number we had published, that the next one would be easier, but each time we find new difficulties to overcome, and as 2 of the editors are away this time, there is more work for one to do than usual, and that is somewhat mixed up with tonic powders, quinine, and about 50 girls to look after. A note appearing below the editorial explains that Jackson was again at her desk after an absence of 3 weeks caused by sickness, revealing that she assumed responsibility for finishing the issue while Johnson and Walker were away. Once again, we see Jackson picking up the slack, but what is notable in the editorial is that she offers a critical response to the domestic ideology of the boarding school, where she and her female classmates were being trained first and foremost to become submissive domestics. Jackson resists, albeit subtly, the definitions imposed on her by the domestic ideology of the school. As we see in the editorial, Jackson defines her work primarily as her editorship of the Holocaust, not her domestic tasks, and suggests that her editing is somewhat mixed up with her domestic labor. In this way, she prioritizes her editorial work and downplays her domestic tasks, a move that enacts a challenge to the policies and practices of the boarding school designed to transform Native female students into housewives and housekeepers. Next slide, please. In their editorial commentary, they also remark on their domestic training. In the February 1881 issue, the editors write, "One of the large girls is staying out of school this week to help the seamstress, and 3 are helping the laundress. Next week will be the time for some of us to take their places." Explaining the various domestic tasks they performed at the school, they continue, "We each have our different kinds of work, such as cooking, washing dishes, etc. Matron changes the detail every 2 weeks for such as that, but we have to stay out of school 1 week at a time to sew and wash, while our other work does not keep us out at all." The schoolgirl editors point out that, unlike sewing and washing, their other work does not disrupt their schoolwork. Even though the passage suggests that their other work refers to domestic tasks like cooking and washing dishes, it is possible that they could also mean their printing and editing of the Holocaust and the experience of teaching themselves how to set, type, and write copy, among other skills. When read in this way, the passage might suggest that the schoolgirl editors viewed their domestic labor, or some forms of it, as more disruptive to their schooling and likely less fulfilling than their newspaper making. Such a reading opens up the possibility that the schoolgirl editors are not only offering their critical perspectives on their domestic training, but they are also combating the underlying assumption that such training was befitting Native American female students who were believed to lack the intellectual capacity to learn and achieve academically and professionally. Last slide, please. As these editorials and commentary demonstrate, the editors confronted innumerable challenges in getting out each issue. Absences among the editorial staff due to illness were common. The editors nursed sick classmates and routinely assisted the laundress, seamstress, and cook. Other delays resulted from inadequate funding that plagued the newspaper and the school as a whole. Despite the various challenges they faced, from inadequate supplies to illness and even death among the editorial staff, and their frequent apologies for late issues and comments about the need for improvement, the editors produced what Native press historians Daniel F. Littlefield and James W. Perrins aptly describe as a remarkably professional newspaper when it is considered that the editors were nearly entirely self-taught. Recovering the editorials and editorial commentary in the Holocaust provides insight into how Johnson, Walker, and Jackson asserted their public authority as they negotiated their roles at the school and in the press. The Holocaust and boarding school newspapers more broadly are an untapped resource for scholars working to recover early Indigenous literary production and to complicate our understanding of editorial decision-making in boarding school newspapers. Thank you.
Clearly, I don't need to be giving these people signals, right? Perfectly timed, perfectly timed. And so rich. So next we're going to hear from Dr. Wendy Raphael Roberts, who is Associate Professor of English at the University of Albany, SUNY, and author of Awakening Verse, The Poetics of Early American Evangelicalism, which was awarded the 2023 Early American Literature Book Prize. Her research on early American poetry has been supported by grants from the American Antiquarian Society, the Massachusetts Historical Society, the Huntington Library, the McNeil Center for Early American Studies, and the Woodrow Wilson Foundation. She is currently at work on a book exploring Phyllis Wheatley Peters' poetic coteries and manuscript presence, which was recently awarded an NEH Fellowship for the year 2023-2024 and has been supported by grants from the New England Regional Fellowship Consortium, the Beinecke Library, and the Library Company of Philadelphia. Please help me welcome Dr. Wendy Raphael Roberts.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. I'm gonna move quick because I don't want to be the one to go over. So do give me 2 minute signal. I'm so afraid. Okay, can we go to the first slide? So you're looking at images of Harpocrates. Harpocrates was a Greek name for the Egyptian god Horus the Younger, who is one of the oldest and most important gods, the god of the sky and the sun. The Greeks misunderstood the image of the child Horus, the next image, who was often figured with his finger in his mouth to indicate childhood, and instead interpret the gesture as one of silence, worshiping him as a god of silence and mystery. So in the 18th century, one of his uses by Europeans is to promote the virtue of silence. His place in 18th century Anglophone culture is important for our conversation today because it is at base a misrecognition of a Black child. Granted, this child was not just any child, he was a God child, but perhaps that is not too far afield from the lens of the genius child, the exceptional Black child through which Phyllis Wheatley Peters, the focus of my talk today, came to be known. So the genius child language that crystallized around Wheatley facilitated what Camille Owens describes in her recent brilliant article as, quote, how the poet came to be regarded more as a subject than as its author. Owens argues it's crucial to recognize the inscriptions Wheatley left on American childhood beneath its later sentiments, claiming Black childhood as both a subject of concern and a source of power. In the poem I'm talking about today on virtue, Wheatley must author herself as a youthful subject at the same time that she authors the very space for a virtuous Black girl to exist, or resists the prematurely knowing girlhood that Dr. Wright identifies around the age of 15, which you'll see in the manuscript version of On Virtue, different from the printed version, is explicitly written. This poem then was a political statement and action, possessing virtue and by extension, exhibiting the capacity for civic virtue, which were prerequisites for rights-bearing subjects in 18th century thought. And as Tamika Nunley recently points out, part of the larger import of Wheatley on the intellectual aspirations of Black girls in early America. And I would just say I'm still mining the footnotes of Cabria Baumgartner's book In Pursuit of Knowledge, which I'll make a pitch for here, which makes it clear the expansive role of Black womanhood in antebellum education, and it is actually very applicable for earlier 18th century scholars. So building on this work, I want to turn to a newly uncovered manuscript version of Wheatley Peters' poem On Virtue. I think it's the next slide, which I'm currently preparing for publication. This version takes up, don't worry, we'll get to it. This one's on atheism, I know. This version takes up childhood's poetics and power, not despite of, but through misrecognition and silence, and explicitly by using the image of Harpocrates to call forth a community of Black artists. To keep this presentation short, I'm not going to focus on the manuscript or archival context, but I'm happy to address this in Q&A. And I'm realizing this is the wrong decision at this point because this is my perfect audience to talk about all of that. But you know, always missing my opportunity. Okay, I'll just briefly say you're looking at the first known manuscript copy of On Virtue, which is transcribed by an unknown Quaker hand and can be found in a collection of loose leaf manuscript poetry at Swarthmore. I treat the poem as one that she and a poetic network deemed important to copy, circulate, and keep, most likely copied from what I argue is a now missing manuscript made near the time of composition. And you'll see on the front, there's a header that reads, the following lines were composed by a native of Guinea in the 15th year of her age and had been but 6 years from Africa, now belonging to John Wheatley of Boston. The header is followed by Wheatley's poem on atheism, which never appeared in print, but circulated in manuscript, both in her own and in others' hands, including the Quaker poet Hannah Griffiths. On Virtue is on the back side, if you'll turn to the next slide. And you'll notice at the very bottom, the catchword teach, which indicates the next line continues on a now lost second piece of paper and possibly more poems, right? As you can see in the side-by-side comparison, the next slide, the versions of print and this manuscript version follow each other closely. The most significant difference between them is the 4 lines in bold. Can you push enter and see if it bolds them? Let's see if we're fancy. Yes. So here we get 2 new couplets. I'm going to read that for you, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. If silence reigns, let Harpocrates live. See yonder with amazement I must view, while every throbbing and smarting thorax, gay friendship dancing in godlike form. Wheatley's On Virtue, which begins by linking wisdom and silence, in the middle turns to explicitly evoke Harpocrates to solidify the connection and to place him at the precipice of creation. I've already given you a sense of who Harpocrates was in the 18th century print culture, but there were surely other meanings outside of Anglophone print contexts. Wheatley mentions Egyptian doom in one poem and was invested in animating African persons found in classical literature, like the poet Terence. What might this knowledge or this invocation of an Egyptian god mean in terms of Wheatley's own African diasporic knowledges, retained from home and or gained through her experiences during Middle Passage and in New England? The importance of drumming to the summoning of a god or ancestors to appear in West African practices seems present in this poem's summoning of virtue and Harpocrates through the words throbbing and dancing. April Langley shows how Wheatley's employment of time suspension demonstrates her syncretic Senegalese poetics that combine fragmented African ontologies and epistemologies with Western ones, which might help us read the tense changes that occur in the lines that I don't really have time to go through. Though we cannot say for sure what Wheatley and her friends and many acquaintances would have known about Horace, it seems obvious that they would have understood and appreciated something different than British American white enslavers when encountering Egyptian images. As part of a dynamic Black diasporic community, like the cultures on the African continent, continually changed, Wheatley's invocation to let Harpocrates live calls forth opacity, a limit to what the poet and the poem will disclose. That is, she uses Harpocrates as silence and mystery to call forth community between those that share what she describes as an expansive knowledge. This would be evident in 18th century European and British North American contexts as well, in which Harpocrates was not only an emblem for wisdom, but esoteric knowledges used extensively by the Masons, again, Baumgartner's work, and a symbol for resisting political censorship. These meanings would also be available to Wheatley as a politically active young person in 1767, who, like the founder of African Freemasonry Prince Hall, was forging new communities, mythologies, and futures. But the invocation is not only a shield, but it's an offensive strategy. Wheatley wrote to Samson Occam that it did not take a philosopher, a lover of wisdom, to see the hypocrisy of white Americans, whom she calls modern Egyptians, crying out for liberty while enslaving others. So speech in this situation is ironic and philosophy deadening. Calling for the God of silence to reign is not only to cause the foolish to hold their tongues, to practice wisdom itself, or at least to appear wise, but also to refuse the logic of white supremacist freedom predicated on the enslavement and destruction of Black people. The next slide. The silence called upon in this poem is a form of refusal in terms that the theorist of Black feminism and visual culture, Tina Camp, defines as rejection of the status quo as livable, using negation as a generative and creative source of disorderly power to embrace the possibility of living otherwise. At the beginning of creation, the past world, the present world, the coming world, we have the line, let Harpocrates live. Next, yeah. The line, however, does not end with an exclamation point. It ends with a colon, a further invitation into what this refusal enables. The state in which Harpocrates reigns finds the poet no longer despondent and sliding into despair, but peering into the distance to see the promised bliss. That distance might be heaven, but it also might be the future, or what is,
only invisible or secret, or what must be before that future can arise? What is the vision the poet sees? We get the vision in the next two lines, which are the most difficult to parse because, again, the temporality of while seems unexpected in relation to the next line. We might expect the line to read or mean something like, while I'm viewing this scene, my chest is bursting, or we might expect my breast is bursting, since breast is a word that shows up many times in Wheatley's verse. Thorax is a Latin word that at the time shows up in Latin textbooks, ones Wheatley may have used to learn Latin, with the definition chest. Specifically, it was the area that covered from the base of the neck to the ribs, which contributes to its other meanings as a breastplate. In the 18th century, was also associated with breathing and speaking, and Hugh Blair's lectures on rhetoric and Bellator says it's where sound comes from. So these chests are throbbing and smarting. They're in some kind of state of intensity, whether mental or physical, passion or distress. It could be a stinging wound or a distressed chest brought on because of the imperative for silence, where sound starts, the thorax. The next line seems to come out of nowhere, gay friendship dancing in a godlike form, with an unclear relationship to every smarting thorax. And there are many ways, and at least a couple, to parse the meaning of the sentence that I'll go through here. One is, I'm going to view this scene of divine friendship, even though while I'm doing it, there are so many people in distress, right? Or another one would be, and I favor this one, I'm going to view this scene over which Harpocrates reigns, in which the amazing thing is seeing the actual transformation or having an epiphany about the reality behind the thing I see happening before my eyes. I see a scene of intense pain or suppression of breath or speech, so intense the body part is moving, throbbing, and smarting, suddenly toggle into the body moving into a beat-driven dance that is celebratory friendship in its highest godlike form. In the poem on imagination, there the poet calls on virtue to, quote, change the scene, which seems similar to the kind of power virtue displays here when toggling suddenly between a scene of bodies in pain to a scene of bodies in joyful dance. All right, so I'm right at near the end. I still have time, right? Okay. So silence here as refusal, the image of Harpocrates, and the vision of friendship, which scholar Tara Bynum has shown how important friends are on Wheatley's writings, change what I see in Wheatley's famous portrait. Can we show? With which I'll end. Scholars have argued that the artist might have been Scipio Moorhead, a friend of Wheatley's who was also enslaved in Boston and for whom she wrote the poem To SM, a young African painter, on seeing his works, included in her published book. In that poem, we see a collaborative process and mutual inspiration between two Black artists, one painter and one poet. So let's look for a moment at this portrait as Scipio might have composed it. And let's look at it in the way Christina Sharp has taught scholars to look, to sound an ordinary note of care outside of Black negation and dynamics of oppression and agency resistance, and taking our cue from Bynum, imagining Wheatley with friends. So let's imagine a scene from Scipio with Scipio's placement of Wheatley's finger. Let's say they're playing around a bit, as teenagers often do, laughing and improvising. And maybe Wheatley started riffing on Huntington's portrait or the discourse surrounding her poetry. And because they were friends, she put her finger to her temple and tried to look serious. Maybe she looked up, but then she turned it into a little eye roll. Maybe she slid down her finger and gestured a little shh for some inside joke just between them. Maybe about the whole publication situation or the uppity countess portrait, or maybe about all of this or none of this. And for we're imagining in a number of scenes now, let's imagine Scipio had read the manuscript version of Wheatley's poem that included Harpocrates. Can you change? And he knew the iconography from his own artistic training and interests. Maybe he had first mentioned this Egyptian child god, now misrecognized as an adult god of silence to Wheatley in one of their many conversations. Maybe as Wheatley had written of their relationship before, the poet and the painter conspired and inspired each other. And when they were gesturing and playing around, he began to sketch and brought the line of her finger down perfectly in line with her lips, a gesture between them, between those in the know, and a gesture that was silence to refusal to create Black life and art.
Is this an amazing day or what? Man, American Antiquarian Society, y'all don't play. And so we are going to end this amazing archival silences panel with someone whose name you've heard quite a lot, Dr. Nazira Wright. Dr. Nazira Wright is Associate Professor of English and African American and Africana Studies at the University of Kentucky. She is the author of Black Girlhood in the 19th Century, which won the 2018 Children's Literature Association's Honor Book Award for Outstanding Book of Literary Criticism. Her digital humanities project, Digital Girls, Mapping Black Girlhood in the 19th Century, documents the cultural activities of Black girls living in Philadelphia in the 19th century. In 2019, she was elected to the American Antiquarian Society. Fellowships through the Ford Foundation, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Andrew Mellon Foundation, the Biographical Society of America, and the American Philosophical Society funded archival research for her second book, Manuscript in Progress, Early African American Women Writers and Their Libraries. I have to say on a personal note that Dr. Wright and I went to graduate school together, and I am delighted that we are in real life together after all these years. Please help me welcome Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Caritha, for that wonderful introduction. And yes, I'm glad to see you again after all these years. I saw you at MLA maybe two cycles ago. And I also want to thank Karen, Elizabeth Pope, Ashley, Nan, Scott, so many people, Vincent, I'm unsure if Vincent still works here. Yeah, the curator of newspapers, and Laura Wazowicz. You have had such an incredible influence on my career and my publications. And I really want to say publicly how much I enjoy coming here. And it's one of my favorite places to do research. Phyllis Wheatley and Early Black Penmanship. My first book, Black Girlhood in the 19th Century, traces representations of Black girlhood in early African-American print and visual sources in the 19th and early 20th centuries, a span of time that ranges from the early decades of the New Republic to the eve of the new Negro Renaissance. The critical methods I explored in Black Girlhood led to my second book in progress, Early African-American Women Writers and Their Libraries, traces the influence of libraries on the literary careers of 18th and 19th century Black women writers. I consider how private and public libraries functioned as gateways to Black women's literary authority and explore how Black women navigated these institutions that often rendered them invisible. I examine how histories of Black women writers are often buried in literary forms less likely to be studied or buried in archives due to underfunding, outdated finding aids, or minimally processed or non-digitized collections. In my research, I address Eric Gardner's call in Unexpected Places, Relocating African-American Literature for research in early African-American writing that moves beyond the bound book. I extend Elizabeth McHenry's Forgotten Readers, in which she argues that African-Americans living in the antebellum North gained a literary character through, quote, greater attention to intellectual exercise, end quote, which early Black activists thought essential for achieving good citizenship. I apply Saidiya Hartman's technique in Wayward Lives, Beautiful Experiments, in which she, quote, elaborates, augments, transposes, and breaks open archival documents, end quote, to recover Black social life. My research has required me to, quote, become undisciplined, as Christina Sharp argues in the Wake on Blackness and Being, which, quote, requires new modes and methods of research and teaching, new ways of entering and leaving the archives of slavery, end quote. Aligning archival research with narration and storytelling, conjecture, and other types of narration helped me piece together Black girls' interior lives from records that do not center them. In my lecture today, I examine two important points. First, I discuss the iconic girlhood image on the frontispiece of Phillis Wheatley's 1773 collection of poems. While Phillis Wheatley launched both the Black American literary tradition and the Black women's literary tradition with the publication of her book of poetry, we may contemplate how Wheatley also inaugurated a tradition of early African American handwriting and penmanship practices. Next, I examine how early Black writers incorporate educational manuals into their texts, such as reference books, penmanship guides, copybooks, and spelling books. These educational manuals formed an imagined library through which early Black writers gained literacy at an early age. Phillis Wheatley's frontispiece functions as a visual guide for proper penmanship. Those familiar with the Renaissance trope of the scholar sitting at his desk in his study may associate Wheatley with Saint Jerome, the patron of translators, librarians, and encyclopedists, who is typically understood as male. Wheatley's frontispiece conveys that a Black girl can be a scholar who understands the rules of penmanship and handwriting, and that these skills are not assigned solely to men. Wheatley models a form of freedom visualized through thinking, imagining, posture, penmanship, command of her quill, and placement of paper on her desk. Wheatley's frontispiece offers lessons in order, ritual, and discipline. In her essay, Mama's Baby, Papa's Maybe, an American grammar book, Hortense Spillers examines how the formation of a national consciousness in a democracy necessitates a, quote, grammar or a disciplined way of life. A, quote, grammar is a practice, a way of knowing that becomes so rote and routine that it becomes habit. Penmanship manuals are grammar books that encourage ritualized, disciplined behavior. These manuals suggest that at an early age, people can be trained into the citizenry. Wheatley's frontispiece models visually what is taught theoretically in early American penmanship manuals. When the Black enslaved engraver Scipio Moorhead, next slide, created Wheatley's frontispiece. Oh, one right before that. When the Black enslaved engraver Scipio Moorhead created Wheatley's frontispiece, he likely referenced George Bickham's 1743 text, The Universal Penman. However, Wheatley's poised posture, perfect positioning of quill in hand and paper on desk anticipates future penmanship manuals. In his 1819 manual, A New and Easy Introduction to the Art of Penmanship, James Carver writes, quote, let the forefinger lie directly on the back part of the pen. Let the third and fourth fingers be bent naturally under, toward the hollow of the hand. Let the paper be placed exactly square with the writing desk. Let the right arm lay easy and light upon the desk, end quote. And isn't this exactly how Moorhead positions Wheatley, everyone? Wheatley's display as a scholar dismantles racist perceptions of Black people, which circulated in early America. In a chapter titled The Black Boy in Easy Lessons for Infants, published in 1844, the author compares Wheatley's collection of poems to the perceived laziness of a Black boy. In the story, two white girls gaze upon a Black boy as he sleeps. Quote, "See, under that haystack lies a Black boy. He has been at work with the haymakers. They are gone to the field for more hay, and he has fallen asleep," end quote. The story suggests that the boy is enslaved. Quote, "He has left his parents and friends a great way off in a land far away over the sea," end quote. The story refers to Wheatley and her poems. Quote, "Are there any Black girls?" said Mary, "for I never saw one." "Oh yes," said Lucy, "and I have seen a book of poems that was written by one, but it is now time to go to dinner, and we will talk about them another time." It's typical in children's literature. In the early American imagination, Wheatley models intellectualism, industriousness, and creativity. The story places Wheatley in an instructive role and the reading public as her pupils. In this way, Wheatley disrupts the enslaver-enslaved relationship. Wheatley's visual instruction in proper penmanship launches a tradition in which early Black writers incorporate educational manuals into their texts, such as reference books, copybooks, and spelling books, to instruct readers on how to gain literacy. Lucy Terry, who is often cited as the first Black person to write a poem titled Bars Fight in 1746, was sold to enslavers in Deerfield, New Hampshire in 1728. Terry earned a reputation as an avid storyteller and creator of poems. Lucy Terry's biographer, Gretchen Holbrook Gerzina, examines Terry's literacy as an enslaved girl living in colonial New Hampshire in the 1800s. When Terry gains her freedom and gets married, the couple buys reference books. Gerzina writes, quote, "As soon as they could, they purchased a secretary's guide, an all-purpose reference book that showed them how to handle business letters, accounting, and the necessary methods of keeping track of their work and finances," end quote. As Gerzina explains, quote, "They were a couple who had never written their own narrative and whose family papers were lodged in no library, yet every detail we found said something not just about the princess, but about Black people all over New England," end quote. Lucy Terry likely had a private library in her home to hold her reference books. In Article 2 of his 1828 appeal, David Walker includes excerpts from Murray Lindley's grammar. Walker writes, quote, "I have examined schoolboys and young men of color in different parts of the country in the most simple parts of Murray's English grammar, and not more than 1 in 30 was able to give a correct answer to my interrogations," end quote. In his 1845 autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, Douglass references copybooks and Daniel Webster's The American Spelling Book, first published in 1728, as instrumental to him gaining literacy during his enslavement. Douglass writes, quote, "My copybook was the board, fence, brick wall, and pavement. My pen and ink was a lump of chalk. With these, I learned mainly how to write," end quote. Douglass continues, quote, "I then commenced and continued copying the italics in Webster's spelling book until I could make them all without looking on the book. I used to spend the time in writing in the spaces left at Master Thomas's copybook, copying what he had written," end quote. Webster's American Spelling Book and Lindley Murray's English grammar were the dominant pedagogical textbooks in the United States between 1800 and 1830. Wheatley's positioning in the act of writing evokes Bernice Brown's marginal illustrations and evocative captions in a book that she owns as a girl. The Brown Family Library Project, a private collection of books owned by a Black family who lived in Worcester, Massachusetts in the 19th century, is housed here at the American Antiquarian Society. The collection includes a copy of Mrs. Sidney S. Harris's Richard Vandermark, a novel published in 1871 and owned by Bernice Brown, a daughter in the Brown family. Bernice drew pictures and wrote captions in the margins of her book, interacting with the text and making it her own. One 1918 drawing shows a girl seated with the caption, quote, "Me, the heroine." Another shows the same girl seated, reading, with the caption, "Why I had picked up that book." Bernice Brown's drawings and captions offer tantalizing hints of how one Black girl interacted with a book in her home library in ways that involve identification of herself as a beautiful heroine, a reader, and the central figure and driver of her own story. Phyllis Wheatley commissioned a frontispiece to her poetry collection that made her claim to literary authority both visible to future generations of Black writers, Black girls, and others, and impossible to dispute. Wheatley paved a path and inaugurated a model of Black penmanship, intellectualism, and education. She laid the groundwork for future writers and scholars. It is now our responsibility to follow. Thank you.
We'll have all of the speakers come up front for our Q&A. Absolutely amazing. Such rich content. And so I'll just remind everyone that we'll go questions in the room as well as questions from the Zoom. So everyone on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand either on the screen or otherwise alert our person. We've got a very well-run machine going on here. So comments, questions, concerns. Who wants to jump in?
A question for Jacqueline. I mean, gosh, this all material is so amazing. But I just quickly was hoping you could say a little bit more about, I think, the first image you showed, which had an editorial that commented on the different contributions of the girls versus the boys. You did such a great elaboration on how the editors made their labor transparent. And I wondered, I couldn't read it quickly enough to see what it said.
Oh. So there was a boy who joins the editorial staff about midway through the run, who later became a published author. And there are a number of pieces in the Holoquah that sort of poke fun at boys from time to time, like their lack of follow through and the problems with grammar and things like that. But yeah, that wasn't really something that I focused on in the paper. But yeah, there's definitely an interesting dynamic there that could be explored further.
Other? Thanks.
Yeah, amazing. Wow, so good. I have brain zero. Amazing. And each project is from so amazingly far. So good. My question is, I was wondering if you've had a chance to think about, well, first I want to know what St. Jerome thought about Horace. I was wondering if you had a chance to think about the relationship, and I guess for you too, relationship between the sensibility about the, the pedagogical, the print culture of penmanship, the different ways in which penmanship as instruction and also as enlightenment sign and all these things comes to inform the actual material practice of the manuscripts, of Peters' manuscripts. And I guess the converse is my question for you, when how the engagement with the manuscript culture and production has been informed potentially by the history of penmanship pedagogy and representations of penmanship and so forth, beyond the interaction with the culture itself.
If I had more time for a longer paper, I would have given more backstory about how Phyllis Wheatley, my argument of how Phyllis Wheatley incorporated this kind of model of penmanship. And what that means is that when Wheatley was young, she had a relationship with a clergyman in Boston. His name is Mather Biles, and she was invited to his house to use his library, his own personal library. And so part of what I'm doing is looking into the collections of Mather Biles and looking at his private library, which is housed at the Massachusetts Historical Society. But here at the AAS, you also have several of his books and manuscripts. And I'm particularly interested in the number of grammar books and writing instruction books that he held in his library. So I procured a list of his library holdings from the MHS. And I highlighted all of the books that had information on shorthand, penmanship, grammar, spelling. And so my argument is that if Wheatley had access to Mather Biles' private library, she likely probably read a lot of these penmanship books, or grammar books, or spelling books, or that's what I'm suggesting. But not only that, but teaching writing and penmanship, which I've learned, is very much connected to children's upbringing. And so as I've been reading the histories of copybooks and spelling books here at the AAS, then children were taught how to write. And in copybooks, they were taught how to write in cursive and script and practice their handwriting. And so there's very much a connection between childhood and morality and pedagogy and moral upbringing connected to penmanship. And so I think Phyllis Wheatley would have known that.
Absolutely. I don't have anything to add. Penmanship, you're the expert there for sure. I would, I guess, say to your question, when I'm looking at these manuscripts, I'm reminded, Michelle Levy recently pointed out in an article, right, that and I think sometimes we forget this, the manuscripts that we have of Wheatley's poems, none of them were for personal writings. We don't have a personal collection of Wheatley's poems. They are ones we have in her hand that she circulated and that were meant to be public, right? But not the kind of personal papers where you would do like editing, right? Like that if we want to talk about absences or what someone wants to find, right? So in that sense, all of her manuscripts, when you look at them, are public, and the results of an education in penmanship, the classics, and all of these.
Self-consciousness about a public character.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, both of you. Wow. All four of you.
Absolutely. Others? I want to ask Dr. Baumgardner, one of the things that you said that really stuck with me is you emphasized the excitement of this young Black girl and how her excitement made her labor less accessible. And so I just wondered if you might want to say more around that in terms of maybe, dare I say, a call to action for scholars of the archive. Like, as we are doing our work and wanting to be responsible with the way that we're engaging with archives, is there more you want to offer to us on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I was listening to these papers, I was also thinking a lot about the body, which I know is sort of my training, at least initially, was in the English department. So I know that feels like very 90s or early 2000s. But there's something about reading Black children's bodies or children's bodies, especially when they don't have access to literacy. So this small Black girl, I don't know who she is. Bentley only mentions her once in the context of election day and being restless. She doesn't come up again. And so are there ways that I can kind of understand her expression, right? We have a genius in someone like Phyllis Wheatley. We have no words from this Black girl. So I'm thinking of ways that we might read the body and read the bodily expression, even though it is interpreted by Bentley. But there's a way of sort of, I think, shifting it, right? This is what Marissa Fuentes argues too, and reading along the bias grain. So what Bentley might see as restlessness, I can read as excitement. And then maybe have a better appreciation for what this day meant to this small Black girl. And I think it relates to children's history too, because Election Day was a holiday in Massachusetts. So it wasn't just Black children who loved the day. There are quite a few reminiscence from white children who were at Black Election Day events. And they write about it and they remember it and they say, this is more fun than the World's Fair, right? So it's an enjoyable occasion. So I'm thinking about her excitement, but I'm also thinking about children's excitement. And I think in some of the diaries in the project, they note it. They say Election Day, and they're doing something as part of Election Day, right? These white children are. So if you like, once I realize this important day in the calendar, I always look at these diaries. I go to May, and like, so who, like, what's going on in May? How are these children and adults celebrating? So I think it's that part about engaging the body that I've been sort of tuned into. I think the other panelists have hit on that too.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, concerns? Online. Excellent. Bridget Fielder, Dr. Fielder, come on in. You're still muted, Bridget. Oh, okay. There we go.
There she was.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this panel and the last panel. This has been really, really, really fascinating. And I wanted to see if folks had, I think, maybe more to say about the language of this panel's title as I'm thinking about the word silences. I'm talking a lot to like K-12 educators about African-American history and thinking about the deficit language with which folks often talk about what is available, what is or is not legible, you know, what is silent or what is, you know, maybe needs different methodologies for reading. And I'm wondering if folks had other thoughts about, you know, the kind of specific language with which we talk about silences or readings in the archive that need to be read differently, as many of you demonstrated, because I'm thinking about just the real excitement around all of this work that I've seen regarding Black children's histories and presence and fullness and the real excitement, I think, about this research. What would you say to, you know, lay people about this, you know, the state of the archive beyond silence in order to kind of convey the vast kind of landscape of what might be possible that you're really showing us here today? Thank you, Bridget. Yeah.
Thank you, Bridget, for your question. I receive emails and questions from graduate students and and other scholars about how I find and locate my work all the time. And I think that language of silence can be hurtful, especially for scholars of early African American literature and early childhood studies, because it makes scholars feel like it's inaccessible and difficult, and or the material isn't there. And so that's part of the work that I try to do in the recovery work is to show how to find the work. And to show students, graduate students, early career scholars that the way I do it is to seek fellowship so I can be in residence at research libraries and have time to recover and unearth these works. And so the work of Black women in the 18th and 19th century, Black children, it's there in the archive. But you have to find it, you know. So and so yes, I'm glad you brought that concept up about silences, because and I want to make known that it can affect the field of like early African American history, early African American literature in ways that we should be saying like, no, the evidence is there. So yes, thank you.
I would just add that the book that just came to mind was Vanessa Holden's book on Nat Turner and the role of actually women and children in that rebellion. And she's not the first historian to make this point, but she talks about power in silence, especially when it came to apprehending Nat Turner and his co-conspirators. So there's a way in which I think we can problematize the word silence, right? It can certainly be a form of erasure. It can make things seem illegible, but I think on the other side, there can also be power. It reminds me of like the culture of dissemblance, right? What do we share? What don't we share? So I think it can, it's maybe a term even among K through 12 teachers that they could you know, have those conversations with their students.
Anyone else want to get in on this?
I guess, thank you so much for that. I think I would just add to what has been said that I think it's also the case that there's an abundance of work and so much that's done in footnotes that I take your point that silence doesn't even make sense. It really depends on kind of which conversation you're in and which bibliographic kind of conversation you get pointed to, maybe in graduate school or beyond, via different professional mechanisms, journals, than what you read and where those footnotes point you to. But when you get to the right ones, there's so much work that has been done that maybe silence is 1980s fun. You know, right.
And I would just add within Native literary studies, there's a shift. But when I first started this project for my dissertation, I kept reading scholar after scholar saying, there are no children's voices in boarding school newspaper. And I'm like, yes, there is. You gotta look and you gotta listen and you need to be aware. And even I argue, even the periodicals that were edited by white school authorities still contain Native voices, and it just means shifting and learning the discourse and looking out for those often very subtle cues that challenge perceptions and preconceived notions about what boarding school children sound like and what they were writing about and interested in. And your point that you raised, Emily, and your talk about, you know, doing away with some of these binaries certainly informs my work as well. There's this, you know, resistance to assimilation, or there's assimilationist, and children's voices get stuck and often then muted or completely silenced when we just are looking through that lens. So thank you for your question.
Yeah, I feel like that was such a powerful question to end on because it underscores the fact that we always have to be self-aware. Whatever assumptions we're taking for granted, we want to step back and question that. And I think it underscores the importance of intellectual community because it's when we're in community and having those conversations that key questions like that get brought up, and then we help each other get sharper and sharper. So thank you all for being part of this intellectual community, and we look forward to the rest of the engagement. Thank you.
We have lots of great papers yet to come, and we have a wonderful session right now headed up by our curators. We're going to talk about the web resource. So this is very exciting for us, and we think it will be for you as well. I'm going to turn things over to Lauren Hughes in the back. So take it from there.
Great. Thanks, Nan. You don't all have to twist and look at me. It's okay. Everybody's going to have a neck ache by the end. So I'm going to start this sort of 30 minutes with my colleagues, Laura Wazowitz and Ashley Cataldo. We're going to just show you a test drive of the web resource. Before I start that, I want to give a shout out to Caroline Stoffel, who's in the room right there. In the front row. Member of the NEH team here at AAS and has been marshaling us on this web resource since September 2022. So this has been, yeah, it's been a long haul. Before I do that though, I just want to say a few words about the project itself. And actually I'll get us to the homepage while we're talking. This is how you're going to navigate in the future when you want to find this. Whoops, nope, I'll see, I already did it wrong. Hey, come on now. New mouse, I gotta get used to the mouse. Come on. Thank you. Here's your resource. I'm gonna roll down here. And oh wow. There we go. So this project started off as an idea, mostly from Karen Sanchez-Eppler, who was our fellow in residence at the time, talking about locating material by children in our collections. And she'd had conversations with both Laura and Ashley because she knew it was here. We just had to find it. And so by digging through family papers, and there were some diaries that were well identified, we came up with the project to digitize and better catalog about almost 300 items, 286 items, all 15,000 pages, to make them available online freely and also to catalog them properly so they could be found in searches. It sounds like a simple thing, doesn't it? 10 people and 20 months later, this is almost finished. The final version of the website will be ready by the end of June. So what you're seeing here today is sort of a bit of a beta version, although it's nearly done. So what I'd like to do, you're going to hear both from Laura and Ashley on specific parts of what's in the collection, and I'm just going to give you the overview. And then we'll have hopefully time for questions at the end. If you have questions, and please don't ask me if we have anything about youth in the Civil War or something like that. These are questions about how to use and how to find things in the web, on the web resource. So the landing page for this gives you a very short summary of the project, and then it lets you get right to business down here. By sorting through the project, you can filter. If you want to see the amateur books, you can click this button. If you want to see the diaries and the poems, you can click this button. If you want to see the newspapers, you can click this button. This is right now everything. Whoop. Now I click the button. So that's the diaries and the poems. But first I want to just show these areas. So at the about page, usually, like most people don't read the about page because it's just like the date and everything else. But our about page is a little bit more meaty. It gives a little bit more detail about the project, gives some examples, because we're intending this resource to be not just for the scholars in this room, but for the general public and for K-12 teachers. So there are different audiences for this than traditionally maybe use our website. So we want to give examples, and then we kind of give a summary. Oh, we got to update that. 15,000 pages. Caroline's making notes. And then we thank the people who were our advisors on the project, including several K-12 educators who came in and did some great work with us early in the process. So our About page has that kind of content. Navigating back here. The research tools, you'll hear a little bit more about from Ashley, but I'm just going to give you a quick thing here, a summary of this. This would be great for students. So we have a nice bibliography that we put together that gives book length studies and web resources and everything else. So this is a sort of a big resource for children's piece, how you find more primary sources. Again, kind of basic. These are things that are also on our website, but that are not maybe the voices of children per se, but are about childhood. So it's a place to gather all of that content together. And this includes, you know, video content from our YouTube, blog posts from our blog, where we've taken out particularly content around children making a difference in children's words. Articles from Commonplace, which is a journal that we partner with. And then other collections that we have that may be of interest to people who are, see, we're still working on this, Jackie. Jackie's gonna do that for us. We haven't done that yet. But that's right, you know, it's beta, we're working on it. And other types of, so this is other types of material that might be of interest to people doing research in this field. Just to make it sort of one-stop shopping for people. One-stop shopping for people. Okay, I lost my breadcrumbs. There we go. This was a piece where I think was cited quite frequently here this morning about just what's missing, what's not here. And both Ashley and Laura have contributed content here about the silences, or if we're not going to call them silences, about the gaps that need to be carefully probed to get at the voices that you're looking for. And these also include links to the resource itself. So that's just a quick summary on the voices that might be harder to hear. And the basics for people who don't understand what a library catalog looks like. This is going to be a webinar about how to search the catalog, and it's going to also include step-by-steps videos for people who need extra help, because those library catalogs aren't always intuitive. And then essay that Laura did on what the heck is this word juvenilia? What does it mean? And she gives a short summary of that. That's a fairly handy, these are kinds of the topics that came up when we talked with the teachers. And our webinar will go here as well. So that'll be, the webinar is going to be kind of what we're doing here in 30 minutes with you, is how do you use this thing? Let me go back here. And then we do have a section. So if you are K-12 educators, or you have K-12 educators in your life, and actually these are for all educators, to be honest.
I wrote a piece about African-American trailblazers in amateur dome.
Right.
That could be helpful.
Yeah, so that's here. And then Ashley will talk about these as well, I believe, yeah? All right, so I'm just gonna skim over these. Then we ended up working with the teachers to create actual lesson plans for grade level. So these are things that they can download, they can adapt. And I think this will come up again, Nan, correct me if I'm wrong, at the K-12 Institute that we're having in August, right? So these will be reviewed and perhaps augmented and added to, yeah. So there'll be more content here for teaching. I think this came out of the fact that when we started talking with K-12 teachers, I don't know if it's an overstatement to say, they freaked out. They were like, wait, you have stuff that isn't, Anne Frank? Who teaches Anne Frank? So what else is there? Right? So we really wanted to make this as simple as possible for them to use, and they helped us to do that. And then I think the last piece is programs, which is just about us, but I'm going to click on it anyway. This is actually about the programming around the grant. And at this section here, which is what we're doing right now, the content that you are providing here this morning, that your 15-minute papers and the conversation will all be available via the YouTube. And so there'll be links here to that. And then we also have asked for transcriptions of your papers, because we want to be able to put those up for the K-12 educators to use, because not every kid learns differently. Some kids read well, some kids need a video. So all of that will be here, and that will be the record of this event. And that's a requirement from the National Endowment of the Humanities to make all that material freely available. So that's as far as I'm going to take us. And I think we're going to go over to Ashley next. So if one of the gentlemen who are helping us with tech could help me with the PowerPoint there. And then we'll have time for questions at the end.
Hopefully. All right, I took a slightly different approach to telling you about the website. And I have a slideshow just to make it a little bit easier so we're not navigating. When I've talked about the collections included in the grant in the past, I've always kind of mentioned a little note that was placed inside a folder of manuscript newspapers that was created by a dealer probably in the 1960s, and it'll come up here shortly. It says, New Hampshire Eastern Star, a weekly periodical and general receptacle of the opinions of all men, Deering, New Hampshire, November 21st, 1855, number 1. A little handwritten journal published by J. Whittle. Blue ruled paper, covers a bit tattered with some calligraphy, signed John Chase, 22 handwritten pages, articles on smoking, the aged, and other commonplace sentiments, signed with first names only. More curious than important, $15. And it's kind of like a cabinet of curiosities, where you might see armadillos and unicorn horns and boxes of shells, maybe a piece of the True Cross, and then this manuscript newspaper. And this kind of gets at what Karen was talking about last night. When discussing Isaiah Thomas preserving and not preserving children's books. I would argue that maybe for Isaiah Thomas, preserving children's books would have been more of a kind of curiosity of the reading practices of people he didn't really want to deal with on a regular basis. And on the next slide, I remember coming across this years ago, also preserved as a curiosity was the 1758 edition of Anne Bradstreet's poems. So we have this idea of the curiosity, the curious collection, and there are so many other materials that were created by children, which might be considered curiosities, which were not included in this grant that Karen mentioned again last night, like the drawings and the paper dolls and the sketchbooks and the letters, which is really unfortunate that we weren't able to include any of those. But we were doing this grant, we were writing this grant early on in COVID, and we weren't able to really spend a lot of time with the collection. So we decided to include diaries and newspapers for the manuscript portion because they were manageable and easily extracted from the collections. We can go to the next slide. We've heard a lot of thanks for the work of the staff here, but honestly, the work of Karen, I mean, your book dependent states, you worked so heavily with most of the manuscript collections here and identified so many collections. Mark's work with manuscript newspapers, Nazira, you're all sitting next to each other, and Robin Bernstein. It's like you knew this was coming. And Robin Bernstein, we really do thank the scholars, and I think this project is a sign that AAS staff really does listen to the people who come into the reading room and make note and take note of what you're working on and try to address some of the issues you bring to us. As Lauren said, we ended up with about 30 diarists, maybe 50 diaries, and over 100 manuscript newspapers created by children. Some of the diaries have transcriptions with them, and I guess none of them are appearing on this page, but thanks to Caroline for making a separate column here to make it easy for K-12 teachers to identify which resources have transcriptions. And most of the staff who are on this grant provided transcriptions in some way, so it was a team effort. We can go to the next slide. And just to give you a taste of what we've digitized when it comes to diaries, many of the diaries here are in Karen's book. We have diaries by Edmund Quincy Sewell, who was a student of Henry David Thoreau's. We can go to the next one. Grenville Norcross, who was our youngest diarist at age 7. The diaries of Anna Gale, who was a student of Margaret Fuller's. The diary of Percival Bonney. Oh, you're ahead of me, Nick. Who was in his late teens at Bowdoin and complains about students not keeping their curtains shut for doing random activities that we can't discuss, I guess. And next is the diary of Julia Dodge. And I had bought this. It was advertised as a haunted diary. And if you are looking to appeal to students, tell them this is a haunted diary. And they, one of the students who worked with this provided a transcription of the whole thing, which I think he was maybe 16. It's really hard to get a 16-year-old to transcribe a 19th century diary, but just tell them it's haunted. For newspapers, you can go to the next slide. We have everything from school newspapers focusing on temperance, a lot of this Mark talked about, to small items that were created on the backs of envelopes. We can go to the next slide. We have political and wartime news, focusing on, various essays and illustrations. As you can see, one of my favorites is from a newspaper called The Little Acorn. We can go to the next slide just so you can kind of see it. And it's an essay called About My Dollies. The girl writes, I have a little doll and her head, legs, and arms are made of chinaware. Her name is Minnie. I have a little cradle to rock her to sleep in and a little carriage to draw her in. I also have a large rubber doll, but I don't play with her much. I play the most with my china doll. I have a wax doll, but a little girl came to see me who broke its head, and so mother will not let me play with it. I have a smaller china doll, which my aunt gave me, but I do not play with it, for I'm afraid I shall break it, and I want to keep it to remember her by, for she is dead now. I have a great many paper dolls. One of them is named Hattie. She is a very pretty doll and has 4 dresses, one of which looks like silk. Nellie. This is kind of like a little child's cabinet of curiosities, the dolls that she can touch and the dolls that she can't touch. And I love some of the locations where these newspapers were published. This one is the Roarer, and it was published in an office in a little log cabin south of the Maple Grove near a big root. Laura Wazowitz and I, along with our cataloger of newspapers, Ellen Mendieta Rivadeneira, was able to create some of the educator resources. We can go to the next slide, Nick, that Lauren mentioned. We have resources, as was said, for K through 12, in addition to even college age students. We can go to the next slide. For the newspapers and diaries, in addition to trying to make the diaries comprehensible for K-12 educators who maybe don't have a lot of time, we provided suggested curriculum matches for the Common Core, as well as the Mass State standards in history and social studies for many of these. And we also have a wonderful volunteer, Ann Harris, who provided some audio for the diaries for those who need to have material read to them, especially the kindergartners, maybe. And some of the teachers, as Lauren mentioned, that we brought in as advisors on this grant, produced actual ready-to-go lesson plans. And it's not just that children's writing was curious, as we've learned today and last night in spades. It's not just that we get, for instance, a view of how young people went out and watched the eclipse, as we get in the diary of Louisa Jane Trumbull. And I wish we had done this before the eclipse, because it's a great story of children blacking their glasses and then going out like miles away from home to watch the eclipse, and then all the blacking rubs off of the glasses and they can't see anything. So yeah. Well, anyway, we can go to the next slide. We also, and it's not just commentary by people like Harriet Foster Hawes, who Karen spoke about so brilliantly last night, or about the exciting journeys that people like Emily Talbot Keller took to South America. It's a great diary. I suggest you just read it for fun, especially some of the disgusting things she had to eat on board the ship. But we can go to the next slide. So it's not just about these things. It's really about taking curiosity seriously and rethinking what objects of curiosity might be. These objects help us to think outside of our traditional ideas about who is important in the past and how we might understand and welcome curiosity into our own scholarly work. Sometimes our work might require us to take on the mindset of a child, and being willing to see the world differently and just have some fun with the work that we do. We've laughed so much this morning, and I think that's really, really a test to the kind of fun we can have with the works created by children. So I would invite you to take down these children's works from our website, or if you visit the reading room for material that hasn't been digitized yet, and play with them like Nellie's broken dollies, like a little child's cabinet of curiosities we can make sense of and play with at the same time. I didn't do my job. And here is Laura Wazowitz, our curator of children's literature, to conclude.
Oh my gosh. So I'm going to zone in on a catalog record and connecting that with the actual scanned copy of an amateur book. So I joined AAS as a staff member in 1987, and I'm still learning from the thousands of lesser known authors, illustrators, and printers whose work can be found in the AAS Children's Literature Collection. And to this day, most of the researchers who I help are not children's literature specialists. Rather, they are Americanists taking a deep dive into evidence of their topic across print media, from finely bound novels to tattered children's chapbooks. And such research is possible because of the deep cataloging of the AAS Children's Literature Collection, with attention to subject genre analysis, estimated publication date ranges, so important for the thousands of items in my collection lacking imprint dates, and biographical research on the authors, illustrators, and publishers behind those books. So my work is grounded in sources frequently regarded as both liminal, because childhood, as we know, does not last long, and tangential to most researchers exploring big ideas and events dominating the world of adults. However, how these big ideas and events are presented to young people tell us a great deal about how they are perceived at every level of American society. So there's a website. Great. AAS has one of the largest institutional holdings of American newspapers and pamphlets created by and for young people under age 20. We have about 4,000 amateur paper titles produced by young people in the United States between 1805 and 1900, and most of those have been digitized, and they are available on a Gale product. So it is behind a paywall, but a lot of them have been digitized. An offshoot of the amateur periodical press is Amateur Books. AAS has about 300 of those, over 150 of which I have cataloged, most of it with funding provided by the NEH Historic Children's Voices Project. These amateur books were written and printed largely between 1860 and 1899 by teenage boys and girls. Now, I'm going to show you how the Historic Children's Voices website now provides access to this rare material through in-depth cataloging and accompanying digitized images. Amateur newspaper production exploded in the United States, particularly after the invention of the tabletop novelty press in 1867. Amateur books are monographic offshoots of these amateur papers. The books themselves are generally between 8 and 32 pages long and contain a wealth of information about what young people, especially teenage boys, found worth printing, as well as the names and locations of various journalists, many of whom lived in what we would now call flyover territory, like Rockport, Indiana, Tannersville, Pennsylvania, and Jacksonville, Illinois. So bring me, Lauren, to a little game. Take me to a little game. So it's, yeah, so it's going to be down there under little. It's a little, and it's in one of the exhibition vitrines. It's this tiny little yellow book with a yellow cover that says a little game. Oh, I know. Isn't this fun? Well, I know there's got to be a better way, but we're all new to this. I know, my bad. We're getting so close. Yay. Jokes for the million. That was fun. Yeah, there is. Legends, literary.
They're organized chronologically.
Yeah.
They're not organized by people's names on the presumption.
No, there it is, little game. Okay, so here is an example of an amateur book that is both typical for the time and striking to the modern researcher. It is a little game written by 16-year-old Del Knapp, published in 1877. The physical copy, as I said, is now on display. Check it out. It is tiny. According to its printed wrapper, this book sold for 10 cents. The current value today would be $3. It was donated to the American Antiquarian Society by miniature book collector Ruth Adamite in 1995. She likely collected it because it was at 3 inches tall, a miniature book. According to the imprint on both the wrapper and the title page, this little book was a cross-country publication issued jointly by 16-year-old Hiram Wilson Kistler from Tannersville, Pennsylvania, and William Watson Barrett from Jacksonville, Illinois. According to the printer's statement on the title page verso, the book was printed by 18-year-old Xander Snyder of Vienna, New Jersey. So the Watson Barrett was 16, Kistler was 18, Snyder was 18. So these are teenage guys. These paratextual elements allude to the cooperative nature of amateur printing that flourished in towns outside of the American industrial printing centers like New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Chicago. Okay, show the title page. So we have the, yeah, there it is. I wave my wand. No, go to the title page. Thank you, and just blow it up. Yeah, but see the ornate type. That's a real masculine bragging rights. I have all these different type fonts. I have more type fonts than you do. But
But the most intriguing piece of paratext in the presentation of the author's name is the author's name on the title page. It is presented in between quotation marks, troubling the veracity of the author's identity. Many young amateur authors wrote under pseudonyms that were printed on title page, enclosed in quotation marks. Del Knapp is praised by historian Truman Spencer in his encyclopedic history of amateur journalism as a gifted poet. She was also the editor of the papers The Aspirant, the Queen City Enterprise, and assistant editor of the San Francisco amateur paper, Our Literary Youth. A Little Game is an urban tale set in Knapp's hometown of Buffalo, New York. It is a witty piece chronicling the escapades of a swindler presenting himself as a plainly clad minister who deftly fleeces a newly minted hotel keeper out of a night's stay and monetary damages for a supposed theft in his room. As with, oh, okay, and now you got to advance to okay. Yeah, printing. Okay. There we go. As with so many amateur books, the final 2 pages in the back wrapper of the book are filled with advertisements, like this one for a used tabletop press with a 4.5 by 7-inch press surface selling for the low, low sum of $3. The current value of that is $85. According to the ad, when the press was new, it sold for 3 times that amount at $12, which the current value would be $340. And this, my friends, is a reminder that amateur printing was not a cheap undertaking. It took access to cash along with literacy and technological skills. The latter 2 demanded access to leisure time, and for these reasons, amateur publishing was dominated by middle class and wealthy youth, many but not all of whom were male and white. Now back to the ads. The same page at the bottom has a call for fossils and Native American relics sought after by co-publisher Hiram W. Kistler, reflecting on an individual scale the interest in collecting objects of natural history and Native American artifacts by museums like the Museum of Natural History in New York, which was established just a few years earlier in 1869. This is what's going on in the culture. Okay, forward to the next image. On the next page is an ad by William W. Barrett selling labeling stencils. Yeah, stencil plates. The back cover, if you, it has, yeah, if you can, the back cover has an ad for key checks, which are like keychains, and they're printed with the customer's name and address, which was manufactured by Hiram Kistler. So undoubtedly, the money or other resources provided by Barrett and Kistler toward the publication of A Little Game gave them access to the precious space on the back, the ending 4 pages, and the wrapper for their own ads. Now, although Truman J. Spencer's History of Amateur Publishing contains brief mentions of Del Knapp, it was the bibliographical, genealogical, and biographical resources now available through WorldCat, Ancestry, and Google Books that most fully unearthed the life and career of Del Knapp. The name Del itself is liminal. It could be female or male. Del Knapp was a puzzle. And the thing is, she seemed to disappear from census records after 1880. But I noticed that her mother's name in census records was Adeline, and I realized that she might have been called Del as a diminutive form of her mother's name. And sure enough, Adeline Knapp shows up in the California Vital Records as having been born in Buffalo in 1860 and dying in San Francisco in 1909. And it turns out that she moved to San Francisco to become a journalist after attending med school in Buffalo for 3 years. Once in San Francisco, she worked for the San Francisco Call. And he became a part of the San Francisco literary community, where she met Charlotte Perkins Stetson, later Charlotte Perkins Gilman, with whom she had a fiery emotional relationship. Knapp considered herself reform-minded, but by the early 20th century, she espoused anti-women's suffrage views that make her legacy much more complex. Although there is some historical documentation now available on the adult writer Adeline Knapp, up until recently, Del Knapp was wrapped in historical amber as a talented girl amateur journalist. So my work as a curator and cataloger of amateur books, like A Little Game, is to build that intellectual infrastructure to bridge the liminal bibliographic identity of young amateur journalists with the adults that they became. if you show the catalog record in all its glory. And it's a lot more about this item and find similar items. The catalog record describing it's damn long. You can see that. A little game includes hyperlinked access points for the creators, including Knapp, Kistler, Snyder, and Barrett. Although Knapp, Kistler, and Snyder lived into adulthood, you can see from the dates under William Watson Barrett's heading, he only lived to be 19 years old, reflecting a sad and not uncommon reality among the pool of amateur journalists that I researched. His amateur publications largely reflect his own printed voice, which itself was very brief. There are also subject headings for wit and humor, paper boys, there was a paper boy in the story, swindlers and swindling, hotels, and Buffalo, New York. There are also genre headings for juvenilia, amateur books, and works by women authors that will help you find similar titles. Finally, the ads are transcribed in the body of the record, which allows for keyword searches, helpful in tracking down ads for fossils and relics, right? I think that's great. I welcome your questions about printed juvenilia. Feel free to ask me now or during the reception or contact me after the symposium. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. That is very exciting to see some of that material, and I know that it will get a great deal of use. And yes, please do help get the word out about this wonderful resource via our website. So we are going to move on now to panel 3. This is the panel, The Visual Culture of Children's Production. And I'm sorry, I am not Andrea Emmel, but I know that she is out there somewhere attending virtually. But it is my pleasure to introduce the panelists, the 3 panelists for this, for panel 3. So we're going to start with Sarah Danger, who is a professor of English at Valparaiso University. Sarah researches 19th century literature, visual culture, and children's literature and women's writing. Her current book project is In Their Own Words, Child Writers and the 19th Century Press, which is under advanced contract with the University of Massachusetts Press, and reappraises youth authorship within the tumultuous contexts of the American Civil War. Research for Sarah's book was supported by an NEH fellowship that she held here at AAS back in 2022-23. Sarah, please come up.
Thank you. How's this? All right? Okay. It is wonderful to be back, and I have learned so much. It's been truly a feast. I forgot to eat lunch. It was such a feast. And I have been such an admirer of the work of so many in the room. And many of you I've just known on the page and have admired that work. And it's just been so amazing and unsurprising that you're equally remarkable in person. So it's a joy to be here. So slide. Well, this one's a good one. Yeah, I know. So I'm currently working on a book project on child authorship in the 19th century that takes up this question. And in answering this question, I turn to child writers. Today, I'm going to look at 2, I think, really remarkable original stories by 2 child writers from the 19th century. Slide. I open with 2 photographs of the authors whose work I will be focusing on. Rebbe Lemming on the left is a 13-year-old girl from Villanova, Pennsylvania, who grew up during the Civil War. Here she is pictured near the age when she authored the text we will look at today. On the right, we have Grace Fisher Pennypacker Coolidge, a one-time child writer from a Boston family in 1867. That's not when she was pictured. She's pictured when she was an adult in her mid-40s. I begin with these pictures because when it comes to children, most of what we assume and believe about them derives from others' representations of their lives. I am interested in considering how reading children in their own words might unsettle and perhaps challenge these assumptions. When we read writing by children, and in this case today, original stories they composed, what new insights might we gain on how children composed themselves as persons? Slide. To consider this question, let's turn to two child-authored texts with rather unassuming covers. On the right, we have The King's Daughter, a fairy tale by Gracie C., aged 8, published by her father in 1867. On the left, a well-worn blue composition book, bound by hand, contains two original stories by Rebecca Leeming is her full name. Despite the unassuming appearances, both books demonstrate young writers' engagements with the popular illustrated press. Both books, while clearly mimicking popular print, also rework and repurpose the visual and textual conventions of their day for new and inventive ends. In these youthful reworkings of standard literary and visual forms, we discover new story worlds invented by children and encounter rich evidences of the unique authorial voices and subjectivities comprising their narratives. Slide. I open with the first child-authored text that I viewed here at the AAS. Laura introduced me to that text, and it was during a 2-hour break from the Chavik seminar that Gigi Barnhill was leading that I discovered this. And it was like the doors to Narnia opened. Enclosed in a small paper envelope that fits nicely in the palm of the reader's hand. And I really do love holding this book. The King's Daughter is a tiny text. Measuring 8 by 15 inches, the miniature book consists of 4 pages of text and 2 illustrations. Accentuating its uniqueness, the envelope/title page credits the authorship of the small book to Gracie C., 8 years of age. Below the title, we are told by an adult editorial voice, I highly assume that editorial voice is adult, that the quote, original spelling and punctuation are copied as aiding to preserve the childish simplicity of the story. We also learn that Coolidge's text includes illustrations, quote, clipped and pasted by the child author, I added child, rest is a quote, and composed voluntarily as a surprise for Papa. The publication information covering the envelope makes it clear that Gracie's text would not exist, at least not in published form, without adult intervention and appropriation. Papa turns out to be the book's publisher, George Coolidge, a well-known Boston job printer of almanacs and gift books. The back envelope reprints numerous newspaper reviews of Gracie's little tale. Slide. Which is still more evidence of her father's publishing connections. As the reviews stress, what makes Gracie's tale significant are the signs of its childishness and the fact that her father published it. So far, I've been able to track down 5 reviews that all appeared in Boston newspapers. I was wondering if these were made up. They appear not to have been. All emphasize the miniature size of the text, the author's diminutive age, and the fact that her childish and punctuation and spelling have been preserved. While she is named in only one of the reviews, her father is named in nearly all but one. The questions raised by this text material publication are fascinating. For starters, who is Gracie Coolidge and what led her to write such a tale? If, as the envelope announces, the text was, quote, voluntarily, end quote, authored as a surprise for her father, then what do we make of the fact that the publication of her text clearly depends on his professional connections and expertise? What does the publication of this text by an 8-year-old, complete with contemporary newspaper reviews, suggest about the 19th century impulse to preserve and publish writing by children? Although all of these questions could lead to fruitful inquiries, the question that most interests me today is, what does the story itself, its combination of the formulaic and unexpected, the uniquely authored and the childish, tell us about children's agency and voice? And how can we interpret signs of genuine agency and voice in children's writing when so many forms of print publishing reinforce their precarious social positioning? Slide. And then one more slide. There we are, the text. In Grace's case, evidence of the dependence of the child writer on adult modes of publishing continues into the linguistic features of her text. In many respects, Gracie's tale imitates one of the most standard conservative plot lines, the damsel in distress in need of rescue. The actual subject of the narrative tale, the king's daughter, plays a small role and remains unnamed. As Gracie's story goes, the daughter of a king is somehow vaguely endangered and then becomes the object of a male prince, the object the male prince strives to rescue. While the king and the prince also go without personal names, they are known by their own rank and title, whereas the female characters of the witch who sets the traps that imprison the king's daughter and the princess are defined exclusively by their relationship with men and by their primal association with feminine evil or goodness. In this manner, Gracie's plotline suggests the ways that young girls internalize linguistic practices and certain gender norms, even those that rendered them most vulnerable and powerless. Slide. You know this isn't the end of the story, right? Yet, Gracie makes some surprising revisions that crisscross and challenge those more predictable conservative threads. Hers is almost entirely a story of conflict rather than simple traditional romance. The various vague traps that have to be navigated in order to save the king's daughter become the story. The extreme emphasis on the action, so we're looking at page 5, we've got wandering, seeking, knocking, doors flying open, not only define the quest, they are the quest. It is the drama of the daring, the risking, the rescuing, and the triumphing of wit over evil that matters most, regardless of the gender of either the victim or the rescuer. The denouement of the story also registers in unexpected ways. The last line reads, and he, the prince, did not stumble into it, another unnamed trap. Then he went to the princess and he wined her, and they lived very long. On one hand, the run-on sentences and unconventional punctuation reinforces the child's position as a semi-literate apprentice practicing for print. Again, we're quoting Karen. I love to quote Karen. On the other hand, this textual move challenges all readers, child and adult alike, to read the composition in new ways. To read Gracie's tale means reading speculatively as we strive to make sense of unfamiliar syntactic codes and grammar at odd angles with our own. In the end, the author renders the character in need of rescue by the prince as the, we spell it out, Princes, the male plural, rather than Princess, the singular feminine subject. Thus, I might be pushing it here, but I'm going to. The final lines announce the survival of either two male princes, male, and or a prince and a princess. Both, no matter how you read it, there's misspellings involved. And their flourishing depends, as it so rarely does, in stereotypical once upon a time, on their remaining side by side, alive, but still unbound by the legal constraints of marriage. Slide. This final gesture towards autonomy finds confirmation in the illustrations framing the text. Both feature a girl alone, first with a doll and at the end in her knees, as if in prayer. And I think it's interesting that the envelope reminds us that Gracie chose these images. The lone girls flanking the text, while drawn in generic stock images Coolidge probably had on hand, vividly complicate the traditional girl's need for a boy to rescue her. A girl with a doll and posed in prayer, conventional though they might be, also gestured towards self-initiated actions. They suggest a happy ever after found in girls' own imagination, play, and spirituality, like that represented in the text itself. Slide. So I just need to give a shout out to Ashley because you told me this was one of the first manuscripts that you purchased here. It's just amazing. Yeah. And I've now read it cover to cover. Gotta find my place again. While few child writers like Gracie C. had a job printer for a father, the example of Rebecca Leeming proves that even a hand-stitched composition book can yield resplendent evidence of imaginative story worlds, such as this title page and fabulous frontispiece. One more. Oh, I guess they're out of order. Could you go one down and then we go back to this? Perfect. Yep. In reading this text, the first thing that arrests the reader's gaze is the watercolor sketch of an elaborately dressed woman whose hairstyle is as large and menacing as the weapon she wields. Leeming captions her vivid illustration frontispiece and inscribes her authorship, publication date, and title of her 72-page fantasy, The Cousins. Reby's hand-drawn illustration and self-fashioned title page uniquely rework the pervasive paratexts of 19th century print publishing, whereby the author signals, quote, the undefined zone between the inside of her book and the worlds it contains, and the outside of the world, the world outside of the book, excuse me. And that's partly a quote from Gerard Jeanette. Slide. Oh, back. Let's see. Yep, the back. Yep. Well, her composition book contains a few other items, including a short tale about a factory girl turned action hero. That's pretty good. Some practice drawings of a hatchet. That's the witch's weapon, and a shopping list. This title page frames an incredibly original and well-sustained fantasy narrative, which can best be described as Gilman's Herland meets Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. In a nutshell, a family is shipwrecked, the husband/fathers and one unlucky oldest daughter, always the oldest daughter, drown. The men do have good manners and wave goodbye, goodbye as the water covers them. However, the two wives, who are also sisters, and their 4 daughters safely make it to an unnamed island. On the island, the women's and girls' survival depends on the girls, the 4 cousins of the title, ages 4 to 15, becoming female adventure heroes. Of course it does. Their survival also depends on their managing to create from scratch, slide, a comfortable parlor, which they completed in just 9 days after making it to the island, which Reby portrays in an illustration at the end of chapter 1. And that's basically how her image and text work. She builds to it. It's the last page. She describes all that they had to do. So rather than give a sustained detailed plot summary of this original fantasy by Reby, which is really so tempting. That's all I'm going to give you in terms of summary. I would like to end by examining several of her intricate watercolors and consider how they drive and elevate her fascinating adventure to a remarkable level. The beautiful details of her illustrations, such as this parlor, demonstrate Reby's deep awareness of the powerful visuality of the mainstream 19th century press. After readers take in detailed descriptions of the women and girls securing provisions and the wonderful furnishings that just happen to float up on the shore and building their own home with the help of a few other useful survivors, including a glassmaker who makes the windows, chapter 1 culminates with the image of a crucial, tastefully decorated parlor. Through careful integration of word and image, the text sets up the suspense and the image amplifies what has just been told. In this manner, Reby enacts in her text what scholar G.G. Barnhill describes as, quote, the power of illustrations to excite the reader's imagination, reinforce and interpret the text, and dramatize the narrative's emotional content. Besides this unlikely but arresting 19th century parlor, however, the entirety of Reby's illustrations visualize a fantastic, colorful cast of giants, witches, and mean fairies, all of whom threaten the girl's survival. Slide. For example, well, let's look at the picture for a second and we'll move to the example. So I want you to take it all in. Yeah. These are the little women who first seem to be good stewards. They're gardeners. They're watering the roots of the tree, but they kill mortals. So if they see you, they'll kill you. That's what the girls learn. Yeah, when you turn the page. So slide, please. Now I gotta remember. Okay. Okay. For example, here we have a small, ugly woman who magically drops from the chimney after the girl's mothers fall ill. That happens on day 11. So they build the parlor by day 9, and by day 11, both mothers are out of commission. The crone first appears helpful, telling them of a secret elixir that will save their mothers' lives, which is an herb called art thing. When the youngest cousin calls her ma'am, however, the crone becomes irate. And rather than telling the girls where the life-saving herb can be found on the island, she gives them an extensive etiquette lesson on why they, quote, shouldn't be mamming her, but rather address her by her title, madam. Slide. Later, the text describes the girls coming face to face with a menacing giant exactly as they are securing the medicinal herb art thing. At the very moment of the encounter, but with the turn of the page, this ogre is visualized and labeled, complete with gigantic nose, swollen lips, and engorged eyes. The enormity of the image accentuates the creature's threats, which are detailed by the text. The giant initially tries to cajole the cousins into staying in his treehouse, telling them he will keep them safe, all while fattening them up to eat. When the girls foil his plot with some savvy spy work and fall into a tunnel 70 feet under the ground, he proceeds to try to dig them out with a sinister elongated arm 20 feet from shoulder to wrist, and that's a quote, and later with a giant expandable pitchfork. This careful sequencing of menacing actions detailed in word and image culminates with the giant finally being named on page 70, eat 'em up. Thus, his name sums up the threat he embodies, which the characters and readers learn to read as his true nature. Of course, the villainous threats, traits, and forms of Rebbe's text and illustrations are not entirely original. Slide. Yeah. They bear some resemblance to the other knife-wielding female nemesis and bulbous-nosed giants from popular nursery reading. Can we go down, back? Oh. Well, and these are thanks to Laura Wasowicz, who tracked these down. They're wonderful. Rebbe's repeated and exaggerated visual spectacle of the ogres, however, we can go to the next slide. Presents a parable of the real suspense experienced by young girls navigating a series of often mean authoritarian figures they must learn to read and outwit. And just as notably, Rebbe's heroines are never illustrated and thus made spectacle for the reader's gaze. Her focus is clearly not on the girl's beauty, nor on the virtue-rewarded plots of the pervasive didactic literature in Sunday school books aimed at girls in particular and children in general. Instead, anticipating late 19th century boys' adventure heroes by a few decades, these girls function as a team whose survival, while marred by individual vices and peccadillos, foregrounds the heroines becoming nimble, skilled readers of the duplicitous authorities standing between them and art thing, the holy grail of their quest. One final slide. I conclude, we're gonna have to go down though. There's the witch again. Here we go. I conclude with the two images of the authors of the text we've considered. On the left, Rebecca Leeming sits reading to her younger sister, Mary or Mame, in the parlor of her Villanova home called Asbury 1 year after she composed The Cousins. On the right, Grace Coolidge Pennypacker appears as a 40-something mother sturdily holding two toddler twins on her lap, with a shoe dropped in the corner, perhaps alluding to the son who had passed away the year prior. And that reference is thanks to Nan and Lauren, who helped me make that connection. What I'm still working out and would love your input on is how to read the writing these creative authors composed as how reading the writing these creative authors composed as children complicates the subjects and subjectivities we see represented in the photographs. I have some thoughts along these lines, which I'm happy to discuss in the Q&A, but I am especially curious about how the story worlds they compose that we looked at first might animate and deepen our viewing of the young woman and the mother pictured here.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Our next presenter is Charlene Zhao, who is a PhD candidate in the Department of Literatures at Cornell University. Her dissertation, Early Lost, examines scenes of child death and separation in 19th century American women's writing. She's a creator of two digital humanities projects, Periodical Poets, which examines poetry in 19th century Black edited periodicals, and No Stain of Tears and Blood, which compiles material from the free produce movement. Her work has been published in American periodicals. She was a Brown Family Collection short-term fellow here at AAS just this past year, and she will be the inaugural Michael J. Kiskis Fellow at Quarry Farm this summer. Charlene.
While I wait for my slides, I just want to say I'm really honored to be here. I'm really grateful to the knowledge and generosity of the AAS staff and also of my fellow fellows last October. The extensive friendship album collection at the American Antiquarian Society has helped me look at the multitude of ways that young women, while in school and seminary, use these blank volumes as personal and pedagogical objects. Filling up the blank pages of a friendship album gave young girls an opportunity to practice their drawing and penmanship, while also circulating and exchanging poems and images that embodied sentimental girlhood in the 19th century. I should note that the albums I'm focusing on in my talk come from before the Civil War, which is a somewhat arbitrary cutoff. For my talk today, I want to discuss some of the ways that images operate in the friendship album, how they propagate ideas of sociability, femininity, and white girlhood through this language of cultivating beauty. And at the same time, however, I also want to explore some of the ways we see girls commenting on and contemplating these scripts of conduct and the difficulty, even the impossibility of perfectly adhering to these ideals. In the 19th century friendship album, distinctions between image and text were somewhat blurred, with titles like Floral Album and Album of Gems, as well as references to the book as a bouquet or a garden plot. Each page was an aesthetic contribution that made up a greater precious collection. This kind of collection is referenced in the images of bouquets that grace many album covers, as well as illustrations from both publishers and contributors. In this framework, the album holder was someone who cultivated beauty and tended to the visual and literary pleasure of the book. Slide, please. The intense emphasis on proper handwriting, which many have noted today and in their writing, was often done through practices of copying, had a very graphic quality. Carla Peterson states of one instructional contribution in Martina Dickerson's album, one of the few known friendship albums kept by a Black woman at the, which is held at the Library Company. Peterson writes, quote, "The graphic qualities of polite handwriting reflect both exteriority and interiority, and perhaps even literary composition itself," end quote. So we see here that like the penmanship and the calligraphic features of the birds are conspicuously similar. The birds feel as signatory as the signatures themselves, if not more so, because they're so large. Slide, please. I'll also quickly note that this attention to both the text and image sometimes persisted even when these album poems were taken out of the book binding. To I, a poem published in Godey's Ladies Book, includes the subheading "Written in an album" opposite a picture entitled "The Indian Toilette," which prioritizes the readerly perspective of the original open album book as opposed to the poem on its own, extracted and empty of this album context. The friendship album encourages these intermedial practices, often incorporating printed frames like this image of parchment and flowers, inviting the contributor to complete the image with their writing. In this page, we see in the next page, we see one contributor imitating this framing, which she had likely seen in other albums, placing the poem between a leaf with the title "To Isabella" and a volume that's simply titled "Bliss." And you can note that the border drawn around the poem is the same as the one drawn on the spine of this illustrated book. "To Isabella" reads, "You have requested me to write into your album book so bright, where others wrote as to remind true friendship which will not unbind." At the risk of exhausting the punning potential of words like leaf and bind, To Isabella fashions itself as an ornate loose page which binds the writer and the album holder.
The image suggests that the writer's message of friendship is a valuable one, taken from some narrative of bliss, which is uplifted in importance through the evocation of the book object. And it's now bound forever with Isabella's album of gems. The writer's assertion that these writings will remind Isabella of true friendship, which will not unbind, is as much a praise for the collection of friendly sentiment in the book as it is a praise for Isabella's friendships. To follow a botanical metaphor, there is a sense of literary grafting happening here, a curatorial impulse when receiving or responding to an album request that seeks to capture both immediate feeling and a sense of constancy, to mimic the marks of prestige through a clearly personalized hand, and to combine artistic expectations with genuine emotion. Repeatedly, album entries are referred to as items of historical and personal value by the writers. As one person wrote in an Alice Cassidy's album, the memento of early friends are sacred relics. These relics were textual and visual, literary and literal, as the status held true for verses and illustrations, as well as something like a carefully braided lock of hair. The album then is both an aesthetic object and an instructional text. In this multiplicity, it represented the holder's sociability and the quality of their social circle, and by extension, their capacity for leading a moral life befitting a lady of taste. At the same time that entries were often praised as flowers, offering, and gems, entries also show that this place of carefully cultivated beauty was not immune to errors. Slide, please. In cultivating their bouquet of friendship, album holders and writers were keenly aware of the dangers the world posed to their feminine righteousness. An 1853 entry from a Miss Richardson to Eliza Wilson in Eliza's Forget Me Not album fixates on the text and therefore the lady's life as vulnerable to disastrous errors and stains. May this album be an emblem of thy life, and no foul blot upon its page appear, each page a day, each day devoid of strife, and heavenly virtue be thy polar star. So when you fill the measure of your book, and shall be called to pass the grand review, that the great critic may approving look and happy see your errors are but few. To Miss E. Wilson, like other poems which gesture at the consequences of not following a moral life, references the idea of a foul blot on the page as a metaphor for sinfulness. Blot here neatly envisions a mistake on the physical page, a blemish on the skin, or some kind of corruptive stain which compromises one's ability to perform as sentimental ideal. The holder was subject to scrutiny not only from their friends and family in the circulation of the book, but eventually judgment from God, dubbed here the great critic, surveying the album in the grand review. The connection being drawn between the pages about the album and the album holder herself interprets the page as a representation of her hopefully unsullied heart, body, and mind. It becomes quickly apparent when viewing friendship albums that this instruction was highly invested in the formation of an ideal white subject, one which would inherit and reproduce these traditions of propriety, maintenance, and affection. As Karen Sanchez-Eppler writes of an 1824 friendship album kept by a Chinese student at the Foreign Mission School in Cornwall, Connecticut, copying is not a neutral act, but one which reveals new ways of thinking about the processes of assimilation and conversion so centric to ethnic and racial relations in the United States. The violence of American colonialism and cultural assimilation is embedded in the careful maintenance of white womanhood, literary traditions, and the societal progress they imply. This is usually an undercurrent of album art and writing, but is seen explicitly in an 1854 album from the publisher Riker, Thorne & Co., which features a series of lithographs portraying Native subjects interspersed between the book's blank pages. Titled The Past, the Present, and the Future, and owned by a Joseph Hill, the book includes images of songbirds and plants, as well as numerous romanticized scenes of native life. Women bathe and swing from trees while men chase antelope and attend to their horses. These images demonstrate that the language of an implicitly white literacy and propriety presented in these albums is not separate from the notion of the native population as past. A framing which insists on a supposed primordial nature, which normalizes their disappearance at the hands of genocide and subjects them to an anthropological gaze akin to that of a naturalist.
The ideal album keeper, typically a middle-class white woman, though this one was owned by a man, is thus held as a kind of national symbol of femininity affirmed by the exposure here of Native women's bodies, and bodies which are likened to natural specimens of study rather than as subjects to identify with. We observe this in other engravings or illustrations, perhaps as a reflection of the sentimental taste for European imagery, landscapes, and period dress. One of J.C. Riker's album of remembrances includes an image of the Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, and a Leavitt and Allen album of the heart includes an image labeled the Crusades. Even though explicit colonial or religious imagery was not a subject always suitable for an album, these images nevertheless imply that it remained in its periphery. Thus, the portrait and landscapes in these albums underscore a connection between the commodification of feeling in the literary marketplace and the colonial project, that the reproductive and sentimental politics of album contributions were ingrained and sometimes even face-to-face with the racist, environmental, and sexual violence enacted by the United States against its non-white subjects. Next slide. Thank you. For my next example, I will talk about one image publisher J.C. Riker chose when printing several of their albums, an image titled The Mother's Joy. Images like this one were constantly being reused in albums to represent innocence, often in a bucolic setting, and oftentimes with animals. The Mother's Joy appears in a number of J.C. Riker albums, but the early appearance I could find is actually from their 1832 annual Affection's Gift or A Holiday Present. Slide, please. And this was a really exciting find from October. And here it actually accompanies a poem of the same title by Lydia Mariah Child. Child's poem addresses a girl named Mary, described repeatedly as gentle and loving. The first two stanzas capture the general tone of the poem, which emphasizes Mary's ignorance of the world's suffering. Why, what a busy maid thou art, with eyes so like a dove, and I am sure thy little heart is running o'er with love. No grief hast thou, save now and then thy bread and butter falls, or careless little bantam hen escapes from her wooden walls. Though the connection to the child poem is not apparent in subsequent albums I found where Riker uses the Mother's Joy image as a title page, I think the message can still generally be easily inferred. The pictured child knows nothing of the world's grief and embodies an innocent joy. It is the encapsulation of the angelic white child of holy ignorance Robin Bernstein discusses in Racial Innocence, who enacts a, quote, performance of not noticing, a performed claim of slipping beyond social categories. Importantly, not all album holders encountered these portraits of innocence without friction. When one of the Philadelphia Female Anti-Slavery Society founders and educator, Charlotte Fortin, wrote in the album of the young Mary Ann Dickerson, slide please. She titled her poem The Mother's Joy, likely in reference to the image on the previous page. Fortin addresses a happy boy loved by his mother, while also describing her grief at the memory of her deceased mother. Many scholars have read the mixture of sentiment, abolition, and direct address that fill the preceding pages as a literary curation, which speaks to the varied relationship middle-class Black girls and women had with this prescribed consumer culture. As Erica Armstrong Dunbar notes, the cultivation of emotion and relationships we see in the Dickerson albums extend beyond a simple mimicry of sentimentalism. So here we see Fortin challenging the prescriptive format of the album when she writes in Mary Ann Dickerson's book. She writes, "Thine is a happy lot, sweet boy. Oh, what mine were the same. Like thee to be my mother's joy, like thee to something her name. My mother's spirit long has fled this world of war and pain, but I do hope, although she is dead, to meet with her again." Fortin's conviction that she will meet her mother again supports Jennifer Blowen's claims that album keepers inscribe constant references to endurance and eternity in order to characterize forms of separation, both geographical and in death, as transitory. While Fortin likely did not know that The Mother's Joy originally accompanied a Lydia Mariah Child poem when she wrote in Mary Ann's album, the contrast between the two verses is nonetheless striking. Both concern themselves with the child's ignorance of the world's suffering, but Fortin confronts the writer's unhappy lot directly. Jasmine Nicole Cobb argues that in naming the world of war and pain beside the sentimental portrait of a white child, Fortin's subversive verses reflect how, quote, antebellum Blacks inhabited and managed through belief in an afterlife. Fortin then turns the ease with which Child's Mary becomes this unnamed generic child of the title page into a personal and specific poem about the Fortin family that will be legible to those who encounter this album, as these semi-public objects had a controlled circulation. Fortin's poem likely took on even more significance as Mary Ann's album gained more contributors, many of whom allude to the later loss of Mary Ann's son, William. I also wonder what kind of sustained impact or new resonances these two mothers' joys had for Mary Ann when she eventually wrote an original poem in her own album titled To My Dear Willie, which recalls the hope of fond parents that now lie buried in gloom, right? This conversion from a mother's joy to sort of these past hopes. Thus, even as the album page is often a place of this imitative literary conformity and white sentimentality, we still see many young women using the album space to actively contemplate the models of feeling and conduct available to them. They use the page to connect with their instructors and peers, to articulate grief, and to question who is accepted in this world of innocence. To study the album is to propose a mode of recovery that doesn't only uplift the novel and original, but instead focuses on the conversations seen in these homemade archives, to borrow a phrase from Ellen Grover Garvey's Writing with Scissors. I also see this kind of curatory work by children in the Friendship album's many coded messages, in the artistic liberties they sometimes take with transcriptions, and in albums which swap owners, where a child might doodle and write over previous entries, or where someone takes ownership of the album of a deceased person. Thus, we are able to examine not simply these like entries on their own, but a network of elusive curation, circulation, and reinterpretation. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Charlene. Our next speaker and final speaker for this panel is Shauna McDermott. Shauna earned her PhD in critical and cultural studies from the University of Pittsburgh in 2020 and is currently a lecturer in American literature at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. Shauna is a scholar of children's literature and culture at the turn of the 20th century and is currently working to turn her dissertation, Visualizing the Future, Childhood, Race, and Imperialism in Children's Magazines, 1873 to 1939, into a book of the same name. She's also working on a project which studies the centrality of children to the eugenics movement in the early 20th century. Shauna was a J. and Deborah Last Fellow here at AAS in 2016-17, and we're happy to have her back at AAS. Shauna.
Not sure I realized it was that long ago. Okay. So today I'm taking on the always impossible task of trying to take about 350 pages worth of research and tell you it in 15 minutes, which, as you all know, is incredibly frustrating. And I always struggle with deciding how to organize something like this. And today I am trying something really new for me, which is by starting at the end. So this entire presentation is actually whittling down to this image. This magnificent image. This particular illustration is composed and submitted by Dorothy Stair, and it is published in the December 1908 edition of St. Nicholas Magazine for Young Folks. And I argue that this image is actually the most interesting image printed in the magazine's collective 77,000 plus pages. But in order to get here, in order to really talk about this image, we have to do a great deal of background work, so please stay tuned. And let's start then with the magazine itself. So in case you're not familiar, St. Nicholas was published in New York between 1883 and 1940. It was founded and spearheaded by Mary Mapes Dodge, and Dodge envisioned St. Nicholas as the finest children's magazine of its era, a childish companion to Scribner's Monthly, which was the parent magazine. Oh, that's Mary Mapes Dodge. I'm sorry. There's one more you can go on to. That's Scribner's Monthly. And equal in literary value to contemporary magazines such as Harper's. And St. Nicholas's achievements live on. So St. Nicholas is frequently lauded for its publication of much loved children's stories such as Sarah Crewe or What Happened at Miss Minchin's, which later became A Little Princess. Little Lord Fauntleroy, which at its time was arguably more popular than Harry Potter, and the stories which would eventually come to be known as Kipling's The Jungle Book. But none of that is interesting to me, so get rid of all the images. What is actually interesting to me about St. Nicholas, because I wrote my dissertation on it, is the emphasis that the magazine put on visuality for children. So go ahead. Both in the way that Dodge sold the magazine to its readership, but also in her demand to her publishers that the finest and most cutting edge technologies be used in St. Nicholas. So she said, if it only be the picture of a cat, it must be so like a cat that it will do its own purring and not sit a dead stuffed thing requiring the editor to purr for it, which I think is lovely. So St. Nicholas used Devin Press, which was at the cutting edge of printing technology. And as an example of its avant-garde visual status, St. Nicholas was by far the first children's magazine to publish a photograph for mass child consumption. And again, if this were the 1880s, you guys would be much more impressed by that. But it was a really big deal. I'm excited. So why does it matter, right? What is important to me about the fact that St. Nicholas used cutting edge technologies for the production of visual images is that St. Nicholas was at the forefront of a late 19th century mania for the visual. I'm certainly not alone in studying this increased emphasis on the visual and print culture at this moment. Many other scholars have done a much better job at delineating just how fascinated late 19th century audiences were with visuality and why. However, it is important to understand that it is not merely that people wanted more images in children's magazines because illustrations are pretty, right? But instead that visuality at the turn of the 20th century was serving a purpose. Visual images sought to make visible, to make tangible and identifiable the racial difference or the racial differences that were so important to American society and politics at the end of the 19th century. So again, please bear with me as I make a great deal of incredibly complex scholarship, very, very concise in this moment. But what I argue across the length of my dissertation is that St. Nicholas used its connections to childishness and innocence to vehemently pretend that the magazine was absolutely not a primer in racial difference. But of course, intentionally or not, that's precisely what it was. St. Nicholas is a magazine that spoke to thousands of child readers on a monthly basis across the American landscape and around the world, and it gave them images that made it abundantly clear what a Black child was, and then also what a white child looked like. And that's supposed to be looked like in both stances. What the specific differences between those categories were, and importantly, how the consumer of the magazine could see and identify those differences plain on the page. And it's important to note that, of course, these are not real racialized persons, right? This is just Black ink on white paper. And none of the methods used here actually represent racial difference because, as W.E.B. Du Bois and W.J.T. Mitchell, amongst others, suggest, race is a concept. Race is not tangible. Race is not visible. But at the turn of the 20th century, American cultural producers and illustrators were intent on insisting that race was visible and easily identifiable with visual tools. Easy being, of course, the key word. So now it's important to emphasize here that St. Nicholas did not make up the connections between perceived racial difference and visuality. No, other texts and artists did that for them. And Jonathan Sunshine has an incredible article on the visuality of Clotel. And it's my favorite example because it's so easy to see what I mean when I say that illustrators in the 19th century weren't actually invested in portraying what people looked like, but instead on drawing race. So Sunshine notes that in the illustrations of Clotel, published in 1853, and we'll give a quote here too, the material lines of the engraver externalize Clotel's racial Blackness. So though Clotel is a mixed race character that the book describes as having a complexion as white as most of those who were waiting with a wish to become her purchasers, and another quote, features as finely detailed as any of her sex of pure Anglo-Saxon, Sunshine here notes that it is Clotel's racial Blackness, not her phenotypical whiteness, that the engraver indexes on the page by choosing to fill her face with Black ink, while her captors' faces are largely left blank.
So though Clotel is explicitly of light complexion in the text, the image marks her racial blackness by filling in her hands and face with black ink, while her racially white captors all have faces empty of ink, except that used sparingly to mark eyes, noses, beards, and shadows. So even this guy, that one, note the subtle way, so again, that the engraver works here, because darkness on white faces can also indicate shadow in 19th century illustration. But the way that the artist cleverly encodes racial whiteness is by having this little sliver, right, of white here that demonstrates a whiteness of skin that allows the viewer to understand that this man is racially white. This tiny detail allows us to see how incredibly complex and subtle these kinds of visual codes are. But it's a language, right? One that we learn as children and which we tacitly understand. So children's literature has continued in this trend. In St. Nicholas, illustrators continue to mark racial blackness by filling in the space of the skin with black ink, and racial whiteness continues to be indicated by the blank page. And please hear me when I say that it is more complex than this, right? I am painting with very broad strokes for the sake of the time limit. St. Nicholas continues these American traditions of illustrating race across decades of publication. And what is interesting is that there are thousands of images of Black American children portrayed within the pages of St. Nicholas, some of which reproduce really expected racist portrayals of Black American children and people as foolish and incapable and frightened, but some of which, from the 1880s, portray Black American children as adorable and sweet and canny. As time passes in the pages of St. Nicholas, though, there are fewer and fewer portrayals of Black American children in the 1890s. And then in the 1900s, they're basically gone from the page. And then by the time that we hit the 1910s, images of Black children are just gone forever. This one, actually, in 1916, is the last time that St. Nicholas printed an image of a Black child in an American landscape. And it was part of an advertisement, so it's debatable regarding how much control the editors had over the content. And you guys have probably all been hearing me say Black American children and American landscape here. And that's actually quite important because other Black figures don't disappear from the magazine. There are images of Black adults portrayed within St. Nicholas throughout its run, and importantly, images of Black children outside of the American landscape, in foreign lands, usually in Africa, or occasionally in stories of the antebellum South. But when it comes to images of Black children portrayed as living within America at the moment, as existing in reality, this is the last one. And there are 24 more years of the magazine to come after this image. And if you consider that, right, that 24 years of magazine were published, and they just happened to never imagine visually that there was a Black kid in America, that's not a mistake anymore, right? That on some level is deliberate, that is policy. So this claim actually deepens and complicates claims that are being made today about representation in children's literature. So while critics such as Ebony Elizabeth Thomas demonstrate that there is an incredible absence of Black childhood in American children's literature, and that is, of course, a problem, my research demonstrates that it's not always about the absence. It's not always about a vacuum. That it's not really just that Black kids were just never printed in mass-consumed children's literature, but instead my research suggests that it's less an absence and more of a deliberate erasure. Because in the 1880s, there were hundreds of images of Black American children on the pages of Children's Lit, and in St. Nicholas in particular. And some of them were really great, some of them were upsetting, but they were there, and over time, they weren't, they were erased. And I attribute that to the editors of the magazine, to Mary Mapes Dodge and William Fayal Clark, who took up the magazine after her retirement. And whether or not it is intentional, and I actually have not found any deep editorial notes that suggest that it was viciously deliberate, the images of Black American children were phased out of the magazine at the turn of the 20th century, except fascinatingly in the child contributors department, where we find this. But again, before we can get to it, so get rid of it. And I know I've been teasing it, but we'll get there. Let me tell you briefly about the letterbox and the St. Nicholas League. So the letterbox comes first. And it's a few pages at the back of the magazine amongst the puzzles where Mary Mapes Dodge starts publishing letters that children send into the magazine. And then the St. Nicholas League comes after that. And it becomes a place where child readers sent their art, their poetry, and their photography to be published. And frequently they were awarded prizes. So little fun fact, F. Scott Fitzgerald won a prize for something he submitted to St. Nicholas, which if you ask me was his peak. As did E.B. White and a lot of other authors who I'm sure you've heard of. But what is important to remember about both the letterbox and the League is that they were incredibly acculturated spaces, right? If something was printed in the League, it's because the editors marked it as the best and the finest art submitted that month. Regarding the letters, Dodge rigorously edited them. She was not at all a fan of baby talk or bad grammar, and instead children's letters were cut down to their most interesting bits and were indeed edited to be grammatically correct. There are a few exceptions to this, especially when a particularly young child sent in a letter that then would be printed as an image to preserve the handwriting. But overall, it's really important to me that you guys understand that these spaces were deeply edited, right? In short, the child art and writing that reproduced the rather high-minded and undoubtedly racist ideals of the magazine were those that got published in the magazine. And actually, like, I would personally just really love to see Mary Mapes Dodge's slush pile, right? Because I'm sure that there's really, really good stuff in there. Yeah, but I haven't found it yet. But what we get to see in the letterbox and in the League are those images which reproduce the values of the magazine, right? We see that in images like this, where the child artist has learned the magazine's method of marking racial whiteness by leaving people's faces blank, as white as the snow. We also see it in an image like this, where Dodge has printed a child's racist joke so that others' children can laugh at it. And it was rare for Dodge to go this far and to make St. Nicholas's racist bent so clearly evident, but it did occasionally happen. So in light of images like this being printed, it fascinates me then that something like this got through. This image was sent in by a reader of the magazine, 14-year-old Dorothy Stair, and Dorothy knows very well how to mark the race of the girl that she has portrayed on the page. We know that the child portrayed in this image is intended to be read as racially Black because this reader and artist has reproduced the magazine system for representing child race. The girl's skin is darker than the background against which she stands, and it also contrasts with her clothing, especially her snow white socks. This image is the only representation of Black American childhood reproduced in St. Nicholas in all of 1908, and I think all of like from 1900 to 1910. And further, it is the only positive representation of Black American childhood printed since the 1880s. But if we can just take a moment, right, to indulge in the cleverness of this image, because this artist has absolutely learned her lessons in drawing well. Not only has this artist demonstrated that the child's racial Blackness by giving us ink on the page, but she has further emphasized this point by showing that the child holds a doll whose face has no ink on it. It is blank, implying that the doll is racially white. There are no mistakes here, right? This illustrator is not letting you misinterpret this image. She's insisting that this child be read as Black because she gives you a white figure in the image as well. And importantly, this Black child is not suffering, right? She's not a servant. She's not any of the horrible stereotypes applied to Black children at the turn of the 20th century. Instead, she is treasured. Like the wealth of this child, this isn't even her only Christmas gift. She is a child of plenty. So to me, this is an image that is full of protest. It is an image that just screams, we exist, in the face of a nationwide media campaign to insist vehemently that Black children did not exist, that they're not worthy of portrayal in the pages of a children's magazine. And so I think that this image is an absolute treasure. And I wonder honestly how it got through. I don't know how it got into the pages. Is it just that it fits the bill for the poem above it? I don't really have any answers, but I would be very curious to hear what other people are thinking. But when I say that this image is anomalous, like it's important that you guys really hear me on that, because I want to emphasize to you all the lack of images of Black American children in this era. What is ultimately unsurprising is that although St. Nicholas prints at least one image of a white American child in every issue after 1887, it only ever prints 2 photographs of Black American children, one in 1916, and then not again until 1924. So in 53 years of printing photographs of children in St. Nicholas, we only ever get 2 photographs that index the existence of Black American children. And both of these photographs were interestingly included in the St. Nicholas League portion of the magazine, indicating that they were sent in by readers. So believe me when I say that I could go on, but I would like to end the talk again with this image on the screen alone, just so that we can kind of bask in it. Because I think that this image works as evidence for the kind of work that children's art can do. The debate about children's autonomy is decades old at this point and remains deliciously unresolved. But I think that Stair's art here allows us to truly claim that children are paying attention. Dorothy has learned the lessons of St. Nicholas and the wider world about how to draw racial Blackness and whiteness. She's learned how to reproduce it, but then she's also taken those lessons and found her own tiny way to push back and offer another story, a story of a little Black girl on Christmas morning holding her doll, perhaps wondering if she should throw it aside and play with her wagon. And that is a good story. We can end there, that's fine. Yeah, no, it's good. That's good. Yeah.
So our 3 panelists could come up front. We have about 15 minutes. We're going to try to move seamlessly into the next panel. So, but feel free if you need to get up, and the restrooms are right out in the hallway, just so that we can stay on schedule. So thank you all for these fabulous papers. It's great to see the interventions that you're making into the visual in conjunction with the text. I'm going to just open it up for questions in the audience here, and well, I'm sure we'll have some questions on Zoom as well. So I'll look to you, Stephanie, at the back for any that may come in there. Yes, Maureen.
That image that now just disappeared. Do you know the poem, the rest of that poem that was above it?
I haven't read it in like years.
Oh, okay. Well, because what I worry, I like the happier version of things, but what I worry is because the girl is discontented, it seems, so in the poem, and we can't see if then they use the Black child as a example of somebody behaving badly. Obviously I don't know. I don't know the rest of the
It
poem.
had it at the bottom, but I couldn't read it.
Oh,
The caption,
A
it was
heading?
it was the caption of the visual image at the bottom. So the name of that picture. is at the
Oh,
bottom.
because
By
I thought it
Dorothy.
meant. She discontentedly said a heading is what I thought it meant, but that wasn't the finish of the. Okay.
No, so the situation is that one child sent in a poem about Christmas morning, and then Dorothy Stair sent in an image of a child on Christmas morning. And I think that was the pairing, that they were trying to put them together and sort of suggesting that they sit next to each other.
Yeah.
But Dorothy Stair was not by any means illustrating that
Right.
that poem explicitly.
Yes, Cabrera.
Hi, these papers are fantastic. I have a question for Shauna. Can you share more about the biography of Dorothy Stair?
I can't, which is such a bummer, right? I've tried to look for her, which is the problem with this is that, of course, well, the first problem is I don't have access to the census data because it's behind a paywall, and I couldn't afford it. But the other problems with it are that, of course, it's just difficult, right, to find people. And I have looked, but nothing has turned out fruitfully. I wish that it did. I keep coming up against walls for this sort of thing, and I wish that I did that.
Jesse. No.
Another question for you, Shauna, just especially for the later 19th and early 20th, this magazine's great. Your argument is compelling about sort of the disappearance of African-American children, but is there an appearance of Native, Asian, Mexican-American children in here? I mean, we're talking about a really complex moment of race. So I'm wondering if you talk a little bit about that, because I think there's more to race than the presence or absence of Black children at this historical moment.
You're absolutely right. And part of the problem with my dissertation, which my chairs kind of yelled at me for a lot, was that it was too big. Like I'm looking, just St. Nicholas has 77,000 pages plus, and then I had 5 magazines that I looked at. And so I narrowed and I did focus just on looking at Black and white as the thing that I narrowed in on. The quick answer to your question is that there's tons to be looked at there, and there are portrayals, really interesting portrayals of Asian Americans, and especially Mexican Americans and Native Americans. But I don't have any particular expertise that I can give you at that field, but it's all there, and someone should do it, and maybe next year. Right?
So yes, Emily.
I also really enjoyed all three papers. I think this question may cut across them, although maybe it was particularly inspired by Sarah and Charlene's pieces. I was thinking about a wonderful recent book on Mozart, in which Adeline Miller argues that in the 18th century, his precocious celebrity was about his industry, whereas later in the Romantic era, it became, that he was a genius. And so I was thinking about how this connects to the idea of faults, about whether or not children's faults are permitted to be seen or even enjoyed. And so Sarah, you have the example of Grace Coolidge, where the father is cherishing deliberately and then commenting on the fact that he's deliberately left in the original spelling. And then Charlene, you had that familiar but compelling idea of the blot on the page and the blot on the reputation. And I wondered how we explain those differences of treasuring the mistakes that a child makes as naturally childish or not, or not wanting them. And then of course it did come up for you, Shauna, with Dodge deciding to amend and edit the letters that were sent in. But then every once in a while, you said they did include these facsimiles that were perhaps meant to be charming because the young writer makes so many, idiosyncratic errors. So any thoughts about when faults are admired even, or permitted, or erased?
Yeah, sure. I love this idea of a blot because there's that line, it says, but few, so a few are allowed. I think there's also a kind of modesty in a lot of album contributions. There's a bit of like, you've given me a page, I'm so sorry, I'm not worthy. And there's a kind of, a false modesty perhaps, that like, there is this acknowledgement of fault. There's acknowledgement of the book as a space of learning. There's oftentimes a corrective hand in there if they've been using this for school where their spellings will be corrected. So I think there is like a room for mistakes in the structure of the album, even though there's also this kind of warning, language of warning that's in there of like, well, don't, you still have to do a certain type of performance. And, maybe that's where that impulsive false modesty comes from.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't think we do well with failing and flaws even today, right? Signs of that. But yeah, for me, I just read it as part of the composite text, I guess. But your point is so beautiful because it's making me think of how when I first arrived here, I thought I would just find a few scraps of writing, some marginalia, right? A letter here maybe, and perhaps a diary. And then really, Laura just happened to be in the reading room in that 2-hour block of time, and you helped me. I never know how to use catalogs at new places, and you helped me, and then the doors just opened. But once I couldn't believe that children were composing whole text stories with a beginning, middle, and an end, and that they're so original. So for me, I just am reading now, and I'm not sure this is the slant of your question, but I'm reading the flaws as just part of that composite world and part of what, that's what we have on the page. Just as Faulkner was faced with a blank page and made choices, there were choices, and then it gets even more complicated when they're published and the mediations, etc. But all writers' texts are mediated. So,
Thank you. We have a question on Zoom. Stephanie, do you want to?
Yeah, Lori has a question, so you can unmute if you would like and ask it.
Bauer, and my question, I guess, is for Shauna and Sarah, but for all of you, really. I've been really interested in thinking about the porousness between the mass market establishment publication industry and the ways in which these things are by children, creative productions are kept in archives. And St. Nicholas, but also Grace Coolidge are wonderful examples of the way in which children can be inspired by other child creators. So for St. Nicholas, it was the kids reading the letterbox and then the St. Nicholas League that inspired them to send in. But for Grace Coolidge, Marjorie Fleming's diary had been published in 1863 in the British North Review, but it was circulated widely in America. And so obviously her father was aware of how people had had responded to those childish faults. And so I'm interested in what you think about the ways that children are responding to other children in the productions that they give us.
Anyone want to jump in?
Okay, go. We're punting, Lori. Yeah, thank you, Lori. That's a great question. I'm not sure. Again, I think I'm putting my own slant on it, but I just really love your question. There's a lot in it to think about. But what's initially coming to mind is one of the patterns that I found in reading published works by children. So I'm thinking of Nellie Williams's amazing Penfield Extra producer. She was a child between the ages of 11 and 16, producing her hometown's newspaper during the Civil War. And just all the ways that she creates, it's not just she's creating space for her own voice, but she creates this club of child authors and then is writing to other child authors. So her text, and there's so many others that I found along the way that really, in my mind at least, speak to some of what you're asking, Lori. It may not be to your mind, but to my mind it is, in that how much children were writing about and for other peers. Mm-hmm. And that was another surprise. And reading these materials, I thought it would be much more of a top-down dynamic, right? Adult shaping, and that we might see just little signs of kids' opinions and voices tucked in amidst all the ways that they were supposed to obey. And so I really appreciated your points, Emily, about that dynamic that you were teasing out. And Lori, I'm not sure I answered that, but we can talk later.
So with St. Nicholas, at least, like, I think that it was much more top down. I think that the editors were deeply invested in keeping that, because of course, if they don't, then they stop selling magazines, right? But there was some really interesting formations of community that happened around St. Nicholas, where to begin, like, Mary Mapes Dodge in the letterbox encouraged children to respond to each other's letters and to answer each other's questions. So you could send in a question and she wouldn't answer it. She would outsource the labor to other children to do that sort of work. But then outside of the magazine itself, we have a lot of evidence of people creating like reading groups together where they would share the magazines. Or we have like the magazine sort of facilitated the creation of groups like the Bird Defenders, where children would get together and advocate in their communities to save birds. And other sort of communities, right? Yeah, it's the whole thing. And so there was a ton of formation that was happening outside of the magazine that was sort of still like based in being a reader of the magazine, but then created all sorts of cultures outside of it that I think spin out in really interesting ways. And we have also evidence of a lot of children making their own versions of St. Nicholas and writing their own stories in it and calling it St. Nicholas, right? So there's a lot to be sort of said, but I'm not sure that I have as much direct evidence of children inspiring children as I might want to have. It's more of a spin-off sort of thing, but I think that that's how Dodge wanted it to be.
Any more questions on Zoom? Okay. I'm just going to ask one quick question and then we'll wrap up. And it has to do with some of what we talked about this morning in terms of, we've actually seen a lot of really great papers that also address the visual and had a lot of visual representation, but text, copying text, remediation, and Charlene touched on this a little bit too in terms of the visual and copying imagery. I wondered if you could, and I guess what inspired this, Sarah, is your image that you shared of Mrs. Emerson's parlor. And that's a very familiar image, I think. And I just don't know if you've thought about how those images get copied and reused, and if that's something any of you want to comment on, because we think of this often for text, but less maybe so for visual.
And are you thinking about how kids are copying from the popular press? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I realized after, I think my images were out of order. So I maybe was speaking about images that weren't on the screen. I apologize. But what I definitely think that was happening, and I'd love to know what images you were thinking of. But I thought Laura found some great images of of other knife wielding
Mhm.
women, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
In kids' books that definitely could have been inspirations. But yeah, I mean, I think it's so when you're thinking about when you're talking about copies, I'm just thinking of all the scrapbooks and the cutting and the shaping, and I'm thinking Emily had to go, Emily Gowen, but just I was really interested in trying to put together in my own head the composition process for that boy, right? If he's making its own anthology and he has all these little bits of text, were they just torn out and did he just assemble them? And then I'm thinking of Karen's wonderful paper about kids graffiti, right? The Dickinson nephews, that's what I call it. But they've got the
Scrapbook doors.
collage,
Yeah.
right? On,
Yeah.
on the wall. That,
And almost all of that comes out of St. Nicholas. Like
Mm.
that's their main
really
cutout place. Yeah.
Because the family subscribed to it. They had it. Yeah, cut it up. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it also speaks to Emily's point about what we deem important and what kids deem important. And yeah, I think there might be a lot in what they are choosing to represent both in the text, but also in the image.
Well, thank you for these really great papers, and we'll move on to the next panel.
Yeah, I guess everybody knows who I am. by now. So I am going to be moderating this final panel. And I will first introduce our duo of speakers, Maureen Egan and Mary Eileen Furat. Maureen Egan is a writer who has freelanced for national and regional publications and has been a magazine columnist, an English teacher, and a creator of award-winning food events business. Oh my. Mary Eileen Furat recently retired from the New Jersey State Council on the Arts after a career in arts administration. She first worked on the Ruth Henshaw Bascom Diaries 40 years ago and is currently transcribing the diaries. Yay. They are both graduates of the College of the Holy Cross here in Worcester, Mass. And they were 2022 Barron Fellows and are working on several Ruth Henshaw Bascom projects for children and adults. They're presenting today on Ruth Henshaw, Words and Whimsy, 1789 to 1793.
Great. On January 1st, 1789, when 16-year-old Ruthie Henshaw of Leicester, Massachusetts began a journal, she didn't make lofty pronouncements or leave a literary flourish on the page. Very pleasant. We took a web to weave for Mrs. Hawkins. She wrote cryptically and a bit illegibly of the weather, household tasks, family doings, visitors, and visiting. Her first sentences foreshadow her life's work, observing, capturing a slice of life on paper, working with her hands, keeping records, participating in her community. She didn't know her diary would become a crucial part of her identity, a record of an era, and critically, a document that documented the art she didn't yet know she would create. Even when Ruthie had nothing to report, she remarked upon it. Fair, nothing remarkable. She wanted to keep up her new practice. Writing every day in January, clearly proud, she allowed a flourish on the 31st, end of the first month.
This Leicester landscape looking east from Denny Hill was painted by Ralph Earl, also from Leicester, for Ruthie's uncle, Colonel Thomas Denny Jr., who lived nearby. This was Ruthie's world growing up. This land is part of the ancestral homeland of the Nipmuc people. Ruthie's early entries were matter of fact. She didn't mince words and invariably began with the date and a brief weather report. 1789, January 5th, very pleasant. I went to Uncle Wheeler's exhibition at Leicester. Daddy and Dr. Flint went to town. Mr. Stephen Sargent here after flaxseed. I went to Uncle Wheeler's to spin on their wheel. She has begun to set the scene. Her family has a farm outside town, growing flax and other crops. They do fiber and cloth work as part of a community, and Leicester is worthy enough to host an exhibition.
Ruthie Shirley was familiar with the New England primer, and as a Henshaw likely noted the H entry particularly.
Nothing against the Bible, but throughout Ruthie's life, the book bound together with her heart was her journal, even though she occasionally misplaced it. I lost my journal all this week. Yeah, it happened a few times. She was so devoted, she even mentioned writing in the dark. Today, we're focusing on 1789 to 1793, which includes 187 diary pages and takes Ruthie to her 21st birthday. As Ruth Henshaw Bascom, or Aunt Ruth, Ruthie became an early 19th century New England folk artist who created over 1,600 life-size cut paper and pastel profiles over 42 years in nearly 40 New England towns. 225 extant profiles have been identified to date in museum and private collections. You'll see 2 in our presentation. Made my ink black with copperas and sugar, put too much sugar. There is no sign that Ruthie knew 1789 was a turning point for her. We don't know what prompted her wanting a record. Keeping a journal in 1789 was no easy task. It took forethought and resources, which young people of any era often lack. She needed to scavenge paper, a quill, and ink, which she sometimes had to make, find time and a light source, and then keep her work safe from younger siblings. Have been unable to write in my journal this month past by reason of a fit of sickness, but by the kind hand of Providence am in measure returned to health. Illness prevented her from writing occasionally, but she always returned to it.
I want to point out that she didn't take those penmanship lessons.
I went to Pliny Earls, bought a number of little articles amounting to $2.03, among which was paper, dozen. I shall be more particular in my journal for the future, as paper will be more plenty. Her terse tendency was a direct result of not always having paper. She planned to go into more detail with paper more easily at hand. Her nearly 11,000 word output in 1793 reflects that. Everybody went somewhere in 1789, though not too far afield, with Worcester, Shrewsbury, and Boston rating mentions. There were numerous so-and-so coming and so-and-so went entries with friends and relatives crisscrossing for work and play. Village and farm life bustled with cousins, aunts, uncles, neighbors, visiting back and forth, walking or sleigh riding to and fro like the shuttle of the loom. Colonel Henshaw, Daddy and Ma'am went to Mr. Sargent's in sleigh visiting. Mr. Samuel Morse here. Daddy went home with him, bought a cow with him. Daddy went to Mr. Hubbard's to appraise some goods. Daddy went to Captain Southgate's assessor meeting. It isn't surprising that her father rated top billing in her 1789 journal, mentioned in almost every entry in the first months. Colonel William Henshaw, seen here in an oil portrait in the AAS collection, was a veteran of the American Revolution, a farmer, justice of the peace, and legislator, often going to court in Worcester or holding court at home. In the first years of the diary, he's a main character. Ma'am, her mother, got much less ink. As Ruthie grew older, her own activities took center stage.
Work was a constant. She did carding, weaving, sewing, hat making, quilting, candle making, and more to contribute to her large family. Many entries focus on the never-ending production of cloth and clothing for the family's cottage industry. It had its own language. Mr. Green sheared sheep for Daddy. I carded up at Mr. Wheeler's. I went up to Mr. Wheeler's to work for myself. Mr. Wheeler brought Mrs. Wheeler down here in forenoon to warp web, begun to weave on our woolen aprons. Spun 9 skeins, which make in all 42 in 4 days. Beyond the spinning and sewing that were common tasks for girls and women, Ruthie showed a knack for hat making that served her well in her future. Even at 16, she altered and made hats for herself, family, and friends. Her work went beyond utility. She clearly cared about fashion. I went to Worcester, bought the articles for a hat. I went to Mr. Green's and made Mrs. Green a bonnet. I altered my hat by making the crown peaked. Altered my hat by making a turn down at the sides after weaving it other ways till I was quite out of fashion. Finished several little materials to be a little more fashionable. These 2 drawings from her later journals show her continued interest in style. They're little images of hats that she was making. Later, her millinery skills resurfaced when she featured delicate lacy bonnets in many profiles.
Yet for all the work she did, she was still a child. Spent a very agreeable evening playing break the something, neck the weaver, grind the salt, dance some, sang songs, etc., etc. April 1st, Daddy went to Worcester. I made Isaac Sylvester April Fool by bundling in road. Betsy and I went and picked blackberries out of old Mrs. Andrews' pasture, and she was mad as hops. The line between girlhood and womanhood was blurry in Ruthie's life. And though she had older half-siblings, as the eldest child of her parents, she had a different status from the younger children. Sunday, Daddy and Ma'am and children went to meeting. Daddy to Worcester, Ma'am and Phoebe at Mr. Lynn's visiting, while I am at home alone, singing away my precious hours, which time ought to be better employed. But thoughtless youth, how swift do the moments, yea, hours and days roll away unregarded by thee. May reflections of this kind often remind us and serve to prepare us for our approaching dissolution. Big finish. As a New Englander of the time, she can't sing without contemplating duty and death during her rare time alone.
There was minimal adolescent drama, but it's tantalizing when it appears. We received a letter from a friend, or one who professes to be such. Not another word of this friend. Was it coincidence that next Sunday she commented archly on the sermon? Mr. Davis preached to the young people from young men likewise exhort to be sober-minded. May his unwearied exertions be crowned with success. It's doubtful. More shocking was an unusually long, risque entry with dramatic flair that she couched in, gee, I almost forgot. Oh, I had liked to have forgotten a circumstance which happened early this morning as Patty and I came home after the family were abed. We rushed into the chamber where, to our astonishment, we found a comely youth seated on the bedside, buttoning his waistcoat. We gave the poor fellow a pass. He made the best of his way down the stairs, mounted his steed, and rode off with all speed. Is this scene bookended by her typical entries, a scene from a book or a play, or a remembered dream to amuse or shock her friends? Perhaps Patty was a bad influence. We know Ruthie attended Leicester Academy, a coeducational institution, briefly in 1791 and 1792, where girls in the lower school were taught the same as boys. Attended school with Betsy Conklin, had the pleasure of seeing 4 new scholars enter the school. Went up in town to go to school to the academy. I took the part of young Lady Lambert in a comedy called The Hypocrite, to be acted 23rd day this month. I went to school, an afternoon exhibition, ladies 12 in number. Elegant music added beauty to the scene. She was quite interested in detailing the exhibition programs and associated social events. Even while occasionally a student, she began teaching when she was 19. Went to Spencer to teach a school, and an afternoon opened my school, which consisted of 17 scholars. She was more terse recounting her own teaching, noting only the number of scholars, up to 48 sometimes.
Though she had more responsibilities, she knew how to have fun and fun with language. Spinning frolic at Mr. Green's. I went with others, had a capitation dance. Mr. Snow played for them. Spun and sung songs all day till night approached. Ruthie loved a sleigh ride, a spinning frolic, and a dance, and she couldn't resist some wordplay. An afternoon, rode up to Hinckley Hall in sleigh in company with A. Cheney. Had a very agreeable ball up at the Academy Hall, 28, I think, in all, besides the speckled potatoes or spectators, and returned at 2 o'clock, safe, etc. She often had an engaging, playful style, other times dry. She tossed off non sequiturs. I had the toothache very bad, had a new pair of leather shoes, and Mrs. Wheeler had a quilting, very agreeable dance. Likewise, Mr. Robert Andrews of Boylston killed with a cart running over his head. She waxed lyrical a few times a year. Snow last night, light as feathers. She addressed a reader occasionally. The author has a word to apologize, to beg the reader not to criticize. She recorded the news of the day, an Indian man and woman here to let. While their visit was noteworthy, it didn't seem out of the ordinary to her. Other times she was an aggregator, gathering the juicy bits. Broken limbs, overturned carriages, so many accidents. Billy cut the side of his head very bad with a scythe. She reported whimsically on births. Last night, Mr. Wheeler had a son born like a fairy. Oh, Mrs. Wheeler might have given a different account. She didn't shy away from the gory details of death. Mr. Thomas Stickney died of a putrid fever, aged perhaps 40 or 50, and left a wife and 6 children to lament his loss, using a rare exclamation point.
Without work or young siblings in the way when she traveled, Ruthie explored taking advantage of the chances for socializing, shopping, and seeing the sights and expounded on them. On a short visit to Shrewsbury with two friends, she briefly tasted independence. Our folks sent for me home, could not suffer without me any longer. Being on her own brought out self-confidence and humor in her, but there probably was more than a tinge of truth that her family needed her. In October 1793, she headed to Boston for Governor John Hancock's funeral, a grand solemn occasion. In 17 days of the trip, she filled 8 pages. Typically, she'd fit 17 days on 1 or 2 pages. Took a long walk with Dr. and Mrs. Hayard, Mrs. Henshaw, first to the end of Long Wharf, from thence back by the market, up Court Street, etc., and through the mall. I saw many very elegant buildings, among which was Governor Hancock's house, and other curious matters, too many to enumerate. We went with Mr. Bass and daughters to Beacon Hill, where we had a delightful prospect of Boston and the neighboring towns. From there, went on to the new bridge leading from Boston to Cambridge. On our return, took a view of the Almshouse Workhouse. AM, Polly and I went a shopping, bought me a buff-colored shawl. PM, walked with Mrs. Bass to the duck manufacturing, with which I was much pleased. Her enthusiasm for seeing what's around the corner, over the bridge, and inside a factory is undeniable.
It is, as Ruthie would say, nothing remarkable that she began keeping a journal. What is remarkable is that she continued one for at least 57 years, and that most of the years of the diary are safe here at AAS. Her handwritten account has for too long been undervalued and misinterpreted. As the year goes on, the diary captures the evolution of Ruthie from girl to woman to artist. We are still fascinated by her writing 235 years later. Paper may be flat. Ruthie's voice is full. We continue collaborating on her works on paper with the goal of bringing her story out from the shadows and her profiles out from museum storage. It's an honor to share Ruth Henshaw Bascom's work and life more widely in various formats. Thank you.
Oh, you two did not disappoint. We are hearing the child's voice echoing. So we are going to continue hearing the child's voice with Elise Henriksen. Elise Leal Henriksen is assistant professor of history at Whitworth University in Washington State, where she teaches courses on early America, women and gender, and religious history. Her research focuses on intersections of religion, gender, and life stages in 19th century America. Her first book, tentatively titled Holy Nurseries, Sunday Schools and the Creation of Childhood in Early American Christianity, positions children as primary actors within the rise of Sunday schools from 1790 to 1860, arguing that these new child-centric spaces empowered young people to shape the formation of American religious culture while simultaneously creating a social imaginary for childhood itself in ways that continue to influence contemporary life. Her work has received numerous fellowships and awards, including the 2017 Sidney Mead Prize from the American Society of Church History and the 2022 Lapidus Fellowship in Pre-1865 Juvenile Literature and Ephemera from the American Antiquarian Society. She also received a Louisville Institute sabbatical grant for researchers to complete her manuscript on her upcoming sabbatical. She earned a PhD in history from Baylor University in 2018. Her presentation today is titled Finding Faith in Antebellum Children's Diaries. Elise.
Have the one slide, but since Cambria did the same this morning, I count myself in good company. On the theme of being in good company, I'm just so humbled and honored to be in this room full of luminaries, people whose work I've read and admired and learned so much from for so long. So thank you all for having me. My perhaps too broad title gestures toward my scholarly interest in children's lived experiences with faith in antebellum America. Today, I will pull from my larger project to focus on how adult prescriptions for formulating faith, applied in social governance structures like Sunday schools, were experienced by pupils via one of the more obvious archival remnants of children's voices, diaries. I encountered this rich section of the AAS archive in the summer of 2022, and all the diaries I will reference come from this abundantly fruitful time as a Lapidus Fellow. To my knowledge, all of the diaries I consulted were penned by white children, all Protestant, all from the Northeast. In my larger manuscript, I employ a wider variety of sources and methodologies to integrate the voices of children from multiple racial, gendered, and class identities, and children of color are certainly present all over 19th century Sunday school culture. But since our purpose is to celebrate the launch of the historic Children's Voices collection, I invite you to listen with me to the voices of the children I found in the archive we stand in today. Specifically, I hope to excavate ways that children described and understood the embodied and performed practices entailed in being a Sunday school pupil, asking how they ascribed meaning to this localized experience in their diaries. To be a pupil was to engage with the heart of the weekly Sunday school ritual. So before I get to the diaries, I'll first say a few words about what that process typically entailed. But before I do that, let me outline in brief what I mean by ritual. So I'm taking cues here from Molly Farnath, among others, who defines rituals as a, quote, series of acts that, when taken together, constitute a single unit or activity, a routine, unquote. These acts range from sounds, movements, and interactions with people and or objects, all in regular and prescribed order. These prescriptions are not individually set, but are standards determined by communities and must be shared and tended by members of a group. Rituals are, in other words, social practices. Additionally, rituals do more than just impart knowledge. They establish and habituate community norms, and they enact relationships. The antebellum Sunday school experience revolved around just such a relationally oriented, prescribed routine. Initially formulated by a network of Northeastern evangelical volunteerist societies, most of them staffed by female volunteers, in the first few decades of the 19th century, it crystallized into a formalized ritual with an accompanying literary and material culture following the establishment of the National American Sunday School Union, or ASSU, in 1824. Most antebellum Sunday schools followed the pattern suggested by the ASSU, beginning with a morning session comprised of prayers, hymns, a sermon from the local pastor or Sunday school superintendent, and a small group session organized by age. During this session, pupils recited and earned premiums for Bible verses memorized during the week. They also worked with their volunteer teacher, who was very often an adolescent instructor, to respond to a Bible questions curriculum using their combined knowledge of Scripture, co-creating meaning from the text. Next, pupils and teachers processed together to a service at the local church to which the Sunday school was attached, where they were expected to sit reverently and attentively. Following the church service, the children returned to their Sunday school room for another round of Bible and literacy instruction, finishing by mid-afternoon with more hymns and prayers. And there's indications that snacks were involved in some capacity as well. Bread and milk. While this basic Sunday school ritual was created by a small network of powerful adults, it should not be viewed as an entirely top-down process. Local communities enacted the routine and assessed how members performed according to the standards. And it is in this space of enactment and assessment where rituals can be improved, improvised, adapted, and even resisted. In my work on antebellum Sunday schools, my aim is not only to bring experiential substance to these quotidian rituals, but to position pupils as agents within the enactment and performance of these routines. As childhood studies scholars assert, children's dependency on adults does not make them entirely passive, nor are adults fully autonomous agents. Rather, adults and children are entangled in each other, co-creating identities, experiences, and norms within a dense web of relationships. Or as Mara Gubar puts it in her kinship model theory mentioned last night, children and adults are fundamentally akin to one another, even if certain differences or deficiencies routinely attend certain parts of the aging process. While constrained within adult-dominated structures, children can still express agency by receiving, responding to, and adapting rituals. How might this intersubjectively constituted agency have been at work within the weekly Sunday school ritual? Well, in multiple ways, ranging from consent to resistance. And pupils' expression of this agental participation sometimes landed on one side or the other of this spectrum, but more often children seem to live in the middle gray, subtly embodying aspects of the Sunday school routine in ways that we might easily overlook because they appear, among other things, mundane. Take, for example, a key but perhaps remarkably unsexy element of the Sunday school routine, attendance. Sunday school attendance first registered with me as important. It was not something I admit to looking for when I first looked at the diaries, but it became important to me because it was something that pupils gave extensive attention to in their diaries. Yet at first glance, while child diarists seem to care deeply about tracking their weekly attendance, they all use a short, almost perfunctory tone that is straightforward to the point of, at least initially, seeming to be boring. Take, for example, Georgiana Souther Barrows, front cover, second from the left here. Very first item that I pulled when I came for my fellowship, that we can talk more about that imperative to touch not and how that set an interesting start to my time here. It's also on display out in the front case here. So take, for example, Georgiana Souther Barrows, who kept a diary at the age of 13 in 1842. Georgiana was a devout young woman who faithfully attended Sunday school almost every week and dutifully recorded her attendance. Her weekly entries are notably devoid of detail, following the pattern of this representative entry from January 30th. As usual, went to Sabbath school and to meeting all day. Mr. Hurd preached in the forenoon and Mr. Clark in the afternoon. The other child diarist I consulted also faithfully recorded their weekly attendance, but almost all are similarly sparse in detail. Upon closer examination, however, these entries begin to assume more texture and significance. For one thing, I was struck by the notable degree of choice often exercised by young pupils. Certainly, these child diarists may have attended Sunday school because their parents compelled them, but in the AAS diaries I analyzed, not one mentioned parental pressure. Indeed, in most of the diaries, parents are almost entirely absent from this part of the process, although they loom larger in other aspects of the Sunday school experience. For several of these children, their Sunday school attendance seemed almost arbitrary, indicating that many children approach this ritual as an option rather than a requirement. 8-year-old William Hoppin of Providence, Rhode Island, was not particularly religious and often skipped Sunday school to play in the snow on bright winter days. 14-year-old Etta Harlow was also ambivalent about Sunday school, choosing whether to attend based on how she was feeling that day. She never indicated that her parents interfered with her choices, writing that they often just attended church without her on weeks Etta wished to remain at home. While these examples are certainly not universally representative, they do underscore that participation in organized religious activity was often, or could be, contingent on a child's choice-making capacity. For children who were less sporadic attendees, it was not uncommon to cycle through multiple Sunday schools across the year based on personal preferences. James Whittier, writing in 1830 and 1831 in Massachusetts at the ages of 13 and 14, regularly rotated through different Sunday schools of his choosing, often at churches that his family did not attend. James began this practice after the Sunday school attached to his family's church increasingly failed to meet his standards. He reported that sessions were extremely thinly attended, largely in consequence of being disorderly, and he blamed this sorry state of affairs on teacher apathy. James was not the only AAS diarist to expect much of the adults in formal positions of power. For many, a strong authoritative presence to enforce the different aspects of the Sunday school routine was a baseline requirement for a good Sunday school experience. When adults failed to meet their standards, many children took their presence elsewhere. Each additional element of the Sunday school ritual was rich with meaning for these children, and they in particular emphasize elements such as memorization, premiums, and volunteering as an adolescent instructor, to name a few. But since my time will quickly come to a close, let me begin to conclude by quickly discussing the relationship enactment element of rituals, as this was an element that undergirded and enlivened almost every other aspect of the Sunday school ritual from the perspective of these child diarists. For example, to link again to attendance, the common practice of cycling through different Sunday schools reveals the centrality of peer friendships to the entire ritual. Frances Bennett, who's a friend of the journal you see here, kept diaries at ages 14 and 15 between 1852 and 1854. And he attended Sunday schools in congregations ranging from Baptist to Unitarian, choices that were often dependent on where members of his friend circle were attending at any given time. Francis not only made decisions about where to attend Sunday school in reference to his larger peer network, but he typically spent the remainder of the day in the company of these same friends, indicating that Sunday school was as much a site of social interaction and relational maintenance as it was religious formation. At times, the intertwining of friendships with attendance betrayed him, such as when his friend John dawdled so badly one Sunday morning that, quote, when he was ready, 'twas too late, so I didn't go. Most diarists were not as dependent on friends' punctuality, or in John's case, lack thereof, when making decisions about Sunday school attendance, but all were similarly attuned to the social dynamics bound up in this religious activity. And I should quickly say this applies not just to friends, but also to some interesting sibling dynamics. Teacher relationships were equally vital. A sense of connection, or lack thereof, with a teacher could make or break a child's decision to participate in Sunday school. The aforementioned James Whittier increasingly made decisions about where to attend Sunday school based on his opinion of the teachers. In fact, he began visiting Sunday schools at congregations outside his family's home church when a teacher for his age group stopped conducting the expected regular Bible examinations. Despite his service as a teacher's aide for the infant Sunday school class, a task he seemed to relish, James grumbled that when it came to his own spiritual formation, I was not much better satisfied when I returned than when I went. This experience contributed to his conclusion that our folks seem to be growing sleepy, but I hope they will soon wake up. Other children were similarly blunt in their diary reviews of Sunday school teacher performance, noting whenever they found instructors boring or off-putting. Diary entries became exuberant, however, when a child connected with their teacher. Etta Harlow wrote of her male Sunday school teacher that, I liked him very much indeed. He is very young, not more than 20. I could sit and listen to him preach all day. Surprisingly, for me at least, children assess preachers even more rigorously than their small group Sunday school instructors. Whether it was the Sunday school superintendent or the local pastor, these adult authority figures were open to weekly critique from the perspective of most pupils. 17-year-old Hester Cowing exemplified a common pattern in her diary by regularly noting the name of the preacher along with the sermon scripture text every Sunday. But she went further, typically offering basic commentary on the sermon. She wrote on January 12, 1862, that she heard rather a dull sermon in the morning and a good one in the afternoon. She deemed yet another sermon purely poetical. Similarly, Etta Harlow not only recorded weekly sermon text and topics, but usually provided a short assessment of the minister's skill, critiquing those she disliked while gushing over her favorites. She typically recorded whether she approved of sermons, noting when they were very entertaining. She deemed some ministers very sweet indeed, while another was too much affected to suit me. Nathaniel Cheever, see one of his entries here on the left, kept a similar practice of evaluating sermons and ministers. In an 1829 entry, he wrote of one of his favorite preachers that he is a venerable man and adorns the pulpit. But even the deeply religious Nathaniel could not always muster the necessary enthusiasm each week. He wrote that one Sunday sermon was so dull that, quote, my ocular powers not being very wakeful, unquote, he fell asleep during church. I thereby remained dormant during the sermon time. What I heard was quite good, but not anything remarkable. Damning evaluations indeed. Of course, these assessments remained private and did not alter adult behaviors. Nevertheless, they highlight that receiving instruction from religious authority figures was an interactive process for these children. Listening to a Sunday school sermon or observing a Sunday school instructor dispense the curriculum was not a passive enterprise, but one that invited some sort of response on young people's part. Interactions with adults gave pupils numerous opportunities to hone their sense of what constituted appealing sources of spiritual nurture, making Sunday schools into a space for children to develop their own religious preferences. By accepting or rejecting the relevance of a message, pupils access the agental spectrum of consent to resistance as a way of internally co-creating meaning out of the religious discourses handed to them. So to conclude, by placing students at the heart of structured religious rituals, we can discern the multidimensional ways that children engaged with and cultivated faith in antebellum America. Their diaries remind us that religion was more than an intellectual assent to doctrinal formulations of belief. Rather, religious spaces like Sunday schools were embodied, emotional, and relational experiences for these young people that allowed them to exercise various modes of choice making. Moreover, Sunday schools often acted as a site where pupils' perceptions and performances of their entanglements with others, be they a peer or an adult authority figure, shaped their sense of their own religious personhood. Listening to their voices, paying attention to the granular ritual elements that might at first be dismissed as small or unremarkable, reveals how children navigated social governance structures by applying, modifying, and at times rejecting elements of prescribed religious rituals. The moments where their personalities and attitudes peek through in their diary accounts brings real children out of the shadow of adult discourses about idealized Christian childhood, rendering them visible as religious actors within the historical record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise, and more voices. Great. All right, our next speaker is Catherine Kittredge, who is professor of English at Ithaca College, where she teaches courses in children's literature, women's and gender studies, graphic novels, and science fiction. She is the founder of a feminist pop culture conference and the editor of the quarterly newsletter, The Early Children's Literature and Culture Chronicle, which I have been a great contributor to. And get this, she has been playing ice hockey in the men's beer leagues in Binghamton, New York for more than 30 years, which is kudos to you. Catherine will be speaking on their particular property, Thomas G. Conde Jr.'s magazine for children by children. Catherine.
Before I do that, I'm actually coming to you as an amateur newspaper newsletter person. So the Early Children's Literature and Culture Chronicle is an attempt to bridge the divide between people working on children's lives from different disciplines. It comes out ideally 4 times a year. And it's been a wonderful experience. We have about 280 members from 13 different countries. And if you would like to be part of our mailing list, I will pass this along. There's also an initiative starting at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign to begin a listserv that's connected to this. If you just want the Chronicle and not the listserv, or if you want the listserv too, check that. If you want the listserv, I don't know. But anyway, here's a piece of paper. Okay, do those too. I'm not going to read a paper, and we'll see how that goes. This isn't really the setup for it. And I am starting my clock. So, oh, I've got to do mine too. All citations are from the Juvenile Portfolio and images that are here in the American Antiquarian Society. And I thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for making that possible. So we've been learning a lot about informal and amateur productions by children, but there are also children who were professional editors of magazines and periodicals that were taken seriously by the public. Specifically, there were 5 editors identified as being teens when their publications went to print. The one that I am going to focus on was Thomas Gray Conde, born in Philadelphia in 1797. Parents, Elizabeth and Holmes and Thomas Conde. It's not really clear if his father was a bookseller or a bookbinder. He was something of a man of letters. He authored a volume on George Washington. He contributed reviews to local periodicals. Now, at the time that he was editing this periodical, Thomas Conde was also a student at the University of Pennsylvania. He was among the founding members of the Philomathian Society and he received his AB in 1815. So the entire time that he's editing this, he's also a full-time university student. He goes on to study law at University of Pennsylvania, receives his degree in 1818, and then goes on to live a very short adult life where he practices law, edits Condi's magazine, and then dies by 1838. So the juvenile portfolio, Condi began publishing it when he was either 13 or 14. The first issue was 1812, and it said that he originally wanted to do it informally as an amateur paper to be distributed, but was told that the level of quality of printing would be too expensive, so he had to make money on it. So he charged 12.5 cents per month. There were 4 pages of original and extracted material. It came out every single Sunday. And then at the end of the year, you could collect all of your little issues, take them to the printer, they would bind them, and you would also be given an index, a title page, and an address to the readers in this. So the first volume had 61 issues. Volumes 2 and 4 had 49 issues. So there was a total of 208 issues that came out over 4 years, or 832 pages. And actually, next to St. Nicholas, this is, of course, chicken feed. But I felt rather oppressed having to go through it. There are no pictures in this at all. The December 1814 Volume 2 edition listed 552 subscribers, including individuals throughout Pennsylvania and from Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, and Georgia. Finally, due to the numerous disadvantages arising from the narrow limits of this work, when he was 20 years old, Condi launched the Parlor Companion, which was not a juvenile publication because he was 20, he didn't want to like hang out with the teenagers anymore. He wanted to like assert he was grown up, and it kind of failed, but he had a good run with a juvenile portfolio. So this is an example of the title pages, the letters to the editor, and the index, and what it would cost to get your books bound. So one of the things that's interesting is we can see the evolving practices. So when he first started it, he said, I'm going to deliver you each a copy. I'm going to collect the money when I deliver it. It's cool. And then by January, he said, that's too much. You're going to have to pay quarterly. And he also decided in April that things were going pretty well. And so he enlisted the Merchant's Coffee House, Mr. De Silva's bookstore, Mr. Byron's bookstore to kind of come in with him to look for subscribers. And then by May, he said, the editor will call on subscribers at the end of each quarter. No money is collected for individual issues because it was just getting to be way too much. Part of the reason it was getting to be way too much is because his father had died during this year. And it seems like his father had really taken a hand, especially in the business end of things. So starting with volume 2, he started to give up managing the business end of the magazine. He severs his relationship with the other bookstores and coffee shops. He focuses on John Byron. My theory is that Byron took over a lot of the business side of things. He also advertised for an active lad to solicit subscribers. And then finally, January of 1814, he advertises for a smart boy to assist in delivery. So he's slowly kind of getting out of the production and delivery business and just focusing on editing. So the portfolio hasn't been extensively studied, partly because it has gotten some bad press. As back as, and in 1939 terms, it was considered to be like pretty hot stuff: stories, poems, jokes, hair-raising serials. All in all, the arrival of this paper must have been the high spot in the week of innumerable children, as opposed to Betty Longnecker Lyon writing, "We look in vain for a sympathetic and sensitive understanding of childish interests. In imitating his older, age-hardened contemporaries, he apparently took an immense pride in being every bit as pedantic as they." So not surprising, scholars haven't really flocked to this periodical. So the basic format of this was it would start with a long form serialized novella. These are always exotic. There was often a Gothic romantic element. There was always a young person. I think it would be really interesting to look at these as kind of forerunners of YA. Like, what is the formula of what teenagers really want to read? Frequent themes were thwarted love, early death, loss of parents, and perfidious relatives. There were a ton of shipwrecks in there. Yeah, really like graphic shipwrecks going on pretty much all the time. The second component was short essays on on what he called the changeful scenes of fashion, opinion, and manners. These are very secular. There's, especially after his father's died, there's very little religious undertone at all. And a lot of this was kind of about like how silly people are, or how important it is to hold on to your morals and behave well. My personal favorite was Modern Manners at the Behavior at the Table. There was a whole series of these: modern manners while walking, modern manners while being at a boarding house. And this, and it was just entirely like very adolescent humor. It has become very allowable at all polite tables to wash, gargle, and otherwise clean your mouth after meals. If you have any regard for genuine good manners, be sure to improve on this principle and hawk, groan, cough, etc. in the water glass to any pitch or tone you think most agreeable. And then humming a new tune, drumming with your feet or knuckles, has a very lively effect during dessert. If you can contrive now and then to break a decanter or wine glass, the more agreeable. And finally, to loll on two chairs when you're using your toothpick is a very careless and elegant appearance. Yeah, so, yeah. There are also a lot of discussions of gender, manliness, the nature of women, vindication as a female character, which apparently was written by a male contributor, a dialogue about women in love. Like most teens, like this idea of what it was to be male or female was sort of endlessly fascinating for these kids. A lot of these pieces, though, had really old-fashioned characters. So they were about coquettes, fops, coxcombs, old maids, the slanderer, female orators. One piece called The Drunken Man, which I thought was actually pretty funny, apparently was taken from performance by John Hippisley in 1732. So we go on to component 3, which we called the gleanings. And these are like 1 line to maybe 4 lines of kind of literary anecdotes. And they have a very 18th century feel, like they came from, oh, I'm off, sorry. Very much kind of the canon. And one of the things that I was thinking about after I learned that he was a college student was, it seems like what he was doing is he was going to University of Pennsylvania. I'm sure that he was getting kind of a standard, very British focused education. And these are the gleanings that he put in are kind of signifiers of authority. Like if you were somebody who was not going to college, maybe you were a younger child who didn't even have formal education, you could read this and then you could name drop all of the people who would make you look like an intellectual. So why are Benjamin Franklin and George Washington not in here? I really don't know. But I think the idea was he had to give people what was called quality or elegant citations. The 4th component is poetry, and this for me is actually the most interesting. Then the topics are fairly standard. There are affecting scenes, now people leaving, people dying, natural beauty, unrequited love, requited love, death, babies, maniacs, friendship, blind, deaf, and dying. You know, dying is here a lot, right? And when I first started looking at these, I thought, oh, this is great. All of this original stuff about kids' lives. And then I had to face the difference between plagiarism and what was called diffusing elegant and polite literature. So according to Stroker, it was pretty much standard practice. If you were reprinting poems, you would take them from English poets. It wasn't considered plagiarism. Some of the sources that I tracked down they're pretty widespread. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. All over the place, British, Scottish, Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, DC. So these kids were really picking from a very wide range, which seems kind of amazing. Some seem to be legitimately written by youth, like the Dumpliniad, which celebrates apple dumplings and pouring molasses over them before you eat them. But then there are other homely topics that you think, oh, a kid must have written this, but no. Robert Southey, John Murray Lacey. And this one had actually, I'm sorry, one more, sorry. And this had actually been kind of a spoof on sonnets, but when it appears in the portfolio, he's taken off all of the indications that this is kind of an academic exercise, as well as, of course, the citation to the person who actually did it. So the problem is, how do you tell? So sometimes it was pretty blatant plagiarism, like this is addressed to Emma, which appeared in the adult magazine from Philadelphia. It was submitted to Anna. He just switches the name Emma to Anna and then puts on his own concluding paragraph. And got a scolding from the editor, who said, the love ditty to Anna in our last was inserted more to gratify the author than for its merits, which are small. We also doubt its being original. The author would do well to improve his writing and spelling. It was with difficulty we made out to copy his piece. This talking directly to the contributors was a big part of Condi's job. He had set out especially to encourage contributions, putting out a letterbox so they could submit it anonymously. And over the course of the magazine, the percentage put in by contributors grew. He specifically wrote to them, telling them about the kind of etiquette of writing for a publication. He laid out what he was looking for in his prose and extracts. And he also offered genuine editorial help, telling author to go off and give it an impartial revise, state facts, not bold assertions, leave out all the vain exuberance, too much common in compositions of youth. He even offered to do house calls. If the young author will call on us, we will point out their faults so they may be altered so as to be fit to appear. So he really cared about his authors and cared about getting them up to what he considered to be the right standard. He also offered encouragement to people he found especially deft. And all in all, there were 58 named contributors, all of whom were using pseudonyms. Many of them contributed over the course of years. They would often be a community writing letters back and forth. Thaddeus, you've gone away. I'm going to go to an early grave. Matilda, you're not going to go to an early grave. You'll get over me. Rosa, why aren't you writing poetry? H, look, I've written a poem. There are also prose authors who are writing frequently humorous pieces, prolific contributors who wrote, whoops, sorry, 1, 2, there we go, 3. Prolific who wrote continuously over a stretch of years. And finally, there was also discussion of the War of 1812, including discussions of specific battles, what it was like to see troops marshaling in one's neighborhood, what it was like to hear about battles from far away. There's the Battle of Boston Harbor. And one more. And 3 months later, we have a young person writing an account of that. There were the honoring of the dead, many of whom they knew personally, which is something I think that we tend to forget. When the Treaty of Peace was declared, they wrote about what a relief it was to be in a time of peace. And finally, after Lieutenant James Broome had died, the portfolio published a number of his poems, keeping his memory alive 2 years after his death. And that's all the time I have. Thank you.
More and more voices are populating the room. This is great. And finally, Cara M. Mitchell will be our final speaker. She is a PhD candidate in English at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She is graduating this summer and will be a visiting professor at the University of Missouri at Columbia next academic year. Yay! Her dissertation project investigates how materials written for and by children in the 19th century United States were historically significant in the development of humane education and animal welfare initiatives. Her scholarship has appeared in the Concord Saunterer, I love that title, and is forthcoming in American literature and the Oxford Handbook of Henry David Thoreau. Cara will be presenting today on animals, children, and animating the archive. Cara.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around this long. I know I'm the last presenter, but I'm really appreciative, to be here today, and I've learned so much listening to everyone's talks, and it's been so great. So I actually came to childhood studies quite late in my PhD after a rather meandering, long research journey. It really wasn't until last year that I realized, oh, I'm doing childhood studies. I was thinking about US print culture, biopolitics, development of animal welfare initiatives in the 19th century, and it brought me to childhood studies. So, and things really solidified last summer when I was here as a Lapidus Fellow, and I'm so grateful to be back. So, I'd like to begin, maybe this will be helpful because we're at the end of the presentation, or end of the day. I like to begin by sharing my earliest childhood toy from my personal archive. She's been through a lot. In the next 15 minutes, I want to constellate some ideas on this topic of hearing the child's voice. And I felt that sharing this toy was a fitting way to open. This little lamb, as you can see, has been through a lot over the past 32 years. And yes, I still have her. I haven't been able to put away many of my childish things, including stuffed animals. There's a very funny story about that we can talk about later during the reception if you'd like to know. The tag on her back left leg notes, Eden Toys Incorporated, New York, USA, made in Haiti, all new material, stuffing, 85% cellulose, fiber pad, 15% olefin fiber. She looks different than she did when I was a baby, in my own kind of Garden of Eden, as it were, before I send. A search for this now vintage toy online shows me that she was originally ivory and had a blue ribbon around her neck. I can't wash her because she has a music box sewn inside that miraculously still works, and I don't want to dissect her. Any guesses as to what song she plays? You got it. Yes, exactly right. After all these years, she's still animated, albeit as a kind of automaton. Whenever the tune plays, her head slowly moves back and forth still. And I don't want to wind it up because it's hard to stop. I share this object to prompt us to consider how animals and animal representations featured in our own childhoods. I think being attuned to this can help open us to hearing children's voices as adult researchers. As I discovered last summer when I was here at the AAS, this small object made in Haiti grew out of a specific context, specifically an early 19th century print landscape in which little white girls with their little white lambs, some of whom have blue ribbons around their necks, abounded. This cultural landscape reached its apotheosis in the poem Mary's Lamb in 1830, known today as Mary Had a Little Lamb, attributed to Sarah Josepha Hale. There was actually a battle about the poem's origins between Hale and a Mary Sawyer from right up the road in Sterling. Hale published the poem in her Poems for Our Children, and Lydia Mariah Child published it in the Juvenile Miscellany. 3 years later, Child invoked this prior lamb discourse in a story, The Little White Lamb and the Little Black Lamb, soon before she had to give up her position with the periodical because of her strong anti-slavery stance, which was deemed as too radical at the time. The tune that has persisted today comes from the chorus of a 19th century minstrel song. As a quick YouTube and Google search shows, the song continues to animate the lives of children today. In thinking about the continued resonances of just this one poem / song from the 19th century that continues to live today, I'm reminded of Jacques Derrida's concept of le mal d'archive, archive fever. And I want to kind of move through this quickly to get on to the children's manuscripts, but I think it's a helpful reminder, at least it was for me, to think about how Derrida discusses, the archive works to preserve materials, but in the process, the full liveliness of those materials, something gets lost, right? Bearing in mind, of course, that archives like the AAS do indeed preserve materials, and they do a great job of it. Derrida's, of course, being Derrida here. And I also wanted to think about aliveness and the animal here, and how the very roots of this word animal, come from air, breath, life, soul, spirit. Get us thinking about that. Next slide. In thinking about what it means to animate the archive and to hear children's voices, I'd like to suggest that looking to animals may offer us a particularly promising avenue for this. Even in thinking about how children learn to speak, to read, and to write, as a look at children's primers from the 18th to 19th centuries, and honestly at children's books today, shows us we see that animals are pivotal to teaching children their ABCs. The animal body and the alphabet, by extension learning to read and write, remain intrinsically bound together. And I should say here that I'm really interested in looking at children's manuscripts, seeing children go through this process of learning to write, the messiness of that process. In looking at children's writings, we see real moments of liveliness that involve animals, moments where we get a stronger sense of their personalities, an emphasis on person here, personalities growing out of animal interactions. I include here just a few moments from the AAS's holdings. So starting from the left here, this is a page from young Walter Goodrich's diary. He grew up in Maine. And he recounts here being out in the woods with his friends with a gun, and he sees a bird and he just wants to shoot it. And so he does. He says, "I wanted to fire at him dreadfully, but I was sorry for it afterwards. Poor little bird. He fell and breathed his last. I was so sorry that I killed him." And this was a particularly interesting moment because Goodrich, I wouldn't say throughout his diary, is like super emotional, but this was a moment that really stood out. And throughout the diary, he is often with his dog Ring as well. And those moments are really interesting too. On my first slide at the beginning, I showed an image from Esther Evans' manuscripts, which of course Karen, we talked about last night. Here, this is a picture of her practicing her signature. And while I haven't found that she writes about animals, she does practice her signature and she draws the implement of her writing, the thing that gives life, as it were, to her name. And that's a bird feather, a quill. And the loops of like the feather kind of mirror the loops of her E's, right? In a school context, we see a young child, as far as I can tell, named Inman, based on the name penciled in the beginning of the book, assigning different names to different animals in a copy of Mary Trimmer's Natural History. The last entry on worms makes this child's feelings about their schoolmates clear. It's hard to see, but penciled in there is "the whole school except me, P.D. Clark, biggest of them." In a manuscript newspaper, down here, from New Hampshire, that was edited by a girl, and different students at the school contributed to it. We see children creating their own periodical culture at school, including a report of a bird picnic that's very elaborate, and an accidents section here that features animal accidents, including a mouse who has injured his eye and a grasshopper couple who, in crossing a railroad track, their little dog was instantly killed. And I know you can't see it here, but where they wrote their little dog, there's a G where the D is, as though they were about to write their little grasshopper, but then they just decided, oh, they had a dog. Right, which grasshoppers don't have dogs, but so it's an interesting moment of seeing the child making that choice. As I've been searching for children's voices, it's been easier to find the voices of white, usually middle-class children. It's been more difficult to find the voices of Black children and of Indigenous children. And this is very much an ongoing process that I'm wanting to continue, when I'm turning the dissertation into a book as well. But in the next couple of minutes, I want to share some moments from what I found so far. The New York Historical Society are digitized records of student writing from the New York African Free School. Here on the left, we see a young Edward T. Haynes signing his signature and including a drawing of his writing implement. At the bottom, we see an entire bird, Haynes's name, ensconced within its body. The bird itself, a swan, is almost like the signature line under Haynes's name. Its wings even resembling the letters E, T, and H. In addition to a poem and short essay on the lion, there's also a short essay on the horse, complete with a drawing by Jacob Latin. I was especially attuned to this after I'd finished my dissertation chapter on animal autobiography at the turn of the 20th century. In 1890, Black Beauty, or the autobiography of a horse, was published in an extremely popular American edition as the Uncle Tom's Cabin of the Horse. And it essentially inspired all of these animal autobiographies in the years that follow. In a nutshell, Beauty and these other speaking animals are racialized and presented as submissive in all of these different ways for the purpose of inculcating white humane values. So I found it especially interesting given that Latin, I know you can't see here, but I'm going to read, that Latin writes that the horse is, quote, a bold and fiery animal, even in a domestic state, equally intrepid as his master. He faces danger and death with ardor and magnanimity. He exults in the chase. His eyes sparkle on the course, and his whole air bespeaks spirit and energy. He's nevertheless docile and tractable, for he knows how to check and govern the vivacity and fire of his temper. He appears pleased to yield to the hand that guides him, and seems to consult the inclination of his master. He, in some measure, appears voluntarily to resign his very existence to the pleasure and accommodation of man. And I just thought this was really interesting, when we compare it to, say, the entry on the horse from Mary Trimmer's book. He's really, like, the student here he's really emphasizing that, yes, the horse will do what man wants him to, but he has his own will and agency. Next slide. At the Archdiocese Archives in New Orleans, I was looking at these letters from the Couvent School, a school founded by Marie Justine Cerner, married then Couvent was her last name, for free children of color. Couvent herself was born in Africa, sold into slavery, and gained her freedom in Haiti during the Haitian Revolution. These letters are essentially school composition exercises for the children who were doing particularly well in English, as they were being taught in French and speaking French. So it's kind of an opportunity for them to further practice their English. When you read the letters, you can see how the teacher assigned different topics, basically, for students to imaginatively write about. This is just the end of one by a John Blandon, is reflecting on a hunting trip for ducks. And he describes, in the midst of this hunting trip, finding with sheer delight a mother deer and her baby. He takes them home and builds a house for them, noting in his postscript, quote, "My hind seems to be very glad and her young one is very gentle. I am taking very good care of them. Give the mother some corn and the little one milk. She is so pretty and has a black spot on her right eye." And this moment was just so fascinating to encounter, even to think about in relation to, Goodrich's entry, right? Seeing how children, a child with a gun, hunting animals, like this really fascinating moment. At the Newberry Library in Chicago, I met with less success in finding what I was looking for. But one book there contains transcriptions of letters written by Cherokee children at the Brainerd Missionary Station in the 1820s. In this one letter from 1828, the beginning of the letter, 3 girls, Christiana McPherson, Lucy A.C. Reese, and Sally M. Reese, are writing to the President of the United States. Sally writes of her and her schoolmates as being, quote, "like lambs before their teachers, pleased to gain that knowledge, which to these benighted souls seems like the glory of creation's ray bursting from chaos." And of course, here the letters had to adhere to the white imposed standards of the missionary school. And the letters themselves were transcribed. It's not the student's original writing. But I'm interested in thinking about here what it means for this Cherokee child to be like portraying herself and her schoolmates as little lambs, given this like 1820s context, right, that I mentioned at the beginning. I think it's also in connecting the present to the archive that we can continue to animate our research and continually grow, continually interrogate how and why we are where we are. Last summer when I was here, I spent much of the weekends when the reading room was closed, biking around in the surrounding countryside. One weekend, I biked around Sterling to find the site of the original location of the Redstone Schoolhouse, where Mary Sawyer's lamb followed her to school, so the story goes. As I looked at the sign marking the site, I heard children playing in the distance. I biked down to where I heard these children and found this sign and saw the children playing in a bounce house. And if you click the arrow, the video should play. It's kind of not fully working, is it? It's just a very short clip, but you could hear in the background the children playing. I didn't go inside the petting zoo, but a teenager working the stand informed me that there are all kinds of farm animals for the kids to pet. As I looked around, I wondered how strange that children are going around petting farm animals. Meanwhile, there's an ice cream shop with a giant cow face with window AC unit for eyes, and then a barbecue restaurant next door. The menu includes chopped beef sandwich. I don't know if beef is on the menu at the reception, but anyways, food for thought. All of this is down the road from the purported site where Mary's little motherless lamb followed her to school one day. I've thought often about these children's voices that I heard that day when I've been researching in the archive, this relationship between the present and the past. So as I end my presentation, I'd like to leave us with this question. How can considering animals in 19th century children's literature animate not only the archive, but also our understanding of the present? And to maybe even add to this, how can thinking of these two things together as we attend to the present help us attend more closely to children's voices from the past? Thank you. And last slide. Thank you so much for listening to my talk. I include my UNC email and then my Gmail as well, since I'll be leaving UNC soon, in case you'd like to get in touch. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all so very much for adhering to the time limits and just giving fabulous papers. And my God, what a multiplicity of there's a multiplicity of young people's voices that we hear and making it's like a cacophony. So I will open it up for questions.
I have more of just a quickie comment, but
Kara. Just like looking behind you, remember your name.
Oh, sorry. We
No,
can
this
take down the
this is good.
job.
The pen codgeling art of the birds and stuff and the feathers.
Yeah.
Have you checked out like the holdings of the Spencerian copybooks here? Because
Oh, yeah.
those are exercises directly out of Spencerian penmanship instruction.
I have not yet, but they have been on my radar. And
Yes, you're about to get like birds and feather nuts. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good.
Yes, this is a reminder that. Thank you.
Yes. Words of the wise then, yes.
Does E.L. Bascom ever, do the kids ever comment on Mr. Bascom's dull sermons? That's what I would like to know. Because Ruth does.
Not to my knowledge, but they're, yes, it's more that sort of the people that they're actually interacting with on a daily basis, the flesh and blood humans, they seem very quick, feel a lot of permission to offer commentary on, which again was something that surprised me. I was hoping to find a bit more commentary on sort of how their, sermons that they're reading or curriculum or that sort of thing. With that, they're more interested, it seems to me, in their own performance when it comes to how well they memorized, and I did better than my sister Anna did, or I'm not going to go to Sunday school because I didn't memorize well enough and I don't want to be embarrassed, that sort of thing. So sort of less of this sort of external critique and more sort of this self, where do I fit and how does my engagement with this curriculum give me, among other things, some social standing in my
I find it ironic. I mean, that at this time when some of these young people are like Sunday school hopping, I guess, for lack of a better term. I mean, you have the pamphlets of doctrinal disputes between all of these ministers, even within denominations, and it's just awful. I mean, some of that stuff just reads scandalously, and that there's this freedom to go from like the Baptist Sunday school to the Unitarian Sunday school. That's a pretty huge doctrinal leap.
Very much so, much so. And some of the young diarists seem to be aware of those distinctions, and a few record going to like a good Baptist child will once or twice. I'm trying to remember his name, but he went a couple times to Unitarian church, and I get this sense that like he's wanting to figure it out. What's so scandalous about it?
Yeah,
it's scandalous himself, but he tried it out. It's not really for him, that sort of thing. And then other children making note of their peers, their denominational affiliation. But beyond that, sort of that distinction between concerns that adults are having in this era versus how children are experiencing religious culture in the American religious landscape. There's so much more going on than just that doctrinal, sort of intellectually driven debate that's happening in the book sphere.
And that's why the work that you're doing, I mean, down on the ground with these young people, it's so very important to our understanding of American religious life in the 19th century. So I'll put in a plug for your future book. All right. Did I see? Yes.
It's more of a comment, but I really appreciated the kind of what you were doing on the ground with children and decision making and evangelical kind of culture, and it just was reminding me like, oh yeah, we should say this, right? That Joseph Smith is what, 14 when he would have been like one of these students that is choosing between Sunday schools,
right,
goes into the woods to pray, and finds that they're all wrong, and then like at 17 gets the plates and becomes an author, right? Like of the first American scripture. So it's we might think of people like that, right? But it's a lot of these kids with different kinds of agency that you're bringing up, that I think that gets me very excited to what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and a lot of that sort of that ethos of like choosing for yourself, taking ownership of your spiritual formation process is very much in these early seeds of the movement as it's becoming this national movement. It's driven largely by these adolescents who are finding it to be a place where they can release all of their religious energies, practice all this leadership, and so there's this early moment in the movement where adults are like, yes, like child agency, you go, be involved,
Mhm.
you have a lot to offer. And then as things become more structuralized, more formalized, you have this national association that's
Right.
headed by these, white male politicians and pastors, and they're trying to cultivate this air of respectability. There's a big tone shift, and some moments where it seems like the adults are like, oh, this sort of has gotten beyond further than where we wanted it to go. And all of this idealized discourse of the very polite, attentive, doctrinally oriented child who would never dream of flipping from Baptist church to Unitarian church. That's
Mhm.
not in the discourse, but what children are actually doing is very different often. And that disconnect is what I think is meaningful.
Yeah, John.
I have a question for Catherine. So I was really interested because I'm not familiar with this idea of like a juvenile portfolio, right? But I'm somewhat familiar with this period in magazine culture, right? The magazine in this period in early the 18 teens or so is a very special kind of print genre. It's not a newspaper, right?
Right.
And it has this, especially known for like politics, right? It's both literary and political.
Yeah.
Right. It's and the political side, it's often associated with the Federalist Party, right? And the War of 1812, it's kind of seen as like, in some ways, the end of the magazine kind of happens kind of around the same time as the kind of falling out of favor at the same time as the falling out of favor of the Federalists. But without getting too deep in the weeds, I'm just curious if you could say more about the political ideology inside of the.
Right, this was really interesting because there was almost no, and I've been looking at some of the handmade amateur magazines, and they frequently, have accounts of, as you said, exhibitions or current events or somebody being imprisoned or none of that. I think he was trying to create like an anthology or kind of a literary document that would, and specifically, I think, kind of share knowledge and also create a market for children to publish their own work. And your comment on election day kind of like put off a light bulb because there are a couple of satires about behavior on election day, and I need to go back because I was carefully. And there's also something on the 4th of July and on Washington's birthday. And then there are these war poems, which I think children were just kind of driven to because so much of this was happening right in their area. And I'm sure, and they had older brothers or cousins or neighbors who were being killed in conflict. But that's it. It's just, I think that's another, it's just sort of a very, you don't really get a slice of life. You get kind of what it is for a teenager to want to be really smart and really witty and to write something that'll impress other kids.
Okay. Yes, Karina.
So for Mary and Maureen, I wanted to make sure that I was following it. First of all, because I just moved to this area, the fact that everything is so specific to the area really stood out. And I just wonder, I mean, part of what you said, if I caught everything, was that you were focusing on 1789 to 1793. So you really focused in today on today's presentation.
Yes, just
with
for
the kind
today.
of detail you were giving us. So that suggests that there's so much more. So, so I just wonder if you would tell us more about, the wealth of it and what is driving some of your decisions around how you want the public to appreciate Ruthie as a figure. Like, what are some of the ways that you want to illuminate different aspects, given that there's so much material, I guess?
Well, I think a big part of it is her as an artist, because she did, if you look at some of the older material on her, it says, this was a polite hobby and she never had kids and, she never took money and all this stuff. Turns out she took money and she kept track of that. And, when you're doing 180 portraits in a year, it's not really a polite hobby. And her work is beautiful. The Worcester Art Museum has, I think now 11 portraits. They're not on display, unfortunately. But they're at Old Sturbridge Village, they're in Deerfield at Memorial Hall, they're around. And a lot are in private collections. There's actually an auction tomorrow where like 7 Bascom's are going up for auction. One that might be a self-portrait. So I think that's a lot of it, like getting the record straight about, that she was an artist. She had to support herself. She had a couple of not great husbands. One died very quickly after she got married. She didn't get full. I know, not his fault. She got married in her early 30s. And then the next one, he was a pastor. And he had health issues, got kicked out of a parish, all kinds of drama. And he would go south for like months, and then she was kind of on her own and was basically itinerant and stayed with families and friends, used this network of family and friends to find a spot and then churn out portraits. And she hired people to make frames for her, and she had to get the glass delivered, and it was work.
Yeah, as a woman who worked, her relatives donated her diary here to AAS, and I think they, and Harriet Henshaw is the one, and I think they wanted to preserve this idea of she was a genteel woman, and so in their notes she never, and in Bascom's family, she never took money. She took money because he was not there taking care of her. And he had to give up the parsonage, so then they had no home.
Right.
And he would go south and live with his daughter. And so this, she was ahead of her time and quite an entrepreneur. And she, her record keeping is amazing. Obviously, she kept the diary, but
she has lists of when he was a minister, who lodged with them, what meals she provided for them. She has a whole code for breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever, everything, and expenses, and letters sent, letters received. And then in her will, like at the end, she said, if I leave anything, I'm leaving it to my female relatives who
unmarried,
need it.
female,
Unmarried,
because they
yeah.
need it. Yeah.
She understood
she knew how hard it was.
Yeah.
Because
so we should stop there.
Oh my God, this is just beautiful. And please join us for the wonderful reception afterwards. Thank you for unlocking unlocking the silences and coats of amber.